I set my clock for 7 and I set it accidentally for 7 p.m. So.
Oh. We're happy you're here.
Yes. Well,
so that internal alarm clock must have gone off.
yeah, either that or the cat, who knows? But I wanted to explain my my new screen because even though I can't see Portland Headlight from my house, I can hear it when the foghorn's going. So it's not like Sarah Palin in Russia, you know. It's just...
It's a pretty background.
It is, yeah. It's one of those ones the House D's let us choose from. So, but since it's within spitting distance of my district, I thought I would use it.
You're entitled.
I also worked right next door to it for 30 years, which was lovely, as to drive in the morning and see the headlight. That was my first view of the workday.
We'll just give it another minute. I believe that Senator Keim will be with us shortly, and once she joins us, we'll begin with committee introductions. And Representative Newell, I just wanted to let you know that we're going to start with you for introductions today, and then move on to Representative Evangelos and Poirier and so on, just so folks are ready to be called on.
Thank you.
You're welcome. All right, it looks like we have a quorum, and we are all here and ready to begin today's series of judicial nomination and other nomination hearings. Before we begin with the hearings, we'll start with committee members introducing themselves. I do want to alert everyone that we are streaming live on YouTube, as well as participants in the nomination hearings participating in an electric meeting using the Zoom format. Let's see, we will start with committee members introducing themselves, and I'll just go and call on folks since we're not around a horseshoe that we can follow. And we'll start with Representative Newell.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning, everyone. I am Rena Newell. I am the Passamaquoddy Tribal Representative, representing Pleasant Point and Indian Township. Thank you.
Representative Evangelos.
Thank you, Senator Carney. Good morning, and good morning to everybody, and welcome. I'm Jeffrey Evangelos, House District 91, and I reside in Friendship.
Representative Poirier.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Jennifer Poirier. I represent House District 107, which is all of Skowhegan and a small part of Madison.
Representative Libby.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My name is Laurel Libby, and I represent District 64, which is part of Auburn and all of Minot.
And Representative Downs.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning. This is Kathy Downs. I'm from District 130, which is Bucksport and Orrington. Thank you.
I don't see Representative Hagan. I believe he'll be joining us a little bit later today. He's a teacher. Representative Sheehan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My name is Erin Sheehan, and I represent House District 12. That is Central Biddeford.
Representative Moriarty.
Good morning, all. I'm Steve Moriarty, representing House District 45, which is the southern part of Gray and all of the town of Cumberland.
Representative Reckitt.
Yes, my name is Lois Reckitt, and I represent District 31, which is, if you just walk down the street in view of Portland Headlight, although it's not in my district. Happy to be here today. Thank you.
Representative Babbage.
Good morning. My name is Christopher Babbage. I'm serving my 6th term in the legislature, beginning my 3rd on judiciary, thankfully. And I represent House District 8, which is the town of Kennebunk.
And Representative Harnett.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My name is Tom Harnett. I represent House District 83. This is my 2nd term in the legislature. I represent the good people of the town of Farmingdale and the city of Gardner, and I'd like to welcome all of our participants and panelists today and anybody who might be watching us on our YouTube channel.
Thank you. And Representative Harnett and I co-chair the Judiciary Committee and will be taking turns with the nomination hearings this morning. Next, we have Senator Lisa Keim.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Lisa Keim, and I proudly represent Senate District 18, which is northern Oxford County and 2 communities in Androscoggin.
And Senator Sanborn likewise is in a different committee meeting this morning and will join us later. And I'm State Senator Ann Carney. I represent Senate District 29, which is South Portland, Cape Elizabeth, and a little bit of Scarborough. And I am very happy to be here today and want to welcome all of our nominees and those who are speaking on their behalf to our committee hearing today. The way we will start with the first hearing regarding Judge Richard Mulhern, who is a nominee for confirmation. He's currently on the district court and is a nominee for the Superior Court. And I'll be conducting this hearing. And I am just going to start. Before we get started, I wanted to remind everyone that the chat function is not part of the hearing. And so please don't add any comments to the chat. If there's some kind of emergency, like your technology isn't working, that would be an okay reason to use the chat, but otherwise we'll keep it all in the audio visual portion of the electronic meeting. Thank you. Good morning. This is a public hearing of the Joint Standing Committee on the Judiciary for the purpose of considering the nomination by the governor of the Honorable Richard W. Mulhern of Falmouth for appointment as a Superior Court Justice. The meeting today is being conducted electronically. Under the law and joint rules of the legislature, this committee is required to hold this public hearing and to recommend confirmation or denial of the nominee by majority vote of the committee members present and voting. As chairs of the committee, we will then send written notice of the committee's recommendations to the President of the Senate. The committee will hear testimony from and have an opportunity to question the governor or her representative, the nominee, and any other persons present who wish to speak for or against the nomination. Before we get started, I want to share some information related to the fact that this meeting is being conducted using an electronic format. This meeting is currently being live streamed on the committee's YouTube channel. This means that anyone who is a participant in the meeting via Zoom can be seen and also heard if their microphone is unmuted. People testifying cannot be seen or heard until they are called upon to speak. This meeting will be recorded and is available to view on the committee's YouTube channel soon after the meeting is concluded. I would also note that that means after the entire day's worth of hearings are concluded. So the next step in the process is a motion to confirm. Pursuant to Title III, Section 157 of the Maine statutes, which requires that there be an affirmative motion to recommend confirmation of the nominee. The chair recognizes Representative Steve Moriarty for the purpose of making such a motion.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move that the Joint Standing Committee on Judiciary recommend confirmation of the Honorable Richard W. Mulhern of Falmouth for appointment as a Superior Court Justice.
Do we have a second? Representative Babbage? Representative Babbage, I believe you need to unmute yourself. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I second the motion.
Thank you. The statutory requirements for this position are posted on the committee's webpage. The chair now recognizes Jerry Reed, the representative of the governor, for the purpose of making a statement concerning this nomination.
Good morning. Thank you, Senator Carney, Representative Harnett, and members of the Joint Standing Committee on Judiciary. I'm Jerry Reed, legal counsel to Governor Janet Mills, here today to present the Honorable Richard Mulhern as the governor's nominee for appointment to the Maine Superior Court. My plan this morning with this nomination and the others that the committee will be hearing today is to provide a relatively brief introduction of the nominee and then turn it over to John Hobson, the chair of the Judicial Selection Committee, for more detailed testimony. Judge Mulhern was appointed to the district court by Governor Baldacci in 2007, reappointed in 2015 by Governor LePage, and has served with distinction. Before joining the bench, Judge Mulhern had an impressive career in private practice in Portland. Judge Mulhern is a Phi Beta Kappa graduate of the University of Maine at Orono with a degree in journalism and earned his law degree at the University of Maine School of Law. Since his appointment, Judge Mulhern has presided primarily in Augusta, Portland, West Bath, Biddeford, Springvale, and York district courts. During his tenure with the district court, Judge Mulhern has become known as a judge who is both expert on issues of law and procedure, but also as a patient, even-tempered, and empathetic jurist. This elevation to the Superior Court is well-deserved, and the people of the state of Maine will be fortunate to have his continued service in that new capacity. On behalf of the governor, I respectfully request your support for the nomination of Judge Mulhern for the position of Justice of the Maine Superior Court, and would be pleased to answer any questions you may have of me. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions of the committee? And if you do have a question, please use the electronic raise hand function. I'm not seeing any questions on part of the committee, so now I'll recognize John Hobson.
Thank you very much, Senator Carney. My name is John Hobson. I'm chair of Governor Mills' Judicial Selection Committee. Is there an echo?
There is. We have two sign-in screens for you, so I'm going to try to mute one of them and see if that works. Hold on a moment.
The camera didn't seem to connect in one of the computers, so I'm using my backup computer.
I think the technical concerns have been resolved. You may proceed.
Thank you very much. Again, my name is John Hobson. I am chair of Governor Mills' Judicial Selection Committee. On behalf of the committee, I am here to support the elevation of Judge Mulhern to the Superior Court from the District Court. In looking at the application of Judge Mulhern to be elevated from the District Court to the Superior Court, there were a number of factors that the committee took into account. One of the considerations was that prior to going onto the bench, Judge Mulhern had an active and sophisticated civil practice that involved, to a great extent, the Maine Superior Court. He was very familiar with the Superior Court, familiar with jury trials, experienced in jury trials, and he took the route that many judges take, which is, although his initial experience and his experience in practice was in the Superior Court, he began his judicial career in the district court, which is candidly, I think, something that provides a very good basis for a judge when they go onto the bench, to be able to see all levels of the judicial branch and all types of cases that come before a judge. I think the fact that you may have some different types of cases when you're Superior Court doesn't change the fact that that experience really informs your decision. While Judge Mulhern was on the district court, as Mr. Reed has testified, he's served almost 2 terms at this point. He had a well-deserved reputation for being thoughtful and be able to control the courtroom, but in a kind of a quiet and appropriately friendly but firm hand, which was appreciated by the participants. And I will tell you, just as my own kind of personal view, if you can control the courtroom in the district court, especially on a busy protection from abuse, protection from harassment day, I'm not going to say the Superior Court will be an much easier court to control, but the reality is that if you can manage the task in district court, you will certainly be up for the task in Superior Court. In addition, when he was on the district court, Judge Mulhern took on the task of being in the Business and Consumer Court. As many members of this panel are probably familiar, the Business Consumer Court in Maine it's often shorthanded and called the Business Court. That court has some of the most sophisticated cases and complex cases in the system, in the civil system. And Judge Mulhern showed his interest in that by volunteering, and that's a task that candidly requires a significant amount of additional work. There's a significant amount of writing involved, and it's also a task that involves, as I've said, very complex issues that require a lot of thought to go through them. And not that other parts of the Superior Court and district court practice aren't complex, but the Business Consumer Court was specifically set up to have the more complex cases be in the civil realm, be diverted into that court. It's been a very, from my perspective, a very successful court, and Judge Mulhern did a very good job in terms of navigating those waters and writing thoughtful opinions. Judge Mulhern also comes to this job with something that, on a personal level, I think is a valuable asset. And that's that prior to going on the bench, he actually served as a locally elected official. From my own perspective, there is nothing that, and I served with him on the Falmouth Town Council, and there is nothing that gives you an appreciation for the impact of a decision than serving on as a locally elected official, whether it's on a locally elected town council, whether it's a local election to send someone to Augusta. As everyone on this committee is well aware, the constituents want you to know what the impact of a decision will be on them in your role as either on a town council or whatever the elected official role. And there is nothing that drives home the fact that a decision impacts people, in my view, more than having been in the role of elected official. And Judge Mulhern has done that. And although it's certainly not a criteria in any way for an individual to be on the bench, in my view and in many of the committee's views, that is helpful. So with all those attributes, the committee enthusiastically supported the elevation of Judge Mulhern to the district court. And on behalf of Governor Mills's Judicial Selection Committee, I respectfully request that this committee vote to support Judge Mulhern's elevation. And of course, I'll be happy to answer any questions that the committee may have.
Thank you very much, Mr. Hobson. We do have, I see one hand raised. Representative Jeff Evangelos, you may proceed.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Nice to see you again, Mr. Hobson.
Yes, nice to see you. Even if it is by video, I prefer in person, but I'm getting used to this video world.
Well, I'm not, so thank you. Actually, my question and concern is actually around just that very point. You may not, or you may be aware that we're not even receiving paper files anymore. You know, we used to have files for everything. So it's last week, it became concerning that it appeared your efforts in the governor's office, or Mr. Reed's efforts, whoever it was, did deliver in a timely fashion to the Legislative Information Office this material. But the committee struggled to receive the material in a timely fashion, not for the 16th, but for today's proceedings. So I just, because we're working electronically and not getting paper files, I just want to receive your assurances next time we go through this process that there'll be some follow-up between the governor's office and the Legislative Information Office to make sure we receive this information in a timely fashion so we can study the information around the nominees. That's all.
Yes, no, absolutely. And to the extent it's at our end, you have my apologies for that. We will try to work to rectify that situation. I was not aware of it until you just told me.
If I could just interject briefly, I don't want John to take any of the blame for that, because he really has nothing to do with it. We in the governor's office did our best to make those materials available to the Legislative Information Office immediately after the posting of the nominations. But I understand the concern, and we will work with that office in the future to do whatever we can to ensure that the committee actually receives them with more notice than apparently happened this time.
Thank you.
And I just wanted to acknowledge your efforts that you did provide the material very significantly far in advance of the hearing, and we are still the legislative offices are dealing with a lot of nominations all at once, and there was a bottleneck, but we do appreciate your efforts. Thank you. At this opportunity, the chair will now, well, actually, before, are there any other legislators who wish to ask a question of Mr. Hobson? Seeing none, the chair now recognizes the Honorable Richard W. Mulhern for the purpose of making a statement about his nomination.
Thank you. Senator Carney, Representative Harnett, members of the Joint Standing Committee on Judiciary. My name is Richard Mulhern from Falmouth, and I am here to discuss with you my nomination for appointment as a Justice of the Superior Court. As initial matter, I would like to thank Governor Mills for the privilege of being nominated so that I can appear virtually for you this morning. This is my third time appearing before the Judiciary Committee. The first time was in September 2007, when I had been nominated for the District Court by Governor Baldacci. I appeared again in March of 2015 when I was renominated by Governor LePage. And I checked the roster of the committee, and the only member of the committee currently on the committee who was here in 2015 is Representative Evangelos. And after the committee vote supporting my nomination, I recall chatting with Representative Evangelos and talking about my view in criminal cases of trying to, if possible, give a second chance to defendants, and also particularly in the case of shoplifting convictions, which could be a problem in terms of future employment, criminal record, trying to give first-time offenders a chance to avoid a disposition that would not avoid a conviction that could prejudice them in the future. Since I've not met most of the committee members previously, I'd like to spend a few minutes speaking about my background, my experience as a lawyer, and my as a judge, and then conclude by telling you why I'm here today. I was raised in Westbrook. My mother's French-Canadian ancestors were from Prince Edward Island. Their surnames were Gallant and Gaudet. They came to Maine to work in the mills. My mother was the second youngest of 12 children. The men in her family mostly worked at the S.D. Warren paper mill in Westbrook, and the women worked in one of the shoe factories in Westbrook. My father's ancestors came from Ireland in the late 1840s during the potato famine. They entered through St. John, New Brunswick, and settled in Grand Falls, New Brunswick for several generations. At the time, and I only learned this about 15 years ago, the name was Mulherron, and I've seen the graves at the church in Grand Falls, New Brunswick. The I was dropped when my ancestors came to Maine around 1900. And the reason why the I was dropped and it became Mulhern, that has been lost to the mists of time. My father's family were primarily railroad workers, with my father, his brother, and their father all working for the Maine Central Railroad. My father began working for the railroad in the late 1930s after graduating from Cheverus High School and after serving in the Civilian Conservation Corps. He was then in the Army Railroad in Europe during the war and resumed work for the Maine Central Railroad afterwards. He worked both as a conductor and as a brakeman, with the work being all freight haulage after the passenger service was ended in the early 1960s. During the 1960s, he was the local chairman of the Order of Railroad Conductors and Brakemen and worked closely with Jerry Conley Sr., who was the local chairman for the other union, the Brotherhood of Railroad Trainmen. And at one time, Mr. Conley was a Senate president. His son, Jerry Jr., is a close friend of mine and a former chair of this committee. We were a typical post-war blue-collar middle-class family. That all ended suddenly in February 1971 during my senior year at Westbrook High School, when my father was killed in a train derailment as boxcars were being delivered to the Diamond National Plant in Peru. My mother had worked at home since my brother had been born in 1949, and she would have been in very difficult financial circumstances after my father's death. But there had been negligence in the circumstances of the accident. The snow and ice had not been properly cleaned off the tracks, causing the derailment. And she was represented in a claim by attorney John Kelly, who obtained a financial settlement that helped her to get by financially. So that was an early example for me of how a good lawyer can help somebody who is in circumstances of need. After finishing high school, I attended the University of Maine at Portland Gorham, now USM. But frankly, I was a rather unserious student, more interested in rock climbing, which had become my passion in high school. I spent as much time as possible climbing on Cathedral and Whitehorse Ledges in North Conway, and I taught rock climbing for Eastern Mountain Sports. I dropped out of college a few times to head off on climbing trips out west with a sense of Devil's Tower in Wyoming and the Grand Tetons in Wyoming. The culmination of that was when in May of 1974, when I went to Yosemite Valley in California for a month and climbed El Capitan, which is the 3,000-foot cliff featured in the movie Free Solo. We climbed it via the nose route, which is a prominent prow in the middle of the cliff. My climbing partner and I were on the climb for a typical then 5-day ascent, sleeping on ledges. It was an amazing experience for a 20-year-old. I eventually dropped out of UMPG in 1975 after 4 years, accumulating a rather poor academic record, certainly not one that would foretell a future career in the law. I then stumbled into healthcare when a climbing buddy of mine, who was the director of the emergency room at Maine Medical Center, got me a job in the then recently formed Poison Control Center. With little training, I was given a white coat and told to sit by a telephone. When the phone rang with a question about poisons, I would look up the question in a book or a microfiche reference, and I was given and tell the caller what the reference said. As far as I know, everybody survived my tenure in the Poison Control Center, which has come a long way since then, from those humble origins, with now having PhD toxicologists and medical doctors now operating the Northern New England Poison Control Center, covering Maine, New Hampshire, and Vermont. From my work in the emergency room, I became friends with one of the first physician's assistants in Maine. I became interested in possibly attending a physician's assistant program, and I decided to gain more healthcare experience before going that route. So that led me to attend a 1-year program in respiratory therapy at SMVTI, now SMCC. So I'm a proud graduate of the Maine Community College system, and I've seen how vocational training can make a big difference in somebody's job prospects. I worked at Maine Medical Center for 3 years, primarily working in the special care unit, helping to care for patients on ventilators. I enjoyed my 3 years there, but when I reached the age of 26, I thought I needed a different life career track. So in September 1980, I moved to Old Town and began classes at University of Maine at Orono, where I finally applied myself, accomplishing good grades and completing an undergraduate degree in journalism in 2 years. Just to correct the record, I was not a Phi Beta Kappa graduate, it was Phi Kappa Phi at that time. While at Orono, I took constitutional law classes with Professor Gene Mawhinney, a wonderful man who was the pre-law advisor and a mentor to so many aspiring law students. Those classes generated interest in the law, and I entered the University of Maine School of Law in the fall of 1982. During my first year in law school, I began to look for summer clerkships, and I thought there was no one I would rather work for within the lawyer who had been so helpful to my mother. So I reconnected with John Kelly, who was then in his own firm of Kelly Rummel Zimmerman. I started there in the summer of 1982 and continued as an associate after graduation in 1985, and later as a partner working there until 2003. While at Kelly Rummel Zimmerman, I did litigation in both district and superior courts. Much of my work was in personal injury cases with a particular specialty of plaintiff's medical malpractice cases. I had many screening panel hearings and jury trials. During that time, I had a number of cases with Bob Hanson and Dave Norman, who were Senator Carney's and Representative Moriarty's partners at Norman Hanson in Detroit, and who were the primary defense counsel for a medical mutual insurance company. After many years of plaintiff's practice, I became interested in doing defensive medical malpractice cases. That led me in 2003 to take a partnership position with Sullivan and Hollis, a law firm based in Concord, New Hampshire. I opened a satellite office of Sullivan in Portland and was admitted to the New Hampshire bar and began defending physicians and hospitals in both states with my clients, including Dartmouth Hitchcock Medical Center, Southern New Hampshire Medical Center, Wentworth Douglas Hospitals, Penn Bay Medical Center, and St. Joseph's Hospital. I had jury trials in both states and continued doing screening panels in Maine. After I had become established in private practice, I wanted to give back to the community for the opportunities I had been given. So I ran for and was elected to the Falmouth Town Council in 1997, serving with Mr. Hobson. And I eventually served 9 years there. Falmouth has term limits. You can serve 2 consecutive 3-year terms. Most people give up or finish after 3 years, but I took a year off on the planning board and then came back and did a 3rd term on the council. And then I was on the Zoning Board of Appeals when I was nominated for the district court in 2007. I also began volunteering at Long Creek Youth Center and helped start a program where we train youths who were committed at Long Creek in distance running, and then took them on outings to local road races. And it was quite a big deal for these kids to be able to go out on these outings with us, but we worked through the security issues. And in August of 2007, I ran the Beach to Beach race with a young man with whom I'd become quite close. And he had been committed for a home invasion that involved drugs and firearms. And he told me that he had been in a bind-over hearing in which was denied, but he came very close to being bound over. And I did listen to the hearing last week on the proposed amendments to the bind-over law, and I know what a difference it can make in terms of the life of a juvenile, whether they're bound over or not. But he was not bound over, and he was doing really, really well. In my recollection, he was taking classes outside of Long Creek to train to be a EMT. Memorably, during the race, we saw Governor Baldacci. We actually passed him in the race. He was running, I think, with Peter Clifford. And as we passed the governor, I introduced the young man to the governor, which was quite a thrill for the young man. My continued interest in public service led me to seek a district court nomination, and I was honored to be nominated by Governor Baldacci in late August 2007, and I was sworn in on my birthday of October 1, 2007. During my nearly 13 and a half years on the district court, I've worked in most of the courts from Bangor South. Although I had little criminal law experience as a lawyer, that has become an area of interest, particularly the problems of domestic violence. I've attended 2 separate multi-day trainings for judges on the subject of domestic violence, one a basic training and the other an advanced training put on by the National Council of Juvenile and Family Court Judges. For 7 years, I oversaw domestic violence monitoring, first in Augusta, then in Portland and West Bath. This is a monthly court where individuals who are on probation or a deferred disposition for domestic violence assault and who are attending the 48-week Certified Batterers Intervention Program as a condition of their conviction are seen each month to assess their compliance with their obligations and to hold them accountable for completing these conditions. While in the district court, I've presided over the variety of dockets we see, including protection for abuse and harassment, the juvenile docket, evictions and small claims. I've also been part of the unified criminal docket and have presided over both misdemeanor and felony jury trials. Currently in Biddeford, I'm one of the 2 judges doing the child protective docket and sit on those cases in alternate months. From 2016 to 2018, I was one of the 2 judges along with Justice Murphy in the business and consumer docket, which is essentially doing Superior Court civil work involving complex business and consumer cases. And while doing that, I presided over a civil jury trial in South Paris. Over my years in the district court, I've come to love the job. The district court does such important work. I think it's the most important court in our system, frankly. It's clearly the court that has the most impact on our population as a whole. A relatively small number of folks end up with cases in Superior Court and even fewer in the law court. But with the large dockets we do, most folks end up having some involvement with district court, even if it just involves a traffic ticket. With our large dockets, we make multiple decisions daily that have significant effects on people's lives. A large number of people who appear in our courts don't have lawyers and are self-represented. And I found that I really enjoy working with self-represented litigants. I work very hard to explain the process to them. Since we live in the courtroom every day, it's easy to forget how foreign and unfamiliar the proceedings are to people. When I explain things to folks, I try to give them the same information that I would want if I stood in front of a judge for the first time. On the bench, it's important to treat people with respect, to show positive energy, and importantly, to show that you are happy to be there serving as a judge. We must remember how our temperament and demeanor on the bench can affect how people perceive their experiences in court. When I meet folks who have been in district court, I often ask them about their experiences, as I'm always trying to get feedback that'll help me to do my job better. Several years ago, I spoke with a woman who had a contested divorce proceeding, and in which case the case had been switched to another judge at the last minute, as sometimes does because of coverage issues. In that case, the judge, who's no longer one of our sitting judges, was open and obvious in his displeasure about having this case given to him that morning. And he exuded that throughout the day. And that just poisoned the whole experience for this person. And 7 years later, she was still talking about it. So it had such a profound effect on her. In deciding contested cases, it's often the case that one litigant is perceived as the winner and the other as a loser. That's the nature of the process. But there have been studies on the issues of litigant satisfaction. And a few years ago, in one of our biannual judicial colleges, we had a presentation by a professor from Yale who studied the issue. And what he told us is that the predominant factor in litigation or litigant satisfaction is not who wins and who loses, but whether they think they've been treated fairly and have been given a chance to be heard. And that's something that we can do, and it should be the norm, and it doesn't cost to treat people fairly and give them a chance to be heard. So the question is, as I said, I love my job and I could happily complete my career doing it. So that brings us to the question, why am I here? Well, the Superior Court has had several retirements over the last few years, representing decades of experience in the bench. Justice Mullen, the Chief Justice of the Superior Court, is a friend of mine from the years we spent working together as district court judges in Augusta. And I know from speaking with him that even when the Superior Court has its full complement of 17 justices, that it's stretched. And that problem has been exacerbated for the last year. There's been a vacancy since Justice Horton went to the law court. So I know what the Superior Court needs is someone who can go to work tomorrow. With my background, I will not need any training. If I'm fortunate to be confirmed, I can hit the ground running the day after I'm sworn in. So I'm here seeking the nomination because I think at this point, I can be of more service to the state of Maine serving on the Superior Court. Frankly, this is not about personal ambition. I could happily finish my career as a district court judge rather than as a justice, but it's about how I think at this point I can best be of service to the state of Maine. With that, I'm happy to answer any questions from the from the committee. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Judge Mulhern. Do members of the committee have questions? I see a raised hand. Representative Reckitt, you may proceed.
When I read your information, Judge Mulhern, I was interested in the connections that our lives have, even though we don't know each other. Our fathers, families both came from Ireland around the same time, only mine landed in St. John, Newfoundland, instead of St. John, New Brunswick. The firm that you worked at, Kelly Ruggles and Zimmerman,
Yes.
was that Barry Zimmerman?
Yes.
Yeah, he was in my class in college at Brandeis. So I thought that there aren't that many Zimmermans. I thought it must be him.
Yeah.
When you went to the National Council of Juvenile and Family Court Judges trainings, which I did myself at one point, and it is an extraordinary training, I think. What year was that? Do you remember, or approximately?
Yes, I did the basic training in 2008, and the advance, which Faye Lupi was very nice to arrange for me, and was probably around 2011 or so.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. As I think you know, have been intensely involved in domestic violence in the state for a long, long time, and their trainings are really excellent. And I'm happy to hear that you both are interested in those cases. Not that they'll show up in Superior Court that often, I hope, but I'm glad for your background in that area. Was there anything in particular as you dealt with the judicial monitoring, which I feel is a challenge for judges to maintain your calmness in the course of that doing? Is there any memory that you have of any particular, I don't even know what the word for the person who's in front of you at that point is, but was there any memory of that practice that you remember that was significant?
One area I think that is very helpful is you know, we have both probationers who are being supervised probation, but also people on deferred disposition who are being supervised by the district attorney's office, but sometimes somewhat loosely. And when I worked in Portland, when I started in Portland, we didn't have lawyers of the day for the folks, and I felt I was uncomfortable with the thought that the probationers or the people on deferreds were standing in front of us, and you know, everybody's kind of glaring at them about their accountability, and no one's standing with them. And I was able to get lawyers of the day in there with them. And so sometimes I think some of the best use are people who are on deferred dispositions or heading toward failure, and they need someone to intervene and help them. And often the lawyer of the day can go out and talk with them. So I remembered some people who were, if just allowed to continue without kind of intervention, probably would have failed on the deferred disposition. But I really enjoyed it. And sometimes it was challenging. We'd have 40 defendants there and just limited time to talk with them. I don't have any, beyond that, I don't have any specific recollection of any particular defendants.
Thank you, Judge.
Yeah.
I recognize Representative Moriarty.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Judge Mulhern, thank you for that statement this morning. Very thorough, very moving, and it certainly shows the depth and breadth of your personal experience and your professional background as well. Nicely done job. We have in our materials a candidate questionnaire.
Right.
You may recall having filled that out.
Yes.
But it was actually completed about a year and a half ago.
Right.
So I just need to sort of bring us up to date. Are there any responses to the various questions that you completed in August of 2019 that you would modify or change today that would reflect anything that has happened in the interim?
No, nothing that I would change.
Okay, good. Thank you then.
Thank you. And thank you for the comments about my background. It took me a while to kind of figure out what I wanted to do. And frankly, I enjoy talking to juveniles frequently in juvenile court and point out the fact that I didn't graduate college till I was about almost 29, and suggesting, you know, this is time to kind of figure out your path. And
Sure.
Thank you. Representative Evangelos, you may proceed.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And Welcome, Judge Mulhern. Judge Mulhern, I'm impressed. You remembered our conversation from 6 or 7 years ago. And, you know, part of it centered around second chances and empathy. And that's very important to me. So thank you for that. I really appreciate that. I do have 2 or 3 quick questions. Are you familiar with the Sixth Amendment Center report?
Yes, I read it when it was issued, and I've been listening to your presentation. I saw Justice Mead that was addressed, and he sent us another copy, and I read it again. So I am, yes.
Okay, thank you for that. So there was a follow-up then from
there was.
A couple questions on your questionnaire, and then I'll be done. I was just curious in the page 5 of the questionnaire, State versus Muhammad,
yes,
which was a bind over for a juvenile. How did that one go? I just was wondering what your ruling.
Well, it was interesting. After a couple days of hearings, the juvenile actually agreed to be bound over. It's kind of a complicated background of facts in terms of some evidence was going to come out that I think he didn't want for the sake of his family. So in the end, there was a decision, had to make the requisite findings, but he agreed to be bound over. And you know, in 13 and a half years, that's the only bind over hearing I've had. I heard Ms. Finn's number is what, 19 and 13 years. So I know they're uncommon, but I also thought the comments last week by Mr. Chester and Mr. McKee were spot on, that the impact on the ramifications for a juvenile is profound. So the fact that they're uncommon doesn't mean that, you know, when it happens, it has, you know, it has profound circumstances or ramifications for the juvenile, him or herself.
Okay, thank you. And I have one last question. I noticed on page 8, you do on the answer about the right of the public to know and transparency. It was answer number 3. Are you concerned about what we're reading in the papers regarding civil complaints being filed and the court system keeping things secret for up to 90 days?
Well, and I've read that, and you know, so I know that we have these rules that were issued by the SJC last summer, and my understanding is that there was a result of a lot of discussion with input from stakeholders, and these have been issued. And my role as a trial judge is to follow the rules given to me by the Supreme Judicial Court. And I also know there's litigation pending. So respectfully, I don't think I should comment at this point on those rules.
All righty, nice try. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Evangelos. Representative Babbage, you may proceed.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and welcome, Judge Mulhern. I too, like Representative Reckett, enjoyed some of the parallels. University of Maine in Portland, or UMPG by the time I graduated, and then Orono and so forth. I will share with you that my dad went to Yosemite as a young man in 1935, and it was on my bucket list to also go and see El Capitan. My dream was to be at the base of it and look up, to gaze upon it. I was the only person there not preparing their gear for an ascent. And I am in awe of your achievement. Although I'm not sure in retrospect what it says about judgment. But anyway, I want to say that that is a tremendous accomplishment, and I can't get over it really, having just been there a couple of years ago. My questions to you, I really have two lines of questioning. It's just to get, actually it's to give you an opportunity to talk about yourself, but also when we have a person of experience before us, I like to use it to get an assessment of the health of our justice system. But you gave us a lengthy and informative introduction this morning, and I appreciate that very much. But when I think of Judge Richard Mulhern and the person that is on the bench, can you tell me what the influences have been on you that have shaped your attitudes and values, I guess? Would you comment on that?
Okay, well, As I said earlier, I really particularly enjoyed dealing with juveniles and recognizing that not everybody has a immediate trajectory to success, and some people, have little twists and turns. And frankly, when I was growing up in Westbrook in the late '60s, I was pretty lost, and I could easily have gotten into trouble. But that's when I discovered mountain climbing, and it became the passion that kind of saved me. And I've told folks probably the only reason I wasn't into the drugs is they hadn't hit Westbrook yet. But it's just the feeling of extreme boredom of trying to, and then a latchkey child. My father was away at work, and I was a latchkey child. So I understand, and I really enjoy talking with juveniles about trying to find the passion in life. But I think I really enjoy the criminal work, and I've become, I think, much more empathetic over the years, and trying to give people a second chance, and particularly the people who they've never been in court before. They don't understand of really, frankly, what a mess they step into when they commit a criminal offense or world of hurt and what affect them. So I think my experience has made me more empathetic, and I really enjoy. I mean, it's much more satisfying to give someone a break than it is to hammer them. And that's kind of my outcome. I'd like to try to give people a chance if possible. Some cases you can't, obviously, but when appropriate, I like to try to give people another chance.
Thank you. As a person that's been on the bench for a couple 7-year terms already, I know one of the biggest challenges for you is an unrepresented defendant. But when you see, and I don't know if this happens, but if you see a case taking place in which the representation is not proper or effective, how do you handle that?
You talk about criminal or civil matters, or both?
Well, actually, maybe you can enlighten me as to how the impact of that would be different in those two situations.
Right. Well, criminal matters, there's a right to effective counsel, and certainly, and we want to make sure that people are getting adequate representation when there are liberty interests involved. Civil, you're dealing, still significant, you're dealing with rights to children and monetary interests. So one of the things I try to do is, if I have a criticism for a lawyer, I try to go into chambers and talk with them. I don't do anything to embarrass a lawyer in front of their client or make the job harder for them. It'd be very easy, if the lawyer was doing something, to kind of bark at the lawyer and in front of the client, and all of a sudden the client's thinking, "Oh my God, the judge hates my lawyer," And so it's so if I have things to talk about with the lawyers about how things are going, I'll talk with them in chambers. It's a very difficult job to be a lawyer, and I did it for 22 years. And I mean, they have so many different interests they have to consider. They have to keep the client happy. They have to keep the judge happy, the clerk happy. They have to keep the bar counsel happy, and they have to try to get paid. And very often the clients have given them a very bad set of facts. So I'm very understanding of the difficult job the lawyers have. But we have an obligation in criminal cases, if we think something's going off, is to protect the fundamental rights of the client. So I wouldn't let something in a criminal case go off the rails when I thought the client was really severely prejudiced by them. I've worked in York County the last 2 years, and I think we have competent counsel here. And we have the McGillis roster, and we assign cases only to those who are rostered in the areas. And what I do too is, even if a lawyer is rostered, if I think another lawyer might be better for that case, I will often jump the list and go to provide somebody who I think might be a better fit for that client in that case. And we have some lawyers down here that we know are better with clients who have mental health issues, and we kind of go to them if that's an issue. So we try to have an appropriate appointment in that case.
Is in Maine, if regarding accountability, if there is attorney misconduct, do judges have an obligation to report that beyond the courtroom?
Well, and under the judicial canons, there's a mandatory report and a discretionary report. If we think something happens that has this raises a substantial question about an attorney's fitness to practice law, it's a mandatory report. You know, and then if it's something less than that, then it's discretionary. And so, you know, but they're up, and I haven't done it actually in 13 and a half years, but we've had some of my colleagues have made reports to the Bar Council about attorney behavior.
Thank you. My last question would be, has there been an occasion for you to have to recuse yourself? And if not, under what circumstances would you do so?
Yeah, I've done that. You know, fortunately, I've worked in regions where there are other judges around. And so, you know, if I've known someone, or if like the, you know, a case involving the town of Falmouth where I've been on the council, you know, and I have a pretty low threshold for that, because we don't want to create another reason why somebody should question the outcome. And I know there's a duty of disclosure. One of the things that we were told when I was training by Chief Justice Softly was disclose, disclose, disclose. What you do is you disclose there may be a relationship, and then to see if a party objects. But it's very intimidating if you have a pro se, a self-represented, if you disclose something and you say, do you object to my handling this case? It's very intimidating to then say that I object to you as the judge. So it's better, particularly when if you have other judges around, just give it to another judge, and don't even create that issue where it gives someone another reason to question the outcome in the case.
Thank you for that, and congratulations on your nomination, Jeff.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Representative.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
I'd like to recognize Representative Harnett for his questions.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and good morning, Judge Mulhern. And thank you very much for all of your years of service, both on the bench and at the municipal level. It's a wonderful career choice. I want to talk to you about pro se litigants. You mentioned that so much of your work in the district court is with unrepresented individuals.
Yeah.
And, you know, Maine is fortunate. We have a very strong legal services community. We have a strong history of attorneys doing pro bono work. Yet even with all of that, we still have a pretty large number of people unrepresented in matters that have a significant impact on their lives. Other than being sensitive, concerned, and trying to explain the process as best as possible, are there additional things that you think we should be doing to lower the number of pro se litigants? I imagine it would increase the efficiency of the court system. Things move along more quickly when you have competent lawyers involved. Are there things you think we could be doing in addition to what we already are?
Yeah, in terms of, I'm not sure what's available with our resources of providing other counsel. You know, frankly, I've wondered why we don't have a bar rule that provides mandates pro bono work. I know it's kind of encouraged, and I think some jurisdictions do that. That's something perhaps we should think about, whether there should be a requirement to provide a certain level of service. I think we're doing I think before COVID in Biddeford, we had I think it was on Fridays for a few hours that lawyers would volunteer to come in and be kind of the courthouse lawyer, that folks would come in and meet with them regarding their family case or such. And so things like that, where you may not undertake the representation, but you can actually consult with them, are helpful. And I think when the bar rules now allow a limited representation, so the counsel can come in and represent somebody for just that limited purpose. That's helped. I think it's you know, with the limitations on you know, numbers of people in court and such, it's kind of been pushed back because of COVID, but more of those kind of courthouse types of resources where lawyers could volunteer. You know, when I was practicing, I would often get calls from the lawyer of the day from the Volunteer Lawyer Project, and I'm not sure whether that's still happening or not, but there'd be a lawyer of the day who would that people would call, and they would then try to call attorneys to see if they would take their pro bono case. So you get a call from them, and they'd have several cases, and you could sometimes choose from them. So you know, I think Volunteer Lawyer Project is a good organization if we could kind of expand those type of programs. But you know, what I try to do is, it's very difficult when you have a family case where one side has a lawyer and the other doesn't. And very often, the self-represented doesn't know how to present the evidence. They don't know how to lay foundation. And particularly if the opposing counsel is objecting, holding them to rules of evidence, it can be very frustrating and difficult for that person. But I try to, we can't, I obviously have to be even-handed, but we can provide assistance with them in terms of like explaining how you put a sticker on the exhibit and then you talk about what it is, try to identify it, and then you offer it. So I'll try to help them go through that process while still being even-handed in the case.
Thank you. And just one follow-up, if I might, Senator Clark. I used to make those phone calls seeking those volunteer lawyers through the Volunteer Lawyers Project. And I was amazed at the lawyers who happily answered the phone.
Yeah.
And I was also struck by the lawyers who you could feel the sense of dread when they realized who was calling. I guess, and this might not be a question you can answer, but do you feel that people truly have equal access to justice regardless of their financial circumstances in our justice system?
In civil matters?
In both civil and criminal.
No, I don't think they do, frankly. And frankly, if you have a family case and somebody has an experienced family lawyer and you're dealing with some complex issues regarding best interest of the child, and the other person's self-represented, it's not equal. It's not equal. It's just how it is. And because the law court precedents are clear that we have to hold self-represented the same requirements and following the rules of evidence, and they just don't know how to do it, because they don't, they think they could bring in a statement from a non-party witness, hearsay. We run into so much problem with the hearsay rules, and sometimes opposing counsel will be somewhat, they'll hold back their objections, but if they object and the rules of evidence are applied, then it can be very frustrating. So no, I don't think we have equal access to justice.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for all of your answers to the committee questions, Judge Mulhern. The chair will now take comments from persons attending this hearing who wish to speak for or against the nomination. Anyone who has a written statement but who does not wish to speak should have submitted the statement with the committee clerk prior to today's hearing. All such statements shall contain the name and residence of the person who prepared the statement. A copy of each written statement presented to the committee at this hearing will be made available to the nominee upon his or her request prior to the committee's vote, and the nominee will have an opportunity to respond to the written comment. Those who wish to speak in person registered with the committee clerk prior to the start of this hearing and will be called upon by the chairs, at which time they will be promoted to panelist status in Zoom and can be seen and heard. When it is your turn to speak, please observe the following. State your name and place of residence prior to presenting your testimony. Only comments concerning the suitability of this particular nominee for this particular position will be considered in order. All other comments will be considered out of order. After you are done speaking and there are no more questions from the members of the committee, you will be returned to attendee status and the next person will be called. So I am going to start the process of recognizing people, and I have a list and we will go in the order of this list. And so I'm just going to call on individuals who have signed up in advance. And we'll start with Anne Marie Pazar. You may unmute yourself and address the committee. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Anne Marie Pazar, and I live in Yarmouth, Maine. Members of the committee and Judge Mulhern, I am honored to be here today to speak in support of the Honorable Judge Richard Mulhern's appointment to the Maine Superior Court. For those of you who don't know me, I am an assistant district attorney for York County with my home court located in Biddeford. I have appeared before Judge Mulhern many, many times over the last 5 years on behalf of the state in criminal cases. I am speaking today from my own personal experience and not on behalf of the York County DA's office. I have practiced law as an attorney for the state of Maine in various positions since 1988, and I have appeared before many judges and justices. I have seen changes in our criminal justice system in Maine and in other parts of the country, which now more than ever before call upon members of the judiciary to use the law as a telescope to see more clearly what is going on outside of the courtroom. No longer is the district court, where I primarily practice, tasked with the single role of fact-finding and applying the law. From my own experience, each defendant in a criminal case comes into court with a myriad of hardships, special circumstances, trauma, fears, responsibilities about which no one knows other than perhaps his or her attorney, if he or she is fortunate enough to have the assistance of one. A judge's temperament, demeanor, undivided attention to detail, and willingness to discuss solutions with defendants and their counsel can make a significant and positive difference for change in the lives of those individuals, and thereby benefit society as a whole. These are my thoughts from my personal professional experience with Judge Mulhern. In a professional arena, such as the criminal courtroom, which is widely considered to be by nature adversarial, Judge Mulhern has fostered an atmosphere from the bench that encourages prosecutors and defense attorneys to engage in problem solving rather than arguing. Judge Mulhern demonstrates compassion and kindness to every defendant with whom he interacts from the bench. He listens attentively to all sides from the prosecutor, defense counsel, and most importantly, to defendants and victims who want to be heard. There have been times when the advocacy takes on a life of its own and the speaker gets wrapped up in the moment, myself included, and Judge Mulhern has never interrupted or rushed to judgment. I don't remember ever seeing him lose his temper or become irritated even when faced with disrespect. He is calm, thoughtful, and deliberate in his decisions. He ensures that pro se defendants especially understand the process, their constitutional rights, and shows them and every person in the courtroom and in chambers conferences the utmost respect for their legal positions as well as for them as individuals. I will give you a couple of examples from my personal experience. There are two types of cases which we have been seeing more and more frequency over the last 4 years in Biddeford. Defendants who suffer from untreated mental illness, substance use disorder, and defendants who and medical challenges, all of which are exacerbated by homelessness, and defendants who suffer from drug addiction. Judge Mulhern has been extremely supportive of attempts to facilitate mental health examinations with goals of diagnosis and treatment. He has always made himself available to the state and defense counsel when time is of the essence in obtaining a court order to accomplish these goals. I often strive in my capacity as a DA to seek out resources for defendants who suffer from drug addiction as well. When I present a plea resolution to Judge Mulhern in a case where defendant's criminal behavior seems correlated to his or her drug addiction, he always listens intently and focuses attention on the defendant. I have seen him spend time with defendants to encourage them with their opportunity for treatment or to recognize the work that they have already done and to let them know that the court supports them in their efforts to help themselves. It may not seem like a lot to some, but I have observed how impactful Judge Mulhern's words have been to people. He cares, he asks questions, he listens, he considers. He decides based on his legal authority, but never without the element of humanity. For all of these reasons, Judge Mulhern is a valuable member of the judiciary, no matter at what level. So I thank you for allowing me time to speak and for listening.
Thank you very much for your comments here today.
You're welcome.
Do any members of the committee wish to ask any questions? Seeing none, we will thank you and move on to our next statement, which is from Brendan Riley.
Good morning, Senator Carney and Representative Harnett, members of the Judiciary Committee. I know a few of you, but for those who don't know me, my name is Brendan Riley. I'm from Westbrook, Maine. I'm the chair of the litigation department at Jensen Baird in Portland. I'm a civil trial attorney, practiced for 25 years in state and federal courts. I wanted to echo John's comments earlier about public service and local service. I had the pleasure of serving 17 years on the Westbrook City Committee and City Council. And my son is actually a state rep in his first term here at the legislature. So I say all that simply to say that I know personally the sacrifice that all of you make in your roles on this committee and in the legislature, and it's not often thanked. So I do thank all of you for your service and your involvement. I am honored today to speak on behalf of Judge Mulhern. I've had the opportunity to litigate in most of our courts over the past 25 years for the state of Maine, and before most of the justices and judges who have been on the bench during that time period. And I can say unequivocally that Judge Mulhern is one of our best and would be a fantastic addition to the Superior Court. I've tried cases before him at the district and in the business and consumer court levels. And there are 5 attributes that I thought might be helpful for me to very briefly share with you and why I support his nomination and ask you to confirm him. The first is he is, of course, intelligent and knows the law. In his years of practice, private practice, and at the district court and at the business and consumer court levels, he has developed a knowledge of both civil and criminal matters that is both deep and broad. The second is he is diligent, thorough, and hardworking. He digs into cases, understanding both the legal issues and the personal factors that may motivate the litigation. He handled one very complicated shareholder dispute for me involving family members in conflict, in which every document request was fought tooth and nail. I've lost count of the number of discovery dispute conferences we had with him, but every single one he took as an opportunity to dig in and to move the case forward, and he did. The third attribute that I wanted to share is that he is efficient and practical. There are, as was mentioned earlier by some of the questioning, there are already so many obstacles to justice. Cost and time to trial are gigantic obstacles to that access, and they are interconnected. The longer litigation lasts, the more process and steps are involved, the more expensive it is, and the farther away justice may be. Judge Mulhern understands this. He unties knots in the litigation. He does not stand on pomp or ceremony or unnecessary procedure, and he always seeks to move the case forward to a resolution as efficiently as possible. The next one is he can be tough. There are judges who will move heaven and earth to try to avoid making a decision. but he understands that he is the one wearing the robe, and it's ultimately up to him to make a fair and timely decision. The final attribute I wanted to mention, and this was referred to before, is that he listens. This may be the most extraordinary attribute of all. If clients could resolve disputes on their own, they wouldn't need lawyers. And if clients and lawyers could decide disputes on our own, we wouldn't need judges. The only disputes that reach judges are the ones that cannot be otherwise decided. Issues are hard. Tempers are frayed. What makes a resolution infinitely more difficult and guarantees that everyone will be displeased with the result is a judge who doesn't listen, who makes the parties feel that they are not being heard. If you appear before Judge Mulhern, as I have many times, you know that you will be heard. For all of those reasons, and of course many more, I am honored to support Judge Mulhern's nomination. I urge all of you to confirm, and I'm happy to answer any questions you might have for me.
Thank you very much, Mr. Riley. Do any members of the committee have questions? Not seeing any. Thank you for your comments today. And next we will hear from Wendy Moulton. I see that she's present in our electronic meeting. Go ahead, Ms. Moulton.
Good morning. Thank you, Senator Carney, members of the judiciary, and Judge Mulhern. It's a pleasure to come here. I would get greater pleasure from actually being to go. I think all of us would, but thank you for the opportunity to participate. I am Wendy S. Moulton, and I have a small boutique practice, a general practice in York County. At this point, I live in Portsmouth, New Hampshire, which I feel somewhat of a traitor even saying that, because before 3 years ago, I lived all of my life in Maine, and happily so. But district court is basically where my practice lives. I have appeared hundreds, if not thousands of times there in 20 years of practice. And since Judge Mulhern came to York County, I have appeared before him on many occasions as well. Most notably, I think, in the protective custody docket, which I think is probably one of the most difficult dockets that any judge has to sit in front of. Lots of tears and sadness and unhappy things in those courtrooms. And I have always found Judge Mulhern to be, as others have said, very patient, very kind, very respectful of people that, from my own standpoint, sometimes I don't feel deserve respect. He never portrays that disrespect to people that come before him. I've obviously appeared before him with Assistant District Attorney Pazar, and I echo what she says, that he is very conscious of the people coming before him with things that are not necessarily legal problems, that have become legal problems or are part of the legal problems that they have. I came to speak in favor of his elevation, but if there's something that I could say against it, it would be that it will be a loss in the district court for us to have him move to Superior Court. We have wonderful judges in York County. I think we're very fortunate. I appreciate it, but I certainly appreciate Judge Mulhern. And on the very rare occasion that I go to Superior Court, I recognize that he will do a fantastic job there as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much for speaking today in favor of the nominee. Are there any members of the committee who wish to ask a question? Seeing none, we thank you very much for your contributions.
Thank you.
The next speaker is David Bobrow, and there's a possibility that he was not able to join us. So I would just ask Mr. Bobrow, if you are here, could you unmute yourself and begin your remarks? Okay, it appears that he was not able to join us, so we will move on to Kelly McDonald speaking on behalf of the Maine Bar Association.
Good morning, Senator Carney, Representative Harnett, members of the committee. Thank you so much for having me here this morning. My name is Kelly McDonald. I'm a lawyer at Murray, Plum & Murray in Portland, which is also where I reside. But I am here today as the president of the Maine State Bar Association. The association enthusiastically supports the nomination of Judge Mulhern to the Superior Court. I appeared in front of this committee, was it just last week? It seems like even longer ago than that. As I mentioned then, the Maine State Bar Association is a voluntary association of lawyers. We have a membership of about 3,000 lawyers in Maine. And one of the important things that we do is to collect information on judges who are up for reappointment. To that end, we send out a survey to all of our members for each of the judges, such as Judge Mulhern. We take that data, we collect it, and we use that information as the basis for the recommendation of the association as a whole. With regards to Judge Mulhern, the survey results indicated that he is rated as good or excellent by over 98% of those who responded to the survey. The results of his evaluation show that Maine lawyers find Judge Mulhern to be intelligent, compassionate, fair, and even-handed. He is also described as competent, well-prepared, and articulate. Judge Mulhern is commended for his knowledge of the law, and those that appear in front of him appreciate his balanced approach and his experience in the courtroom. Attorneys comment on his ability to run a civil and controlled courtroom. All of these traits have earned Judge Mulhern the support and respect of the members of our association. We believe that Maine citizens will benefit from Judge Mulhern's continued service on the bench, and in particular on the Superior Court bench. So that is the association's view, that we encourage this committee to support the nomination of Judge Mulhern. From a personal level, in my only 15 years of practicing law, doing civil litigation, I think I've only appeared in front of Judge Mulhern once at the business and consumer docket on a case that unfortunately quickly ended up settling. So I didn't have the pleasure of those many discovery conferences that Attorney Riley enjoyed. But my encounter with him was pleasant, and as I recall, helped move the parties towards a more courteous and fulsome conversation about getting the case resolved. So with that, I am happy to take any questions. Thank you for having me here today.
Thank you for your presentation today. At this point, I will ask committee members if anyone would like to be recognized for a question. Not seeing any hands. Thank you very much, Mr. McDonald. And next on our list, and the last person who notified us in advance, is Chris Lewis from the Maine Trial Lawyers Association. You may proceed, Mr. Lewis.
Thank you. Senator Carney, Representative Harnett, and the Judiciary Committee members. My name is Chris Lewis. I'm partner at Hardy Wolf & Downing in Lewiston and a resident of the town of Cumberland. I am here today to represent the Maine Trial Lawyers Association. I'm the current president. On behalf of my association, I'm here to speak in support of the Honorable Richard Mulhern's nomination to the Maine Superior Court. Before I begin, I'd like to outline MTLA's procedures in determining how we go about today's testimony. We survey our membership regarding all of the nominees' experience, temperament, skill, and ethics. Our executive committee reviews these results and adds their own experiences with nominees to the results. Today's testimony is a result of that process. On behalf of the MTLA, I am proud to endorse Judge Mulhern's appointment to the Maine Superior Court. Our members rated Judge Mulhern highly in his legal competence, ability, impartiality, and legal temperament. Another described one respondent to our survey described Judge Mulhern as fair, knowledgeable, and intelligent. Another described the nominee as having demonstrated a pragmatic fairness as a unified criminal judge. He is even-handed, fair, but in no way a pushover. In reviewing these survey results, our executive committee agrees with these assessments, and our members went back. We looked at our previous survey results, and Judge Mulhern has been very highly rated since he originally was appointed in 2007. Through a quarter century as a private attorney and 14 years as a district court judge, has prepared Judge Mulhern for this position on the Superior Court. He has presided over cases in the unified criminal docket in 7 counties, including criminal trials. He has managed complex civil and criminal matters in the business and consumer docket. He has pursued national training in domestic violence cases in response to those cases that he saw on his docket. And the MTLA's executive committee believes his wide-ranging experience will serve him well as a Superior Court judge. Based upon his excellent survey results and considerable experience, we are happy to endorse his appointment to the Maine Superior Court. We believe his appointment will honor the bench and the people of Maine. And thank you, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much, Mr. Lewis. Do members of the committee have any questions? Seeing none, we appreciate your presenting today, Mr. Lewis. At this point, I would ask if there are other individuals who have appeared at this nomination hearing for the purpose of speaking in support of the candidate. I'm not seeing anyone. Let me just toggle back and forth here. Is there anyone who has appeared at the hearing today for the purpose of speaking in opposition to the candidate? The nominee, excuse me. And I also am not seeing anyone. At this point, all public comments having been taken, the committee will proceed as follows. We will review any additional written comments on the nomination that have been received by the committee. And I believe that all of the written comments have already been presented to the committee, and I would ask our clerk, Ms. Panett, to confirm that.
That is correct, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much. The next step is to vote on the nomination and notify the President of the Senate pursuant to Title III MRSA Section 157 and the joint rules. The vote must be taken within 40 days from the date of the governor's written notice, and we are within that time frame. The hearing by the Joint Standing Committee on the Judiciary for the Honorable Richard W. Mulhern of Falmouth for appointment as Superior Court Justice is closed. We now move on to taking the vote. In accordance with the law, the committee may not take the vote on this nomination sooner than 15 minutes after the close of the public hearing, unless all committee members who are present agree. At this time, therefore, the chair will inquire whether any member present objects to proceeding to the vote immediately. So I would ask committee chairs, if you have an objection, please either use the raise hand function, or if that does not work for you, then wave your hand. So a call for any objection to moving to the vote immediately. I'm not seeing any. Thank you. The pending question before the committee is that the Joint Standing Committee on the Judiciary recommend to the Senate of the 130th Maine Legislature that the nomination of the Honorable Richard W. Mulhern of Falmouth for appointment as a Superior Court Justice be confirmed. In accordance with 3 MRSA, Chapter 6, Section 157, and with the joint rules of the 130th Legislature, the vote will be taken by the yeas and nays. A vote of yes will be in favor of recommending confirmation. A vote of no will be against the motion to recommend confirmation. Is the committee ready for the question? The committee clerk will call the roll.
Senator Carney.
Yay.
Senator Carney votes yes. Senator Sanborn. Senator Keim.
Yes.
Senator Keim votes yes. Representative Harnett.
Yes.
Representative Harnett votes yes. Representative Babbage.
Yes.
Representative Babbage votes yes. Representative Galgay-Reckett.
Yes.
Representative Galgay-Reckett votes yes. Representative Moriarty.
Yes.
Representative Moriarty votes yes. Representative Sheehan.
Yes.
Representative Sheehan votes yes. Representative Hagan. Representative Downs.
Yes.
Representative Downs votes yes. Representative Libby.
Yes.
Representative Libby votes yes. Representative Poirier.
Yes.
Representative Poirier votes yes. Representative Evangelos.
Yes.
Representative Evangelos votes yes. Representative Newell.
Yes.
Representative Newell votes yes. Senator Sanborn. Senator Sanborn is absent. Representative Hagan. Representative Hagan is absent. Madam Chair, that's the roll.
Thank you very much, Ms. Panett. 12 members of the committee, having voted in the affirmative, and no members of the committee in the negative, it is the vote of the Joint Standing Committee on the Judiciary that the nomination of the Honorable Richard W. Mulhern of Falmouth for appointment as a Superior Court Justice be confirmed. We are truly honored to have you as a rising Superior Court Justice and appreciate all of your service to the state of Maine.
Thank you, Senator Carney, and thank all the committee members for your service. And I want to say that I think the YouTube channel is a great addition to public access. And I've been watching it in the morning while riding my Peloton. So it's a whole new melding of exercise and public policy. So I've enjoyed it.
That's very interesting to hear. Ordinarily, we as members of the committee would approach you and shake your hand, and we hope to do that someday, even though we can't do it today. So we would like to just give you a virtual round of applause, if that is okay with you.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And we have and we appreciate all of the members of the public who have spoken today in favor of this wonderful nominee. Our next nomination hearing for members of the committee was supposed to start 2 minutes ago. I think we would all benefit from a short 5-minute break. And so if everyone who is still part of the electronic meeting could mute and stop their video, and if we could reconvene at 2:37, I think that would be appropriate. We'll see you all back in this electronic space in 5 minutes.
10:37.
Welcome, Judge Lawrence. It's nice to see you. We'll get started in just a minute. I don't know if you were on earlier, but we needed just a short break between nomination hearings.
Understood. Thank you very much, Senator Carney. Good morning.
Good morning. I see that most of our committee members have returned, and many members of the public who are planning to speak at this nomination hearing are also with us. And so we'll start in just a moment the nomination hearing for Judge Lawrence. Before we begin, I would like to introduce the two people who actually have put so much effort into making these nomination hearings using the electronic meeting format proceed so smoothly. And those are the Judiciary Committee Clerk, Supi Panett, and the Judiciary Committee Analyst, Peggy Range. And I would just ask if you could both accept our gratitude and appreciation for helping us do this so smoothly in an entirely new way. Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the nomination hearing for the reappointment of Judge Rick E. Lawrence of Portland to the Maine District Court. This is a public hearing of the Joint Standing Committee on the Judiciary for the purpose of considering the nomination by the governor of the Honorable Rick E. Lawrence of Portland for reappointment as a district court judge. The meeting today is being conducted electronically. Under the law and the joint rules of the legislature, this committee is required to hold this public hearing and to recommend confirmation or denial of the nominee by majority vote of the committee members present and voting. As chairs of the committee, we will send written notice of the committee's recommendations to the President of the Senate. The committee will hear testimony from and have an opportunity to question the governor or her representative, the nominee, and any other persons present who wish to speak for or against the nomination. Before we get started, I want to share some information related to the fact that this meeting is being conducted using an electronic format. This meeting is currently being live streamed on the committee's YouTube channel. This means that anyone who is a participant in the meeting via Zoom can be seen and also heard if their microphone is unmuted. People testifying cannot be seen or heard until they are called upon to speak. This meeting will be recorded and available to view on the committee's YouTube channel soon after the meeting today, so at the end of the day today, has been concluded. We'll move on to the motion to confirm. Pursuant to Title III, Section 157 of the Maine statutes, which requires that there be an affirmative motion to recommend the confirmation of the nominee, the chair recognizes Representative Lois Galgay-Reckitt for the purpose of making such a motion.
I move that the Joint Standing Committee on Judiciary recommend confirmation of the Honorable Rick E. Lawrence of Portland for reappointment as District Court Judge.
Is there a second to the nomination? Representative Babbage.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I second the motion to recommend renomination of the Honorable Rick E. Lawrence to be judge of the district court.
Thank you. The statutory requirements for this position are posted on the committee's webpage. The chair now recognizes Jerry Reed for the purpose of making a statement concerning this nomination.
Thank you. Good morning, Senator Carney, Representative Harnett, and members of the Joint Standing Committee on the Judiciary. I'm Jerry Reed, legal counsel to the governor, here today to present the Honorable Rick E. Lawrence as the governor's nominee for reappointment to the Maine District Court. We have posted Judge Lawrence at this time because his term is scheduled to expire on March 18th, 2021. Judge Lawrence has just completed his third term on the district court. He was appointed in 2000 and has served there with distinction. Before joining the bench, Judge Lawrence had a legal career at Unum in Portland, and before that at a large Portland law firm. Before attending law school, Judge Lawrence also worked for several years in the private sector. Judge Lawrence is a graduate of Harvard Law School and has an undergraduate degree in political science from Yale University. Since his appointment, Judge Lawrence has presided primarily in Lewiston, South Paris, Rumford, and Farmington district courts, as well as the unified criminal docket in Androscoggin, Oxford, and Franklin counties. He has also appeared occasionally in Springvale, Portland, Bridgeton, and West Bath district courts to accommodate recusal cases or otherwise on special assignment. Governor Mills has every confidence in Judge Lawrence. He's known to be an exceptionally knowledgeable, intelligent, and capable jurist. This reappointment is well-deserved, and the people of the state of Maine will be fortunate to have Judge Lawrence's continued service. On behalf of the governor, I respectfully request your support for the reappointment of Judge Lawrence and would be pleased to answer any questions that the committee may have of me. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Reed. Do members of the committee have questions for Mr. Reed? Seeing none, I will recognize John Hobson, the co-chair of the Judicial Selection Committee. Mr. Hobson, your audio is not coming through.
My fault. I apologize for that.
No need to apologize. We're delighted that you're here. Go ahead.
Senator Carney, Representative Harnett, members of the Joint Standing Committee. My name is John Hobson. I am chair of Governor Mills' Judicial Selection Committee. And on behalf of the committee, I request that this committee act positively on the renomination of Judge Lawrence. Judge Lawrence has been really a rock for the district court in the Androscoggin, Oxford area. Judge Lawrence, because of his intelligence and his educational achievements, had any number of career paths, yet he chose public service. And it's a testament to Judge Lawrence that he's willing to once again re-up for a term in a court that candidly can be difficult for a judge unless they have the experience and ability to control a courtroom in a way that allows the participants to feel like they've been heard, but still move things along. There's always a balance between having the public who appears in front of you and the participants in district court, having them feel that they've been heard, because that's obviously very important. But make no mistake about it, district court is a very busy place, and the docket could get clogged if one doesn't balance the two, the need to basically proceed efficiently and the need to basically give everyone a fair hearing and fair participation. Judge Lawrence has mastered that. And Judge Lawrence is known to have mastered that throughout the system. And as I say, he has really been a rock for the district court system, really the judicial system with the unified criminal docket in the areas in which he has been serving. And we're fortunate, the citizens of the state are fortunate. First, we were fortunate that Judge Lawrence really took public service to heart and joined the judicial branch to begin with. But we're doubly fortunate now the experience that he has gained over his many years in the job, that he's willing to essentially re-up for another term and serve the people of the state of Maine. And so the Judicial Selection Committee both thanks Judge Lawrence for agreeing to re-up and request that this committee act favorably on the renomination of Judge Lawrence to another term. With that, Madam Chair, I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much. Do members of the committee have questions for Mr. Hobson? Seeing none, we thank you for your remarks here today. The chair now recognizes the Honorable Rick E. Lawrence for the purpose of making a statement concerning his nomination. Welcome, Judge Lawrence.
Thank you very much. Senator Carney, Representative Harnett, and members of the Joint Standing Committee on Judiciary, good morning. I'm Rick Lawrence from Portland, Maine, and I'm here seeking reappointment as a judge of the Maine District Court. I want to thank Governor Mills for nominating me to be reappointed. I also want to thank you for the opportunity to address the Joint Committee regarding my reappointment. I'll try to keep my remarks brief and then respond to any questions you may have. Let me start by saying that it has been both an honor and a privilege to serve the people of the state of Maine as a district court judge. I remain enthusiastic about the opportunity to continue to serve in that capacity. Nearly 21 years on the bench has passed with astonishing speed. No doubt that perception is a result of the work being fast-paced, challenging, evolving, and compelling. At the same time, the passage of so much time has served to underscore those very same job attributes. As a result of this paradox, I can say that nearly every day on the bench, I have learned something new about humanity, the legal process, the application of the law, or life. It's been a rare occasion I've not reflected on a day's proceedings and thought about how I might have approached it differently or tried to improve the overall process. From the start of my original appointment, I understood that the essence of my job description is to do justice. That has always struck me as being both an awesome and humbling responsibility. Now, after 21 years in the job, I would hasten to add, and to do so promptly and efficiently to that description. Despite the strain of those potentially competing demands over the years, I simply can't imagine a better job. For most of the time on the bench, I've been assigned to the courts located in Judicial Region 3, which encompasses the courts in Androscoggin, Oxford, and Franklin counties. While I've presided in all 4 district courts in Region 3, I sat most often in Lewiston District Court. Then in April of last year, I stepped into a leadership role in the Maine Judicial Branch as Deputy Chief Judge of the District Court. In that role, I assist Chief Judge Jed French in the planning, generation of reports, and other administrative duties related to the operation of the Maine District Courts. Suffice it to say that the last 10 months have been unlike anything I've ever seen during my time on the bench, and not exactly what I envisioned when I signed up for these new duties. Without trying to be melodramatic, the challenges to the judicial branch's mission to administer justice by providing a safe, accessible, efficient, and impartial system of dispute resolution that serves the public interest, protects individual rights, and instills respect for the law have been daunting. The persistent, determined efforts of the people of the judicial branch to carry out that mission in the face of the pandemic have been inspiring. Their example makes me extremely proud to be a part of Maine's 3rd branch of government. During my time on the bench, I've gained a practical appreciation for the role of the courts in the state of Maine. I understand that for most Mainers, going to court means some type of proceeding in the district court. So I'm accustomed to seeing people coming to district court on a wide range of legal issues, expecting to deal with their cases the way they do on the judge shows on television, and being largely unaware of the nature of real court proceedings. When I was first appointed, the public's lack of familiarity with the court system came as a surprise to me. Easily 65 to 70% of the matters that come before me involve at least one party who is not represented by an attorney. It's beyond question that these unrepresented litigants deserve the prompt and fair administration of justice. But to get it, they usually need a crash course on the function that the courts serve, how courts go about fulfilling that function, and the results they realistically should expect from the court process. In my time on the bench, I've increasingly incorporated elements of a mini civics lesson, a primer on legal norms, and nuts and bolts tips on trial procedure as a part of how I preside over cases. My hope is that these efforts have helped litigants who've appeared in my courtroom to better appreciate the process, even if they might not be happy with the result of the process. Since the last time I was before this committee, I'm older, grayer, hopefully wiser, but now somewhat wistful. My mother passed away a few years ago at 89 years of age. On the opposite end of the emotional spectrum, one of my daughters persevered and got married despite the pandemic. So, having passed two more major milestones in my life, please forgive me as I attempt to be reflective for a moment. Oliver Wendell Holmes posited, "The life of the law has not been logic, it has been experience." As I have come to understand Holmes' observation, it's meant to remind judges to never let the law lose touch with the needs of ordinary people. To me, the district court is the embodiment of the guidance embedded in Justice Holmes' observation. Maine district courts do retail justice. They deal in volume. Further, district courts deal with the types of cases, divorces, parental rights and responsibilities actions, guardianships, child protective actions, adoptions, evictions, involuntary hospitalizations, weapons restriction actions, actions for protection from abuse and harassment, misdemeanor and felony criminal matters, just to name a few, that impact the fundamental constitutional rights, personal safety issues, and the liberty interest of thousands of Mainers. Thus, every year, Maine district courts issue thousands of orders that directly impact in a myriad of ways how the citizens of Maine live their lives. As I've said, I'm eager to continue as a district court judge. I must acknowledge, however, that often a party has not been pleased by my decision in a particular matter. In fact, there have been times when all the parties in a case were dissatisfied with my decision. I do my best to factually and legally support my decisions, and when possible and appropriate, I try to explain my decision directly to the parties. Some litigants, however, are unable to move beyond the fact that they have not prevailed in a matter. It is in a certain respect an occupational hazard of being a judge. That said, it should not be minimized out of hand. A few years ago, a young man approached me in a restaurant and asked me if I was Judge Lawrence. After I said that I was, he extended his hand. As we shook hands, the young man said that I probably did not remember it, but I was the judge in his parental rights case. He then told me that my decision in the case had ruined his life, and he walked off. That encounter has stayed with me as it encapsulated the potentially life-altering consequences of the work of the district court. It also was an in-your-face reminder for me of the awesome and humbling responsibility I spoke of reposed in a district court judge. That particular encounter has and continues to serve as motivation for me to strive to be better as a district court judge. I know I promised to keep my remarks today brief, but there is one more thing I need to add to my testimony. I want to thank my wife, Barbara, and my daughters, Lee and Tynan, for their understanding, their patience, and encouragement through the years. My work as a judge has not always been easy on them. I would not have been appointed to the district court originally and could not have been reappointed without their sustained love and support. In closing, I respectfully submit to you that my experience and the perspective I've developed about the role of a district court judge support my reappointment. I hope the committee concurs in that assessment. Thank you for your time. I'd be happy to respond to any questions that the committee members might have.
Thank you very much, Judge Lawrence. We really appreciate your remarks this morning. Still morning. I see that a member of the committee has her hand raised, several do. And first I will recognize Representative Lois Galgay-Reckitt with questions.
Judge Lawrence, welcome. You may wonder why a person from South Portland is nominating you. as opposed to someone from Lewiston. It is no reflection on what people in Lewiston think of you, I have to say. It's because I lobbied heavily to do the honors, because I'm a great admirer of you and your judicial operations. I have, however, never sat in your court, but your reputation precedes you, and I've met you several times at institutes of one kind or another. I have two questions, one of which is about the judicial system in general and the training of judges and so forth. My question is, particularly for newly appointed judges, do you think there is sufficient training that is given to those judges, particularly in the areas of domestic violence?
I think that we do our best, given the constraints that we have in terms of when we're getting new judges on board, as in the current situation where we are shorthanded, if you will, on the bench, of trying to determine a way of getting those judges the training they need in the various areas that they will be addressing as a part of the district court jurisdiction. The difficulty is that over the 20 plus years I've been on the bench, the area of that jurisdiction keeps expanding, so we have more and more work to do. Specifically responding to your question about domestic violence matters, though, I can say that I believe we do a better job of it now, and I also than we did when I first started on the bench. And I'd like to say that I think that the years I've been on the bench, it has been a primary area of focus in terms of the training that we try to provide for judges, because of the way that those issues permeate a number of the dockets that we deal with.
Thank you. Just quickly, I was interested that you've been promoted, quote unquote, to the deputy chief judge position, which sounds like it was not so much a promotion as a heavy job to do. Do you think that, this is a personal question, do you have judicial aspirations beyond the district court?
Well, to be honest with you, I sought out the opportunity to become a part of leadership in the district court. The slightly longer answer to your question is that I truly have enjoyed my time on the bench in the district court, and some of the aspects that I described in terms of the pace, the variety of issues that you deal with, and perhaps in part because of the fact that you do have the opportunity of dealing with people who come in and represent themselves, and at least trying to help them to navigate the judicial process, is something that I found intriguing and interesting and captivating and frustrating. And so I think that's all part of the mix, and that's why I've enjoyed remaining on the district court.
Well, frankly, I'm glad to have you stay on the district court for those very reasons. Thank you very much, Judge Lawrence.
Thank you.
And I think the next member of the committee who had a hand raised was Representative Evangelos. Is that correct? Representative Evangelos, I don't know if you're speaking, but if you are, could you please unmute? Thanks.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I was muted. I just wanted to thank Judge Lawrence for his service to the state and his very eloquent testimony. And I just have one quick question. Judge Lawrence, the Judiciary Committee and the Commission on Indigent Legal Services is very concerned about the findings of the Sixth Amendment Center report. And I just are you familiar with it? And
yes, I have read it.
Okay, and if you had any comments, if you wanted to elaborate on, but that was my only question for you, sir. Thank you.
Well, I think it is something that the results of the report are something that were eye-opening and of a concerning nature, and it's something that, as a member of the bench, and I know that my fellow members of the bench take quite seriously, and are endeavoring to see that individuals are afforded the appropriate type of legal representation in the context of the matters that come before now the district court and the superior court in the context of the unified criminal docket. And it's going to be work that we're going to have to carry forward into the future in an earnest fashion.
Thank you.
I believe that Representative Moriarty was the next member of the committee with a hand raised. Go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning, Judge Lawrence. We met the last time about 7 years ago at the time of your previous renomination. And so it's good to see you again this morning. A quick question. Currently, for new nominations to the court, the system uses a form called a candidate questionnaire. We have been provided with a copy of the last comparable document that you filled out 7 years ago. It was then known as a personal data questionnaire. And it is, in fact, a different kind of document, asking in some respects a different array of questions. So I don't expect to hold you to complete memory of what you wrote 7 years ago, but I need to ask whether in the intervening 7 years anything has transpired in your professional career that would cause you to modify, amend, or change any of the responses that you previously provided to the committee?
To be honest with you, Representative Moriarty, I'm not sure that I specifically remember all the answers that I provided in the context of the prior iteration of that, of the questions that were presented by the then governor. I think that from a professional standpoint, just the most significant change would be the types of cases that I now address have changed in the context of a modification of our jurisdiction with respect to matters such as adoptions, as well as with respect to guardianships. And so that has been a new learning curve to surmount. From the standpoint of philosophy or approach to cases, I think that the other thing that I would suggest is that there's been an increased number of matters in which someone is unrepresented in the context of proceedings that are before the court. So I think that in that respect, the judicial branch has made some progress in terms of, most recently that comes to mind, in terms of the modifications that have been made with respect to the judicial branch website, which hopefully now is more user-friendly and more accessible for individuals who may be representing themselves. I think over time as well, or since that time that I last responded, that internally, at least in my experience here in the Lewiston-Auburn area, I know that we've tried to increase the opportunity for folks who represent themselves to have the opportunity to a courthouse assistance program that I'm not sure was in existence at the point in time that I last filled out the questionnaire. So that's for individuals, family members who can come in and actually meet with a lawyer to get at least a lawyer of the day, so to speak, who can provide them some background and some context for the particular family matters proceeding that they have. Also, I think since that time, there's been the development of the defense project that has come forward in the context of protection from abuse matters that are heard on a weekly basis here. And essentially that's a circumstance in which a number of attorneys in the Lewiston-Auburn area have banded together to come in and provide legal representation in the context of those types of proceedings when the other party is represented by an attorney. So perhaps a leveling of the playing field in that context. So I think that the most significant change in any responses I would have given would be sensitivity to the needs of those folks who are representing themselves, and hopefully an enhancement of the opportunities to provide them with information that would allow them, to the extent that they don't necessarily qualify for some type of legal assistance, at least providing them with information that perhaps can empower them in the context of representing themselves.
Sure. I'm curious to know, when did adoption cases move from the probate court to the district court?
I believe we're talking 2018 is my recollection.
Okay. Back in the 126th, we amended the law to require hearings in adoption cases, and previously hearings were not technically required in the probate court, and adoption could be granted without notice to the applying party. How have you found adoption hearings to have worked?
And adoption hearings, in terms of the contested adoption hearings, I have not presided over any of those that have been contested. In my experience, the process in terms of providing the notice is adequate. There just hasn't been someone who's come forward to actually oppose the matters that have been before me. I will say that the advent of actually being able to conclude the adoption process, that's something else that I should have indicated in terms of the new aspects of the district court jurisdiction. To have the opportunity to see a matter that may have been before you in the context of a child protective action, and to see it through to a new forever family being formed through the adoption process, is probably one of the things that is most heartening about this job now, to have a chance to be involved with that type of a proceeding.
Good. Well, thanks very much.
Thank you. And Representative Babbage, I believe that you are next.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Welcome, Judge Lawrence, and congratulations. I appreciate very much you including in your remarks the story of the young man that approached you in the restaurant. I think with a person of your long record of service, you could have chosen many successes to draw from, but I think it speaks highly of you that you would share this kind of an experience. We want people on the bench who are reflective of their decisions and understand consequence. And so I just wanted to make that comment. I have three very quick questions, I think, really, although with a person of your background and experience, which is really significant and impressive, who is this man behind the bench? And so I asked this question to the previous nominee. What can you tell us that are the influences that made you have the attitudes and values that you, everybody administers the law, but the person who has dealt with that responsibility is a unique individual, and I wondered if you could share what influences might have helped mold you.
How much time do you have?
Not much.
So yeah, in summary, I would say that part of what's molded me, and perhaps part of the reason that I'm in Maine, is that I grew up in a small town in Western Massachusetts, out in the Berkshire Hills. Actually, the Great Barrington, Massachusetts, is the town and birthplace of and childhood homestead of W.E.B. Du Bois. And so growing up in a small town where there were not that many folks of African-American persuasion, it was still a close-knit community within the Black community that was there, but also just in terms of being a small town. So you have long-standing experiences and friendships that develop. In fact, to this day, some of the folks that I have the most significant relationships with as an adult are people that I went to high school with, and that we still communicate and get together on a regular basis when there isn't a pandemic on. Those relationships that formed, on various activities and sporting events, you sort of learn life lessons there in terms of making a commitment to an effort or a goal. Although I have to say that over the space of 4 years, I think the high school football team I was on had something like a 23-2 record. So I learned to love that game for the sake of the game, as opposed to just simply participating in a winning enterprise. Fortunately, my college experience was a lot better than that. Also what influenced me was as I grew up, my parents were both from the South and migrated north post World War II. And so I remember trips that we took back to my mother's home in Alabama, my father's home in Mississippi. And so we're talking, I really date myself, but we're talking the late 50s to do this, getting in a car, driving down Interstate 95, and my parents pulling off so that we could get some refreshments and use a restroom. Not being able to do. My parents on a long trip having to search to find a place that would accommodate Black people in terms of being stayed on an overnight basis. I remember staying in my paternal mother's home, and waking up in the morning to the sunlight coming through the rafters of her home. And so all of that was the precursor to living up and, in large part, seeing the civil rights movement and how that ended up impacting myself and members of my family writ large, and seeing the progress that was made through the court system at that point in terms of challenging various laws that were found to be unconstitutional, and ended up having a direct impact on the lives of myself, my family members, etc. And that, quite honestly, was sort of, I guess, my entree to deciding that at one point that I might. There were two options that I was thinking of when I was growing up of careers: being a nuclear physicist. Unfortunately, I wasn't good with math, or good enough with math, or becoming a lawyer. It took me a while to get there, but ultimately did go to law school and became a lawyer. And so I would say that those have been the types of experiences and circumstances that have shaped my approach to the law, in terms of recognizing that you are dealing with people who, as I said, are trying to live their lives, but we come to the courts because they have a dispute that they can't resolve, and trying to find a way to resolve that dispute consistent with the facts and the law, and trying to get people to understand that process if they don't appreciate the result.
Thank you very much for that. Having brought race into the equation here, my awakening to race in Maine, really, I think when I was about 16, and this is years ago in the 60s, I read about a DJ that had come to Farmington, and evidently a stone had been thrown through the window of his home, and he decided to leave the community. And that was a small little article in the Portland Press Herald, but it made me shake my head, really, and so for you to be presiding, on the bench in that court is a wonderful thing. I have kind of a mechanical question to follow up on that, though. Can you help me to understand pre-COVID what your schedule would be like in having, as a district, such different communities as Lewiston, Farmington, and Rumford? In other words, how often would you physically actually go to those communities?
So, as I said, I primarily sat in Lewiston over the last 7 years, but what we did pre-COVID was to basically come up with a quarterly, and then we expanded it to a 6-month schedule so that you would know what court you would be going to in a given time frame. And the frequency with which you might go to the courtroom could be a function of whether or not we were understaffed in terms of sitting judges. During those times that we had those shortages, I sat more in South Paris and sat more in Rumford than what was the case when we did have a full complement of judges, although I think that in my recollection, that's been fleeting over the 21 years that I've been on the bench. So the dockets that you would see in those courts, or at least the major distinction, I think, would be this. One of the nice things about being in Lewiston, even though we don't always have a lot of time to do it, is that there are other judges here in the courthouse, usually at least one, sometimes two, because it is one of the larger courts. So you have the opportunity, if you come up against some particular gnarly issue in a given day, that you can try to catch another judge and to sort of bounce off of them, some of the parameters of the issue or problem that you're addressing, and sort of talk it through quickly in most circumstances. Whereas if you are a judge who is in prior to the reconstruction of the facility that we now have in South Paris, which is a consolidated courthouse, but take Rumford, that's a better example. If you're the judge in Rumford, you're the judge in Rumford. Whatever walks through the door in Rumford, you've got to deal with it. You usually don't have time to find another judge to bounce things off of. It is taking the time to address the protection from abuse complaint that's come through the door, the search warrant that you're being asked to review to determine whether or not there's probable cause for issuing it, or some of the more unusual events that you can get there in terms of things that, quite frankly, sometimes you've never addressed before, but it's on your desk and you're the judge and you need to make a decision.
Thank you.
Makes for a very interesting.
Yeah, before I let you go, with your experience, I just wanted to give you an opportunity to share an observation as to what do you think is the biggest obstacle to justice in Maine, given what we have today in 2021?
Well, I think it is the ability to actually access legal advice. It's difficult. It's difficult in the state given what you have for the cost of the legal advice and what you have for incomes of individuals, which is why I'm seeing now 60 to 65% of the cases involve someone who's representing themselves. And the real difficulty is trying to make folks in that situation aware of the consequences that come out of the decisions they make when they choose to represent themselves.
Gotcha. Thank you so much. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Thank you for your statements, Judge Lawrence. The next committee member is Representative Libby.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and good morning, Judge Lawrence. As a representative from Auburn, I appreciate your service in the Lewiston-Auburn area. Just a quick question, and it is in regards to this 7-year-old personal data questionnaire. So it's specifically regarding continuing judicial education, and you had answered that, of course, you had met the requirements for the past 13 years, and I'm presuming that that is the same for the past 7. My question is, I'm wondering on if you could give some specifics in that area. And what I'm particularly interested in is, I'm wondering, does that continuing education reflect a particular professional interest or focus for you? And that's my question.
Okay. And the types of training that have occurred, or at least the credit that's been received for judicial educational purposes, has been involved with areas such as child protective work in terms of presentations that have provided some context with regard to the aspects of substance abuse that and what individuals who are parents who have a substance abuse problem, what they are experiencing and trying to work through in terms of trying to make it get to a point where they can focus on the issue of trying to properly parent their children as they're trying to also deal with this problem that has encompassed so much of their life and their attention. And as well, domestic violence issues that are, well, I should go back to the substance abuse issues and how that will translate across various dockets that we have. And then I was about to explain that also, just recognizing in the context of the impact of domestic violence in the context of family matters cases, but also obviously in the realm of child protective cases. Has been part of the training that I've received. I think that the focus has been in large measure as a result of the consolidation of the Unified Criminal Docket, just in terms of gaining the skills to be able to conduct the voir dire as well as actually conduct jury trials. That's been a major focus over the last few years in terms of judicial training for all of the district court judges, but for myself in particular, which has had the result of being reaffirming from the standpoint of seeing how juries do take to the work that they are given in terms of, at least it's always been my experience, listening to the evidence that's presented, trying to discern what the facts are upon which they're going to base their decision, and then listening to the judge, explaining to them what the law is, and then going back and deliberating in a determined fashion to try to comply with their obligation to render a just verdict. So that's a little off from the point of reference that you gave by your question, but I do want to say that one of the things that's been most inspiring over the last 7 years has been the opportunity to do that type of criminal work. Up until the Unified Criminal Docket, every trial I'd ever done was a bench trial in district court. So that's been a significant change.
Thank you, Judge, and thank you, Madam Chair.
Yeah, thank you. And the next member of a committee, Representative Harnett, had indicated his raised hand function doesn't work. So, but he was next in the queue. So go ahead, Representative Harnett.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and good morning, Judge Lawrence. I want to start by just thanking you for your service. It is really a remarkable run and quite a benefit to the people from Maine. So thank you very much for that. My question has to do, you sit in Lewiston quite a bit, the Lewiston-Auburn area. So I suspect you, as much as, or maybe more than any judge in the state, are seeing more new Mainers in the judicial system. People perhaps with a different language, different religious beliefs, different cultures. And I'm curious, over the 21 years, what challenges that has brought to the court and you as a judge, and also what joys it has brought as well to you, perhaps.
The challenge. Thank you for the question. The challenges that have been presented by the impact of the Somali community in the Lewiston-Auburn area. Number one is just simply the language barrier. We have, over the years I've been on the bench, we've done an increasingly better job of providing information that is available to folks in their native language in terms of trying to explain what the court process is. But you still have circumstances where, let's say that we're conducting an arraignment docket, and again, I'm thinking more pre-COVID, but you have a mass docket where folks come in and basically have been charged with a criminal offense, and you're trying to get someone to understand their constitutional rights and then to have them enter a plea with respect to a charge that's been lodged against them. And there have been any number of times where you have someone who comes in who doesn't necessarily identify themselves as having a language barrier issue, and you get to the point where you're trying to conduct that person's arraignment, and you suddenly realize that they haven't had the benefit of a full explanation of their constitutional rights because it's not in their native language. And your options are somewhat limited at that point because we're so far down the line that we don't have a chance to get a live interpreter here at the courthouse in order to engage in that circumstance. We've tried to use alternatives such as what's known as the language line, which is a group of interpreters who are available via the telephone. But sometimes they're booked up, or sometimes you have problems with a call being dropped, or sometimes you are shifted over to another interpreter when you just had one after there was some sort of technical problem. So that poses difficulties. As well, there are cultural differences, and there are circumstances. I can remember an instance in which I was conducting a hearing in which I was of the belief that it was a divorce proceeding based upon what had been represented by the parties to their attorneys. In the midst of the evidentiary presentation, it became clear that the ceremony that they've been talking about was not a ceremony that had been cognized by any state or government entity. It was simply a religious ceremony. And in that particular circumstance, I think what we ended up doing was taking a recess, talking to counsel, having counsel talk to their clients, and coming back in and everybody stipulating for the record that what we were now going to finish conducting with that had started out as a divorce proceeding was going to be concluded as a parental rights and responsibilities action. There have been minor children born of this relationship. So there are those cultural aspects that also come through in the context of protection from abuse or protection from harassment matters. You sometimes have folks who want to minimize the actions and want to have those types of disputes resolved by the community elders and don't want to come to the courthouse. Or if they come to the courthouse, there's pressure that's sometimes applied to the parties to see if they will go and have the elders resolve it rather than putting it through the court system. And so those are challenges that we're attempting to do our best to try to bridge those gaps. It is a continuing process, work in progress, if you will.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Representative Evangelos, did you have a question?
Yes, I did. Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll confess, Judge Lawrence, since Sunday, I've had football on my brain. But didn't you play defensive tackle for Yale?
Yes, I did.
Thank you.
That was a much better experience from a winning standpoint than high school football was.
It was a much easier question too.
I'm scanning the members of the committee. Does any committee member have additional questions for Judge Lawrence? And I am not seeing any, so we'll move forward. The chair will now take comments from persons attending this hearing who wish to speak for or against this nomination. Anyone who has a written statement but who does not wish to speak should have submitted that statement with the committee clerk prior to today's hearing. All such statements shall contain the name and residence of the person who prepared the statement. A copy of each written statement presented to the committee at this hearing will be made available to the nominee upon his or her request prior to the committee's vote, and the nominee will have an opportunity to respond to the written comment. Now, just confirm with the Judiciary Committee clerk that all of the written statements have been distributed in advance to members of the committee.
That is correct, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much. Those who wish to speak in person registered with the committee clerk prior to the start of this hearing and will be called upon by the chairs, at which time they will be promoted to panelist status in Zoom and can be heard and seen. When it is your turn to speak, please observe the following. State your name and place of residence before your testimony. Only comments concerning the suitability of this particular nominee for this particular position will be considered in order. All other comments will be considered out of order. After you are done speaking and there are no more questions from the members, you will be returned to attendee status and the next person will be called. I have a list of people who signed up in advance, and I'm just going to start with the top of the list and call individuals as we proceed. The first person on the list is Sarah Mitchell. Sarah Mitchell, present and able to.
Yeah, I'm right here. Thank you.
Thank you very much. You may proceed.
Great, thank you. Members of this committee and Judge Lawrence, I'm honored to be here today to voice my enthusiastic support for the reappointment of the Honorable Rick Lawrence to the Maine District Court. My name is Sarah Mitchell, and I'm an attorney practicing primarily family law in the state of Maine since 2002. I'm a resident of Lewiston, Maine, and I'm the president of the law firm of Skelton, Dainter, and Abbott in Auburn, Maine. Since graduation from law school, I've practiced primarily in Androscoggin County, where Judge Rick Lawrence has been assigned. I'm also a rostered guardian ad litem in Title 19A cases and have routinely appeared in front of Judge Lawrence in that capacity as well. From 2014 to 2021, Judge Lawrence worked as the regional scheduling judge for Judicial Branch Region 3. His efforts did not go unnoticed. During that time, attorneys and parties could rely on the organized and well-run scheduling of the court. Trailing dockets, often considered to be cumbersome and difficult to work with in many courts, were run in a manner that provided notice and certainty to litigants, witnesses, and attorneys. Especially in divorce, post-divorce, and parental rights cases, where emotions and uncertainty can take hold, being able to confidently explain to litigants how the system worked and how to work within the rules and parameters set in place by Judge Lawrence and his Judicial Secretary, Lisa Morgan, has allowed litigants to see the light at the end of what is very often a long, uncertain, and dark tunnel. Judge Lawrence brings the same demeanor and focus to his work with the ever-increasing caseload involving domestic violence. Since 2014, he's managed the doubling of the average number of monthly participants in the Domestic Violence Judicial Monitoring Court and the Androscoggin Unified Criminal Docket. Over the many years in which I've practiced in front of Judge Lawrence, I've attended countless Protection from Abuse Friday docket calls over which he has presided. When Judge Lawrence takes the bench on a PFA day, he consistently presents as in control of the courtroom, again providing the needed certainty to both plaintiffs and defendants on those mornings. His statements to the courtroom are thoughtfully presented in plain language, which lays out how the day will look, the different roads available, and the services present in the courtroom. There's no added drama and no added tension. Having practiced for the past 19 years in front of Judge Lawrence, who was a relatively new judge when I started, I feel as though we've somewhat grown up together in the ever-changing and evolving Lewiston District Court and the practice of family law. Throughout the years, I've appeared in front of Judge Lawrence as an attorney in a multitude of family cases, including divorces, post-divorces, parental rights, and de facto parent cases. I've testified in his court as a guardian ad litem and witness. I've participated in countless settlement conferences with Judge Lawrence, my favorite being those where I participate as a guardian ad litem and have the opportunity to work alongside Judge Lawrence to guide parents to a resolution which allows them to find a way out of the court system with their dignity intact and the best interests of their children at the forefront. I recall one divorce trial in particular with a self-represented litigant on the other side. When the man expressed his concern that he was without counsel, Judge Lawrence calmed the room by jokingly reassuring the man not to worry and that he rarely agrees with Attorney Mitchell anyway. Although said jokingly and although quite accurate when I reflect on the statement, it's his ability to connect with attorneys and litigants and to dig in and treat each trial and decision as the most important one that sets him apart. I can assure my clients when we know that Judge Lawrence will be our trial judge that he will pay very close attention to every word spoken and every exhibit entered, that he will expect the best behavior of every witness, litigant, and attorney, and that his decisions will be thorough, thoughtful, and supported by the evidence presented at trial and the case law. It is because of Judge Lawrence that I routinely now tell my clients, who at times find emotions taking the lead over steady behavior, that I need them to behave in a way that will not require me to be in front of Judge Lawrence explaining away their bad behavior. Judge Lawrence does not give anyone a pass and has the highest expectations for those who enter his courtroom. I consider myself very lucky to have had the opportunity to practice for so many years in so many capacities with Judge Rick Lawrence, and it's my true honor and pleasure to support his reappointment to the District Court. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your statement in support of Judge Lawrence. Do members of the committee have questions for Ms. Mitchell? I am not seeing any hands. Thank you for being here today.
Great, thank you.
And our next speaker is Heather Seasonwine. You may proceed.
Good morning. Good morning, Judge Lawrence and members of this committee. It is a privilege and honor to appear before this committee to support the reappointment of the Honorable Rick E. Lawrence. You know when you're getting old or seasoned, when you can talk about friendships in decades. 20 years ago, I was a new lawyer and Judge Lawrence was a new judge. His two girls were young. They played ice hockey. Eventually, they made it through high school and college and are well established in their careers. I did forget to mention that I am from Freeport. I'm a partner at the law firm of Parity, Rabasco, and Seasonwine. We are located in Lewiston, and I have primarily practiced in Lewiston. And like Attorney Mitchell, I've appeared before Judge Lawrence many, many times. Judge Lawrence did preside in Portland for a bit and then returned to Region 3, which is Androscoggin, Franklin, and Oxford counties, as we referenced before. Along the way, I got married, had two boys who also turned out to be ice hockey players, got divorced, moved my practice to Portland, and then moved back to Lewiston. Seems we both have an affinity for Region 3. A few years ago, Judge Lawrence and opposing counsel Coley Coyne were waiting for me in chambers to start a trial. I was late. Judge Lawrence was sitting behind his desk with his arms crossed. But as soon as I took off my coat, heaved my trial notebooks on the table, he uncrossed his arms, pulled his chair closer to his desk, and asked me what was wrong. Of course, I broke down. It's embarrassing enough to start crying unexpectedly, but especially before a judge and opposing counsel. But he knew me and cared enough to take the time to listen and help me through a difficult moment in my life, as did Coley. And if anyone knows Coley Coyne, he is a formidable opponent, but also a friend. And I did ask his permission if I could mention his name today. By the time I packed up my trial notebooks and headed into the courtroom, I felt much better. Coley and I brought our clients into the courtroom. Judge Lawrence put on his robe. The marshal said, "All rise," and we started the trial. I think Judge Lawrence sustained most of Coley's objections and overruled mine. I share this personal information because the judicial system functions at its best when the judges, lawyers, clerks, assistants, and marshals work together to serve the public. The legal community is built on friendships and trust. We are all integral to the process. Over the decades, I have seen Judge Lawrence administer justice in such a way. He gives us all an equally hard time, but nothing exemplifies this better than the past year. In March 2020, when COVID hit, as you know, the courts came to a screeching halt. All of us, judges, lawyers, clerks, assistants, and marshals, have had to understand a whole new way to navigate the judicial system. Through trial and tribulation, as individuals and institutions, we have learned and adopted new technology, established new protocols, figured out how to e-file, adjust how we conduct ourselves in and out of the courthouse. We've discovered new ways to communicate with each other and with our clients. We've struggled through Zoom, learning how to execute a trial. We've had to make sure that everyone stays safe and continue to serve the public, and at the same time, take care of ourselves, each other, and our families. It goes without saying that this has been one of the toughest years for all of us, but what has made it easier is that we have worked together, and we will continue to do so with judges like Judge Lawrence, who have served at the helm. And the progress that we have made to date is truly unbelievable. 7 years ago, I also had the pleasure and privilege of standing before this committee to speak on behalf of Judge Lawrence. In the past 7 years, in addition to his regular judicial duties, Judge Lawrence has been instrumental in executing and developing new programs. A few of his accomplishments are: he planned and coordinated the implementation of the separate unified criminal dockets in Region 3 courts. As Attorney Mitchell mentioned, he's doubled the number of monthly participants in the domestic violence judicial monitoring court in the Androscoggin Unified Criminal Docket. He's implemented the required Parentage Act procedures in the Lewiston Court. He served as the primary juvenile court judge for Lewiston District Court from 2018 into 2020. And he served as the primary family matters judge for Lewiston District Court under the POD project, where a clerk, magistrate, and judge team take ownership of a family's case and provide deliberate case management. And from my own experience, this has been very helpful. Not only do these accomplishments show his fierce intellect and dedication to his profession, they are also a tribute to the hundreds of people who have appeared before Judge Lawrence in his court over the past 2 decades. The disenfranchised, the middle class and wealthy, children, teenagers, the young and the elderly, the abused, the abusers, landlords and tenants, people struggling with addiction and mental illness, people of all colors, immigrants, mothers and fathers, represented litigants and the unrepresented, the educated and the uneducated. When Judge Lawrence steps onto the bench, these are the folks that look to him to administer justice. Some of the decisions he makes are monumental. He has the power to terminate a parent's constitutional right to be a parent, take away a defendant's freedom, issue a parenting plan that is in the best interest of a child when parents cannot, save a tenant from eviction, issue an order for protection from abuse that keeps an individual safe from violence, support a juvenile caught up in the criminal justice system at a young age, support a person struggling with mental illness and substance abuse, hold an abuser accountable in the domestic violence judicial monitoring court, and so on. He takes his power seriously and administers justice with integrity, a keen knowledge of the law, and humor when appropriate. In 7 years from now, if Judge Lawrence asks me to speak on his behalf, it will once again be a privilege and a pleasure and an honor to stand before this committee, hopefully in person, to recount what he will have accomplished and contributed to our judicial system in those 7 years. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you for speaking on behalf of Judge Lawrence today. Do any members of the committee have questions for Ms. Seisenwein? And seeing none, we appreciate you being here. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next individual on the list is Robert Ruffner. Mr. Ruffner, do you want to go ahead and begin your presentation?
Good morning, members of the committee, Judge Lawrence. My name is Robert Ruffner. I am a resident of Yarmouth, Maine, and I moved to Maine in 2008 in 1999, and began as a prosecutor in Portland. Judge Lawrence was sitting there in the district court when I first met him. I rarely appear in front of Judge Lawrence. And one of the things we have in common is over that amount of time, we have both become grayer. What we don't, I think the fact that I have not been asked to speak on his behalf by Judge Lawrence is a sign that he has become more wise. However, I have nothing but favorable things to say about Judge Lawrence. I have always found his demeanor and his manner in the courtroom to be that of a professional, taking his role seriously. I have found he treats attorneys and pro se litigants and victims and witnesses with equal respect, and that he takes his duties very seriously. I first saw Judge Lawrence that I can recall in Region 3 was in the spring of 2008, a period of time when the Lawyer of the Day program for walk-in arraignments had been canceled. And being interested in indigent defense in our system, I was in Judge Lawrence's courtroom to just observe how the court was dealing with the arraignment process, the initial appearance process, when the Lawyer of the Day was no longer present. That day, Judge Lawrence had a double docket, one at 8:30, one at 1 o'clock. And as near as I can tell, he worked the morning docket till 1 o'clock and then began that docket as well. Some of you may be aware that we have a video that is played in an attempt to explain the rights to the litigants. When that was done, Judge Lawrence came into the courtroom and spent a great deal of time, even before beginning his very busy docket, going over those rights again, filling in the gaps, and doing his best to ensure that each individual who would come up to the podium when their case was called had the best shot of understanding what their rights were, what they were facing that day, and what choices they could make. I have also found Judge Lawrence to be very accommodating and willing to speak as a colleague. Whenever I am in Lewiston, if he is free and I ask if I can stop into chambers and say hello and just talk about the state of the legal profession, he accommodates it if he has the time. I have found him to be a wise sounding board for some of my ideas. He has insights into the system and what he sees from the bench. And I look forward to another 7 years of him serving the people of Maine, whether in Region 3 or anywhere else. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Ruffner, for your statement. Are there any questions for Mr. Ruffner from the committee? Hearing none, our next presenter is Kelly McDonald on behalf of the Maine Bar Association. You may proceed.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, Senator Carney, Representative Harnett, members of the committee, and Judge Lawrence. My name is Kelly McDonald. I reside in Portland, Maine, where I also practice law at Murray, Plum & Murray. I am appearing here today as the president of the Maine State Bar Association to speak in favor of Judge Lawrence's renomination to the Maine District Court. As this committee is aware, whenever a judge is up for renomination, we send out a survey to all of our members. We collect information on those members' direct experiences with the judge in question. We collect those responses, and those inform the recommendation that we make to this committee. In this instance, in Judge Lawrence's evaluations, attorneys describe him as one of the best judges on Maine's district court bench. He is described as highly intelligent, deeply experienced, and very conscientious in protecting the rights of those who come before him. Judge Lawrence is commended for his knowledge of the law, his understanding of human dynamics, and the intersection of those two things in the courtroom. Attorneys state that no matter what his ruling, They know that all parties were heard and that his decisions are well reasoned. These traits have earned Judge Lawrence the support and respect of our members. We believe that Maine citizens will benefit from Judge Lawrence's continued service on Maine District Court. Now, in my personal experience, Judge Lawrence, I think we crossed paths only once when I was up in Auburn very briefly, and it was years ago, so there's absolutely no reason that you might remember. And frankly, I don't remember the case myself, but I think that was the only time that I have in fact appeared in front of you. But I look forward to doing so again. And on behalf of the Maine State Bar Association, we encourage the members of this committee to unanimously support the nomination of Judge Lawrence. Thank you very much. I'm happy to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you, Mr. McDonald. Do members of the committee have any questions for Mr. McDonald on behalf of the Maine Bar Association? I am not seeing any raised hands. Thank you very much for appearing before the committee today.
Thank you.
And that brings us to the final individual on our list, and that is Chris Lewis from representing the Maine Trial Lawyers Association. You may proceed.
Thank you, Senator Carney. Representative Harnett, and Judiciary Committee members. My name is Chris Lewis again, partner at Hardy Wolf and Downing and president of the Maine Trial Lawyers Association. On behalf of my association, I'm here today and speak in support of the Honorable Rick E. Lawrence's renomination to the Maine District Court. MTL members rated Judge Lawrence highly for his legal competence, ability, and impartiality and legal temperament. Respondents to our survey called Judge Lawrence great and a wonderful judge and a better human being. Our executive committee concurred with these assessments and noted the judge's considerable experience and training during his service on the bench. I personally have appeared before Judge Lawrence while doing pro bono work in the protection from abuse cases in Lewiston District Court. I have found Judge Lawrence to be strict but pragmatic, applying the law even-handedly. He is thoughtful and careful, but yet still decisive. Judge Lawrence has been rated very highly in our previous surveys by our association since his original appointment to the bench. Judge Lawrence has served more than 20 years on the bench after 14 years of private practice. He not only presided over numerous times over all facets of criminal and family matters in the district court, he has played a leadership role in improving how the court handles those cases. He has chaired committees developing Maine's guardian ad litem program and developing policy for guardian ad litem access and visitation issues. He has served on the court's limited English proficiency committee to lower the bar that language might play in accessing our court system. He serves as the presiding judge of the foreclosure diversion program for Androscoggin and Franklin, Oxford counties. This program attempts to keep Mainers in their homes during times of severe economic distress. On behalf of my association, I am proud to endorse Judge Lawrence's reappointment to the Maine District Court. Based upon his considerable experience, judicial range, and demonstrated leadership, we believe his reappointment will honor the bench and the people of the state of Maine. And frankly, the state is lucky he is willing to continue to serve, in my humble opinion. Thank you for this opportunity to testify, and I'm happy to answer any questions about any of my testimony. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your statement, Mr. Lewis, on behalf of the Maine Trial Lawyers Association. Are there any members of the committee who would like to ask Mr. Lewis any questions? I see no hands, and that takes us to the end of the list of folks who have notified us ahead of time that they wish to speak. And so at this point, I will make a call for anybody who's a participant in the electronic meeting who has not been called but would like to speak in support of the reappointment of Judge Lawrence. I'm not seeing anyone indicating an interest in speaking. I'll now move on to ask if there's anyone present in the electronic meeting who wishes to speak in opposition to the renomination. And again, I'm not seeing anyone wishing to speak. All public comments having been taken, the committee will now proceed as follows. We will review any additional written comments on the nomination that have been received by the committee. And just again, to check in with our clerk, Supi Panett, to confirm that no additional written comments have been received during the course of the hearing.
That is correct, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much. Vote on the nomination, and we will next vote on the nomination and notify the President of the Senate pursuant to Title III MRSA Section 157 and the joint rules. The vote must be taken within 40 days from the date of the governor's written notice, and we are in compliance with that requirement. The hearing by the Joint Standing Committee on Judiciary for the Honorable Rick E. Lawrence of Portland for reappointment to the District Court Judge is closed. We'll now move on to the taking of the vote. In accordance with the law, the committee may not take the vote on this nomination sooner than 15 minutes after the close of the public hearing, unless all committee members who are present agree. At this time, therefore, the chair will inquire whether any member present objects to proceeding to take the vote immediately. So if you have an objection, please either use the raise hand function or physically wave your hand so that I can see you indicating a concern about the 15 minutes. And again, I'm not seeing any objections. The pending question before the committee is that the Joint Standing Committee on Judiciary recommend to the Senate of the 130th Legislature that the nomination of the Honorable Rick E. Lawrence of Portland for reappointment as a district court judge be confirmed. In accordance with 3 MRSA Chapter 6, Section 157, and with the joint rules of the 130th Legislature, the vote will be taken by the yeas and nays. A vote of yes will be in favor of recommending confirmation. A vote of no will be against the motion to recommend confirmation. Is the committee ready for the question? Please indicate if you are. Thank you. The committee clerk will please call the roll.
Senator Carney.
Yay.
Senator Carney votes yes. Senator Sanborn. Senator Keim.
Yes.
Senator Keim votes yes. Representative Harnett.
Yes.
Representative Harnett votes yes. Representative Babbage.
Yes.
Representative Babbage votes yes. Representative Galgay-Reckett.
Yes.
Representative Galgay-Reckett votes yes. Representative Moriarty.
Yes.
Representative Moriarty votes yes. Representative Sheehan.
Yes.
Representative Sheehan votes yes. Representative Hagan. Representative Downs.
Yes.
Representative Downs votes yes. Representative Libby.
Yes.
Representative Libby votes yes. Representative Poirier.
Yes.
Representative Poirier votes yes. Representative Evangelos.
Yes.
Representative Evangelos votes yes. Representative Newell.
Yes.
Representative Newell votes yes. Senator Sanborn. Senator Sanborn is absent. Representative Hagan. Representative Hagan is absent. That is the end of the roll.
Thank you very much. 12 members of the committee having voted in the affirmative and no members of the committee in the negative, it is the vote of the Joint Standing Committee on the Judiciary that the nomination of the Honorable Rick E. Lawrence for reappointment as a district court judge be confirmed. Ordinarily, Judge Lawrence, we would all gather around you and shake your hand and congratulate you. We are not able to do that at this time. We hope to do that in the future, but we had talked as a committee and agreed that we would like to give you a virtual round of applause. So please accept our congratulations and our appreciation for your service to the state of Maine.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
My thanks to the committee for your time. My thanks to the folks who spoke on my behalf, and I look forward to the next 7 years. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So that concludes our proceedings with regard to Judge Lawrence, and we have about 4 minutes before our next nomination hearing begins at noon. For those who want to take a little break, just remember that the live stream continues, so please mute your audio and also stop your video, and we will see everybody at noon. Thank you.
Have a good afternoon.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, it's officially afternoon. Good afternoon, everyone. We'll get started in just a moment. We've got a few more committee members joining us. I did want to let everyone know that we do have about a half-hour break built into our schedule after this hearing. In addition to that, I wanted to let everyone know that Representative Harnett is going to chair the next two nomination hearings. I need to appear before another committee, so I will briefly leave this hearing and then hopefully return soon in order to continue to participate. With that, I will turn the chair role over to Representative Harnett, co-chair of the Judiciary Committee.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and welcome back, everybody. Good afternoon. We are now moving on to the confirmation hearing regarding Sarah A. Churchill. This is a public hearing of the Joint Standing Committee on Judiciary for the purpose of considering the nomination by the governor of Ms. Sarah A. Churchill, Esquire of Wyndham, for appointment as a district court judge. The meeting today is being conducted electronically. Under the law and joint rules of the legislature, this committee is required to hold this public hearing and to recommend confirmation or denial of the nominee by majority vote of the committee members present and voting. As chairs of the committee, we will then send written notice of the committee's recommendation to the President of the Senate. The committee will hear testimony from and have an opportunity to question the governor or her representative, the nominee, and any other persons present who wish to speak for or against the nomination. Before we get started, I want to share some information related to the fact that this meeting is being conducted using an electronic format. This meeting is currently being live streamed on the committee's YouTube channel. This means that anyone who is a participant in the meeting via Zoom can be seen and also heard if their microphone is unmuted. People testifying cannot be seen or heard until they are called upon to speak. This meeting will be recorded, and that recording will be available to view on the committee's YouTube channel shortly after our full day's presentation ends. Pursuant to Title III, Section 157 of the Maine statutes, which require that there be an affirmative motion to recommend confirmation of the nominee, the chair recognizes Representative Babich for the purpose of making such a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I move that the Joint Standing Committee on Judiciary recommend confirmation of Ms. Sarah A. Churchill, Esquire of Wyndham, for appointment as a district court judge.
Thank you, Representative Babich. And for a second, I would call upon Representative Moriarty.
I second the motion.
Thank you, Representative. As stated earlier, this is a nomination for district court judge, and the statutory requirements for this position are posted on the committee's webpage. At this point, we'll begin the presentation of our panelists. The chair now recognizes Jerry Reed, Chief Counsel for Governor Mills, for the purpose of making a statement concerning this nomination. Mr. Reed.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Representative Harnett and members of the Joint Standing Committee on Judiciary. I'm Jerry Reed, legal counsel to Governor Janet Mills, here today to present Sarah A. Churchill as the governor's nominee for appointment to the Maine District Court. Attorney Churchill has been in private practice in Portland for about 19 years, specializing in trial work. In addition to handling civil cases and employment discrimination and personal injury, she has developed a reputation as one of the most highly respected criminal defense attorneys in the state. She has held leadership positions in numerous professional associations and advisory committees, including serving on the Maine Indigent Legal Services Commission. Attorney Churchill has a degree in sociology from Mount Holyoke College and is a cum laude graduate of the University of Maine School of Law. Sarah Churchill is admired by her colleagues in the Maine Bar for her talent and respected by the judges before whom she appears for her professionalism. We are fortunate to have her as a candidate for a position on the district court. On behalf of the governor, I respectfully request your support for the appointment of Sarah A. Churchill and will be pleased to answer any questions the committee may have of me.
Thank you very much, Mr. Reed, for those introductory remarks. Are there any members of the committee that have a question for the Governor's Council? Seeing none, I would like to call upon the chair now recognizes John Hobson, the chair of the Judicial Selection Committee, to make a statement regarding the nominee. Mr. Hobson.
Thank you very much, Representative Harnett. Members of the Joint Standing Committee on the Judiciary, my name is John Hobson. I am chair of Governor Mills's Judicial Selection Committee. And on behalf of the committee, I am here to support the nomination of Ms. Churchill to a district court position in the state of Maine. As Mr. Reed alluded to, Ms. Churchill has extensive experience in both the state and federal system in terms of trial work. Her reputation really is throughout the state in terms of her criminal defense work. She's known as being someone who is a very good trial lawyer, someone who knows the courtroom, someone who is familiar with the courtroom, and is recognized by her peers as being one of the preeminent criminal defense attorneys in the state of Maine. That experience will really allow her to hit the ground running in if she were to be confirmed to a position in the Maine District Court. There's another aspect of Ms. Churchill's candidacy that I think bears focusing on. She has been a practitioner in a small firm in the state of Maine. What that means is she has come face to face with the problems and the intersection of those problems with the legal systems for Mainers of all walks of life. It's been just basically a fundamental part of her practice since she got out of law school in the early 2000s. That experience has shown her what the impact is of the legal system, and judges, if she were to become one, those decisions have on everyday persons, everyday citizens of the state of Maine. That is an impact that if one is a judge, one is making these decisions all the time. It's sometimes not so easy to see the impact. Ms. Churchill, as part of her practice since the early 2000s, has seen that impact. That's been a part of her life. It's been a part of her professional career. And that experience, together with her really professionalism and her extraordinary trial skills, will allow her to be a great asset to the citizens of the state of Maine if she were to be confirmed to a position on the district court. Therefore, on behalf of the Judicial Selection Committee, I request that this committee support and recommend the confirmation of Ms. Churchill. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much for that presentation, Mr. Hobson. Are there any members of the committee that have a question for Mr. Hobson? Seeing none, and if I missed anybody, please let me know. I'm pleased to call upon the nominee. The chair now recognizes Ms. Sarah A. Churchill, Esquire, for the purpose of making a statement concerning this nomination. Ms. Churchill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, but I see Senator Keim is gesturing. I believe she has a question for Mr. Hobson.
Okay, I missed that blue hand. Senator Keim, I apologize.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, I do have a question, and it's in regards to having district court judges be appointed from different jurisdictions in the state of Maine. And there has recently been a retirement of a judge that was from Oxford County. And I believe that at some point in the near future, we should be having a replacement for that person. And I was wondering, seeing that none on the upcoming list are from Oxford County, I was wondering if you could address that for me and let me know what the intention is.
Thank you very much. Senator Kime, the committee is actively looking at that. There is a statute in the state of Maine that talks about having resident judges in the various districts, and we're very cognizant of the fact, as a result of the retirement, that the Oxford County will need to have a resident judge, and we are actively working on that, including trying to persuade perhaps some individuals to apply so that we can have a pool to be able to choose from. So that is something that the committee is aware of, the governor's aware of, and that we're working on.
And how many openings are there still for district court judges?
There will currently be there's currently one opening, I believe, and there I guess I'll say maybe others. As a result of retirements, we'll have to see. Nothing's official until it occurs.
Very good. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Kime. Thank you, Mr. Hobson, and thank you, Ms. Churchill. You surely have the acumen to run the room. You recognize the blue hand immediately. So I will turn it back to you now for your statement to the committee. Welcome.
Thank you very much. And good afternoon, Senator Carney, Representative Harnett, and distinguished members of the Joint Standing Committee on Judiciary. It is an honor to be here before you today, having been nominated by Governor Mills to be a district court judge. I am a daughter of the state of Maine. I grew up in the Mid-Coast, and I am currently a resident of the town of Windham, where my husband David and I have lived since 2005. I have been a practicing attorney in both state and federal court here in Maine for over 18 years. I serve on the Maine Commission on Indigent Legal Services, as well as numerous committees in the state and federal court system, and I have spoken at a number of trainings on topics ranging from breath testing and OUI cases to discrimination and harassment training for lawyers. I have been married to my husband, David, for almost 17 years, and we have a beautiful son, Cameron, who is turning 7 today. I grew up primarily in the Mid-Coast Maine town of Westport Island. I graduated from Wiscasset High School and headed off to college in Western Massachusetts, graduating from Mount Holyoke College in 1999. I returned to Maine for law school, graduating from Maine Law in 2002. I have been fortunate in my life to have been surrounded by people who would tell me what I needed to hear. Let's think about that for a moment. People that would tell me what I needed to hear, not what I would want to hear, but what I needed to hear. These people cared enough about me and my abilities or potential to set me straight or lift me up when I needed it. And it wasn't until I was well into my adult life that I realized the impact some of these individuals had on me and the importance of this skill. Telling people what they need to hear in a way that makes them listen is a critical skill for a judge. I have spent my time as a lawyer in and out of federal and state courtrooms. The courtroom is one of the places that I am most comfortable. As a lawyer, I have been part of presenting the stories of what has happened to and at the hands of other people in the pursuit of justice and helping to affect positive change in the lives of others. I have participated in a number of jury trials over the course of my career. In a trial, there is that moment, that defining moment, where you feel all of the air get sucked out of the room as everyone in the room collectively inhales. Sometimes that moment comes right before a judge or a jury announces their verdict. Or other times it occurs when a key witness is caught in a lie, or when a person's essence of humanity is laid bare for the world to see. Those are the moments that define what it means to do justice. The best judges know how to manage their courtrooms to foster those moments, then get out of the way and let them unfold. The best judges listen and make the litigants feel like they have had the full opportunity to be heard. The purpose of the court system is to do justice. In doing justice in the district court, the judge's role is one of being the decider. District court cases are decided by judges. The judge hears the evidence, decides the facts, and applies those facts to the law to make decisions. The decisions made will have profound impacts on people's lives, and it is incumbent on the judge to ensure that the process is fair and allows the parties to be heard, but that it is also conducted in a solemn and dignified manner. As you can see from my background, I have extensive experience in criminal and civil litigation. You are also aware that there are gaps in my knowledge relative to some of the case types that are heard in the district court. In order to close this knowledge gap, I have looked at the statutes and court rules relevant to those proceedings. I have also spoken to some sitting judges about how they learned about areas of the law that they were not experienced in at the time of their appointment. I'm a fast learner and very adept at thinking on my feet. Those are skills that will help me navigate this learning curve to ensure that I come up to speed quickly in the areas of law that I am less familiar with. I have extensive experience dealing with clients in cases involving serious mental health and substance use disorder diagnoses. Mental health and substance abuse concerns permeate many of the case types that district court judges deal with on a regular basis, and I'm well versed in both. I stand before you today as a believer in justice, fairness, and the opportunity to be heard. These are all hallmarks of our justice system here in the state of Maine. Our courts function best when the judge empowers the parties before them to speak up, state their case, present their evidence, and be heard. Justice will never be done if people are denied access to the courts or if the accused isn't fully afforded a proper opportunity to state their case. If I am confirmed, I will ensure that the people of this state are heard and have their disputes settled in the fair and impartial manner that the law requires. I'm honored to be before you today, and I'm happy to answer any questions that this distinguished committee may have.
Thank you very much, Ms. Churchill, and please give your son the best wishes of the committee on his 7th birthday.
Thank you.
Busy day for the Churchill family.
That's right. He was generous enough to share his day and his cake with me. So,
a good son. I will now open it up to members of the committee who might have questions, and I see a question from Representative Lois Galgay-Reckitt. Representative Reckitt.
Thank you. I have a couple of threads I wanted to ask you about. I recognized in your materials that you articulated that you had some experience in using risk assessment tools for sex offenders, which is an area I'm interested in. But I'm more cognizant of the risk assessment tools that exist for domestic violence case perpetrators. Are you familiar with that analogous operation?
Yes, I have some familiarity with that. I have represented individuals accused of domestic violence offenses, so I'm familiar with the ODARA scores and the way in which they're used to make bail determinations.
Thank you. Just quickly, I think that I was in it was a privilege to be allowed to be in one of the trainings you did for lawyers on harassment. I don't remember when, but I remember there was the occurrence, and it was very good. And I think you were a part of that program. And if you were, congratulations, it was a very good one. So thank you so much for your willingness to serve. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. The next questioner that I see is Representative Evangelos. Go ahead, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and welcome. May I call you Sarah?
Yes, you may.
Thank you. In the interest of full disclosure, I just wanted the committee to know that last summer I did reach out to Sarah Churchill in a very important matter for me. I had sponsored a clemency petition for a man in the Maine State Prison who I felt had received a way overly severe sentence and who has gone on to enter a doctorate program at George Mason University. Unfortunately, the petition was denied. But in conjunction with that, I have, we both know that criminal justice reform is sweeping the nation. We've had some unbelievably unfortunate incidents that have been displayed on our televisions. And in conjunction with my concerns around that area, and I will get to my question, I'm just framing it, I have submitted several bills around that. And one of the bills deals with my concerns around our sentencing system. I'm not going to ask you if you read the Sixth Amendment Center report because you're on the commission. So, but I am very concerned with a couple of aspects of our sentencing commission, our sentencing standards here in Maine. The Rubina Institute at the University of Minnesota has concluded that Maine has the most severe determinate sentencing system in the entire nation. And the Prison Policy Initiative has ranked Maine with an F- in terms of its release policies because we lack parole. So what we have is the harshest sentencing and no avenue for redemption. So in light of that, I've been doing research around sentencing in some specific cases where I have no explanation for the outcome, and I want to run a couple cases by you. You are familiar with the Tyrese Collins case, which was in
Yes, I'm familiar with that.
And then you represented the very man I tried to get freed from prison, Brandon Brown. Their cases are strikingly similar. They were both approximately 20 or 21 years old. Mr. Collins shot and killed somebody. He pled guilty, and so his victim died. He received a 10-year sentence.
Representative Harnett, I would like to raise a point of order.
Senator Carney.
Yes, I would just like to point out that I'm a little concerned that this line of questioning is not focusing on the qualifications of the nominee for the position, and also concerned that you're going to be asking for kind of an advisory opinion from the nominee. And I believe that that is outside of the scope of our role as a committee in this setting.
Senator Carney, I'm going to give him a little leeway to get to his question. I feel that it might have to do with sentencing, just overall views about sentencing and criminal justice. I recognize that Ms. Churchill can make a decision not to answer a question if she feels that it's an inappropriate question, given the fact that she might be considering some of these issues if confirmed in the future. So I will give you a little more time, Jeff, but if you could get to your question.
Well, I am, and thank you, Mr. Chair. It's exactly what I'm doing. I'm Mrs. Churchill has not been on the bench before, and sentencing an individual into jail is probably the most serious decision a jurist has to make. So with your permission, I'll continue.
Yes, but towards the question, please.
I'm framing the question, Representative Harnett. May I continue?
Yes.
So in the Tyrese Collins case, he received 10 years with 3.5 suspended. And in the Brandon Brown case, very similar case, except for the victim didn't die. They both apologized. They both threw themselves at the mercy of the court. It was the same judge. Mr. Brown received 27 years, 10 suspended. So here we have one person getting 6.5 years and the other person getting 17. So my question is, what is it about our sentencing system that would allow such a disparate outcome when the two cases were so similar? And what do you feel we can do as legislators to address this if there are inequities in the system?
So let's talk a little bit first to answer your question about the sentencing process. For felony crimes in the state of Maine, there's a 3-step sentencing process. It comes primarily from the case called State versus Huey, and lawyers call it the Huey analysis, which I'm sure a lot of you have heard of. That ultimately was codified in our criminal code, but it requires the sentencing judge to look at 3 different steps. The first step is what actually happened in the case. The second step is to look at the aggravating and mitigating factors that relate to the defendant, as well as the effect of the crime on the victim. And the third step requires the court to look at whether or not, after analyzing the same aggravating and mitigating factors a second time, any portion of the sentence should be suspended in lieu of probation. Because as you've correctly pointed out, Maine does not have parole. Someone will serve whatever unsuspended portion of the sentence the judge gives them, less any good time deductions, which are laid out in a very confusing statute. So that's the process we have set up. But at the heart of that process is a human being, is a judge. So the short answer to your question, in part, although it doesn't completely explain the results of the 2 cases that you have outlined here today is that it's a human being making the decision. And so when you have a sentencing structure that's leaving the decision up to a human, if you have a long period of time in between the comparison of the two similar cases, you can end up with very disparate results. And as you've also pointed out, there isn't really a way in our judicial system to address that disparity and fix it. If at the end of the day, after further reflection, you have two very similar events with very differing results. So that's I think issue one. The court, in looking at step one of the sentencing process, also has to look at different ways of committing the same kind of offense, to put the specific case's conduct on a continuum. In doing that, it is helpful for the sentencing judge to be alerted to similar types of cases, similar types of events, and other sentences that have been imposed for similar conduct. So to the extent that the judge, but we don't have an actual database for that information. So oftentimes the judge has to rely on lawyers, defense lawyers and prosecutors, to present information about other similar cases. And sometimes it is a process that works well and smoothly, and the lawyers do a good job at digging out the information to present to the judge. And sometimes it's more difficult to come by. So it would be helpful, I think, to judges to have more of a standardized database or availability of data for prior sentences that have been imposed for similar or worse conduct. I think that would be a very helpful thing for the court to have. I've heard other judges talk about the need to have information with which to guide their decisions, and that their decisions can only be as good as the information that they have. So I think any access that could be legislated, money for sentencing databases that could be given would be extremely helpful. But the hard and direct answer to your question, Representative Evangelos, unfortunately, is that in those two cases that you've compared, I don't know there is no good explanation for it, for the disparity, honestly, except to say that it's human error and we need a better way to be able to fix it or address it later on down the line.
Thank you. Thank you for your candor. Chair Harnett, I'm going to raise an objection. This is the fourth time that I've been interrupted from asking legitimate questions in this committee. And I just want you to know, sir, that if it wasn't for my questioning Justice Meade several weeks ago, this committee wouldn't have the information that was forwarded to the jurists regarding the Sixth Amendment Senate report. So I'm really objecting to being interrupted and stifled. And this is a committee of inquiry. We have a job to do, and I plan on doing mine. Thank you.
And Representative Evangelos, I understand that, and I respect that, which is why I allowed the question to go forward and to be answered in a very thorough manner from the nominee. The next hand that I see is Representative Chris Babbage.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Appreciate it. Ms. Churchill, welcome, and congratulations on your nomination. Long ago, I had a conversation with the judge, and it was a long time ago, but he pointed out to me that he didn't run the courtroom, that it was the attorneys that really directed what happened in the courtroom. And, perhaps later on, I was a high school mock trial faculty advisor and came to understand, I think, what he was meaning. But here we have your situation where you've been described as a preeminent trial attorney, and you are leaving to go to the bench. I wouldn't call it a Tom Brady scenario, but you're going to leave being a player to become a head coach referee. And I was wondering if you could just discuss with us the pros and cons of that as you make this transition.
Certainly. So on the district court, obviously, as you've heard from some of the other nominees that have come before the committee today, you have a number of litigants who are without counsel. So in terms of framing the issues and framing the evidence, you have people who are untrained in the law, who have an extreme emotional connection to the outcome of the case, which can make the presentation of evidence and the need to control the courtroom even more important. So my skills as a trial lawyer and knowing the rules of evidence, knowing how both sides should conduct themselves, I think will be very helpful in terms of controlling the courtroom and calling balls and strikes, as we often refer to it, from the bench. I have very much enjoyed being a trial lawyer. I like telling stories. It's sort of part theater. And that is something that I really do enjoy. But I think I can be of service to the people of this state by being a judge and bringing that experience to the bench. And, you are right. The lawyers often do control the courtroom in the sense that they control the flow of information. I had a professor in law school that used to tell us law is a lawyer-driven process. And it took a little bit of time for that to sink in, but it really is correct. Lawyers and the litigants control what information gets to the judge. And so the decisions you make are only as good as the information you have coming to you. And to the extent that you don't have a complete amount of information, the judge has to be able to ask questions and to probe those issues, I think, in a little more depth to make sure that you have the information that you need in order to make good decisions. Because oftentimes, most of the time, the people before you are going to be stuck with that decision forever. And so it's important that we make sure that it's right the first time around.
Thank you for that. And if I have one more, if I may, Madam Chair. With
Yes,
regard to
Representative Babbage.
Mr. Chair, excuse me, thank you. You commented about reform or whatever. I don't remember exactly what the question was, but you did talk about technology in the courtroom. I actually wanted to ask you some public access questions, two of them. The first, we do have this new Odyssey program that is being implemented and so forth. And in the selling of the program, there was, advertised great access. The reality that always happens, of course, is as it becomes implemented, you become, there are those that have concerns about the ease of access, perhaps making us revisit what should be accessed. And I just wondered if you had any comment with regard to the technology that we are implementing here in Maine, and if you had any observations or concerns regarding that.
Sure. So I practice pretty extensively in federal court as well. The federal court is what's called the ECF filing system. And I think it stands for Electronic Case Filing System, if I get the acronym correct. And we've had that for, God, it seems like forever now. I remember in the beginning, when the program was first introduced, change was really hard. Change for lawyers, and I have found during this pandemic, sometimes change for judges is hard. But the electronic filing system in federal court is one of those things that I look back on now and I say to myself, what were we so worried about? Because it really did make life a lot easier for lawyers and for the court. And particularly, I would take a look at the situation in the pandemic where we had to pivot quickly to doing a lot of things by Zoom and by video. And having an ability to access an electronic case filing system made that pivot a lot easier in federal court than it did in state court. To get to your issue about access and transparency, a lot of the concerns about, are we putting too much information out there? Are we allowing access to information about certain case types too early in the process that were of some concern in the federal system early on in that system, never bore any fruit. And so I think it's an issue where we need to, transparency is how people can have confidence in the decisions that are made in the court system. And I think we need to look at electronic case filing as an opportunity to increase the confidence that the public has in the court system, because they can see in a more readily available fashion the data and the information that's being filed in the court system. And I would expect as time moves forward, issues with the timing of access, the cost of access will be worked out will be worked out in the ordinary course. But generally, I'm in favor of it. I'm in favor of using technology like an electronic filing case system.
Thank you. And I have one final public access follow-up that's kind of specific, but it would help me to understand. I'm looking at fairness here, but let's say in a prostitution case, there's a little black book with 20 names of clients. What does the law say regarding which of those become public and which do not? Because that obviously has consequences to people's lives, and I wondered how that legally is determined.
Certainly. So I guess the first issue is, what is the information and how does it become part of the public record? So in the example you give, which is a real life example in a case I had, the list itself was never filed in the public court file as far as I can recall. To the extent that it was, and it might contain data that should not be public, like a social security number or a bank account number or something like that, or to the extent that it was potentially data that was not related to a criminal charge for the individual as some sort, or this what we call sort of non-conviction data or non-charged information. Those are balancing issues for the court to consider about whether it should be made public or not. But in that particular example, if it's not filed as an exhibit, if it does not meet the criteria that a judge would have to find to seal it, then it would be open to the public in that sense. I hope I've answered your question. If not, feel free to redirect me.
I was, in the case that I'm thinking of, I may be wrong, but I was under the impression that some names were released and some were not. And is it because their testimony was part of the case, or what was the determination in distinguishing between the public access to the full list versus a partial?
As I recall, the answer in that specific case was certain individuals who were named on the list were actually charged with a crime and others were not. And I believe that was the distinguishing factor in that particular case.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Representative Babbage. Senator Keim.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Congratulations, Ms. Churchill, on this nomination. And thank you for your service on the Indigent Legal Services Commission. I know that's been a heavy lift. So does this mean that you're off the commission now?
Yes, it means that in very short order, assuming this hearing concludes favorably today, I'll be resigning my position on the commission. Yeah, so we'll have to get someone else to fill in for you soon, because I sure need as many voices as they can. And thank you in your questionnaire for mentioning monetary resources that are needed for constitutionally required counsel. And reading through this, it's obvious that that's front and center for you, and I appreciate that. The questions that I had were around transparency, and Representative Babbage did probably a better job than I was going to do to ask you about that. But I think even before there was a court case, which we heard someone wanting to sort of sidestep the question because of a pending court case, but before that, the Judiciary Committee has been very concerned about there being public access. And now with the high fees and also the delay and the decisions being made around what's transparent and what isn't with public documents, when they would have been public if someone had gone into the court and just printed them off. I think since the question's been asked, I'm simply going to raise it as a concern that the committee has had and continues to have, that there is public access. And is there anything that, to help us understand this issue going forward and your perspective on it, is there anything specific that you could point out that if someone were to go into the courthouse and print off a document and have that information, that you see as problematic for someone to get that same information offline? I don't really see the there being a huge concern with someone having access to it online as opposed to having to go down to the courthouse to print off or make a paper copy. I don't think that there are, and maybe I'm wrong about this, but I don't think that there are a whole lot of folks who are going to be sort of snooping on their neighbor online instead of going down to the courthouse to do the same thing. I think people who are going and looking at files, asking questions and looking for documents have a specific purpose, whether it's the media, whether it's an attorney in a case who may have a similar issue coming up and they'd like to see the pleadings. I think those are generally the reasons that people go looking into court files. So I don't really see that there's any concern raised, assuming that the data system is secure, over having the information available through an online system as opposed to only in paper at a courthouse.
I mean, kind of what I see as the value as well is to look for outcomes that are similar, or, you know, if something is an outlier. I think oftentimes we rely on media to kind of do that general looking at things. And so that's one of my concerns, is that there is someone maybe just out there that just has ready access, so they can see, you know, what types of cases, how they're being determined, and if we have equality among people when it comes to that type of thing. So yeah, I agree with you. I don't see people just jumping in and, you know, going through them for interest's sake, but maybe to look for that justice is being served equally across. One other question I have for you, and you may not have the answer because you don't see the packets that we get given to us, but when you were filling out information for the Judicial Selection Committee, did they ask you any questions about social media?
Yes, they asked some questions about social media and whether I would be willing to have people on the selection committee access it or look at it, or whether or not I thought there was anything I think there was a question about whether I posted anything that I thought would be an issue.
Okay, so I don't see any of that information in the packets that we've been given. And so that was something I had of interest. How did you answer that question?
Well, first of all, you're welcome to have access if you'd like to look at anything that I've posted on social media. I think what you'll find is it's photos, it's videos of my son playing hockey. It is photos of my family on various vacations. It's that sort of thing, and to use to keep in touch with college friends, that kind of stuff. Not tremendously exciting. My Twitter account is mostly for marketing for work, but I also think it probably has a couple of videos on my son on there as well. That sort of thing. So I'm happy to share access. I'm sort of in this middle generation of just as I left college, sort of internet access and email and those sorts of things became more prevalent, but I don't generally, you know, have much of anything else on there. So.
Thank you. I appreciate you answering all my questions today. And again, congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Senator Keim. And it's amazing how many people on today's hearings have kids who play ice hockey.
It is. It's very popular.
Are there any other questions from committee members? At this point, I do not see any other blue hands, so I am going to give a minute and move on then. Thank you. The chair will now take comments from persons attending this hearing who wish to speak for or against the nomination. Anyone who has a written statement but who does not wish to speak should have submitted the statement with the committee clerk prior to today's hearing. All such statements shall contain the name and residence of the person who prepared the statement. A copy of each written statement presented to the committee at this hearing will be made available to the nominee upon her request prior to the committee's vote, and the nominee will have an opportunity to respond with a written comment. Those who wish to speak in person registered with the clerk prior to the start of this hearing and will be called upon by the chair, at which time they will be promoted to panelist status in Zoom and can be seen and heard. When it is your turn to speak, please observe the following. State your name and place of residence prior to presenting your testimony. Only comments concerning the suitability of this particular nominee for this particular position will be considered in order. All other comments will be considered out of order. After you are done speaking and there are no more questions from the members, you will be returned to attendee status and the next person will be called. The clerk provided me with a list of people who had requested the opportunity to testify today, provide comment today, and I'm going to take them in the order that they appear on my list. And the first is David Bobrow. Is Mr. Bobrow available? I know he had some court obligations.
I am, thank you.
Proceed, Mr. Bobrow. Thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate you letting me speak today on behalf of Ms. Churchill. Responding to a couple of statements that were made in terms of my support, I think it'd be helpful to understand a little bit about Ms. Churchill in terms of how I've seen her as an attorney. She is probably the most precise, creative, and analytical attorney that I've seen. She takes every single angle of a case. And I believe it was said earlier that she is primarily known as criminal defense. I would add that she is an incredible civil litigator as well. She takes every single angle of a case and analyzes it in an approach that I think is incredible when we talk about what we're looking for a judicial member. I believe it was a Representative Evangelos who talked about concerns regarding judicial discretion and how that might impact people that are on the bench. As we know, the Booker case in the federal system allowed for judicial discretion. Sarah Churchill typifies the type of judge that you want, that the Booker case stated when we're talking about judges allowed to make their own decisions. Because what we want is we want judges who are going to analyze everything from every single perspective when they come out with their decision. I believe it was also Representative Babbage that talked about our judges referees. Well, at times judges are referees and at times judges have to have control of the courtroom. So they're acting not as referees, but as directors. In Ms. Churchill's case, she will absolutely be both. She is an incredible attorney. And most importantly, what I can say in terms of my sadness and the sadness for the legal system is that we're going to lose her, that we're going to lose her within the legal system where she makes a huge difference for a number of different committees that she's involved in. But the fact is that her becoming a judge is only going to make the judicial system better. And I certainly encourage the committee to consider those, to look at anything that she has put forward in terms of her packet. And I would just say that I think that the governor has made an excellent choice, and all the great statements that you've made accurately reflect the Ms. Churchill that I know. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Bobrow. Very much appreciate you taking the time to provide us with comments today. Are there any members of the committee who have a question for Mr. Bobrow? Seeing none, I will move to the next name on my list, which is Jonathan Sarbeck. Is Mr. Sarbeck available?
I'm sorry, I was on mute.
Well, you're not anymore. Go ahead.
All right. Well, thank you, Representative Harnett, Senator Carney, members of the committee. I'm here to speak in support of nomination of Sarah Churchill. From a personal and a professional realm, I've known Sarah for almost 10 years, going back to my time as an assistant attorney general down in York County, where she does a number of work, and it's continued during my time as the Cumberland County District Attorney. I can tell you that the governor's made a nomination here that is rooted in professionalism, intelligence, and due diligence. And I think that the state of Maine would be lucky to have her as a member of the bench. And I can echo Attorney Barbrow's comments that I think we'll be sad as to see her leave her practice because she is an excellent criminal defense attorney and an excellent civil attorney. I've actually known some people who have had her as a civil attorney and speak very highly of her. And I can tell you, as a prosecutor, seeing Sarah on the other side, I know that a case is going to be well thought out, and an individual is going to get very good representation with her as being his or her attorney. And so I would support this nomination as myself, but I know there are many prosecutors throughout the state that would also throw their support behind the nomination of Attorney Churchill. I'd be welcome to any questions that members of the committee may have.
Thank you, Mr. Sarbeck. And just so I have a complete record, could you tell us where you reside?
Oh, I'm sorry. I reside in Cape Elizabeth, Maine.
Thank you. Are there any members of the committee that have a question for Mr. Sarbeck? Seeing none, thank you very much for taking time out of your day to testify today.
Thank you for having me.
And the next person on my list is Tina Neto. Is Tina on the call?
I am. Thank you, Representative Harnett. My name is Tina Neto. I live in Westbrook and I practice criminal defense out of Portland. I'm also the executive director for the Maine Association of Criminal Defense Lawyers, and it is in that capacity I testify here today in support of Sarah Churchill's nomination to the district court. For nearly 20 years, Sarah has spent her legal career fighting for the rights of the accused and the little guy, fighting against government power. She has always represented living, breathing human beings, and she has done so brilliantly. She has represented her clients zealously and fiercely. Her tenacity, good humor, and intelligence are widely admired throughout the defense bar, amongst prosecutors and the judiciary. Sarah has an exceptional commitment to fairness. She is tempered in her words and actions. Her great capacity to see all sides of a legal argument make her an extremely effective advocate. She is insightful and able to zero in on the solution to a problem quickly and decisively. She has a remarkable moral compass and has always said and done the right thing, even at times when it must have been incredibly difficult to do so. I'm not ashamed to say, as I think David and Jonathan said, quite selfishly, that Sarah's elevation to the bench is a great loss for the defense bar and civil plaintiffs bar, but it is a tremendous windfall for the people of Maine. The majority of Sarah's practice until the past few years focused on the defense of indigent people accused of crimes. She has represented people accused of horrible crimes, and she has done so energetically with great care and with the highest degree of professionalism. She has also devoted herself in a myriad of ways to the improvement in the provision of justice and the improvement of the quality of indigent defense. As a former president of MACTL, as the original defense attorney in Cumberland County's drug court, as one of the advisors on the creation of the Unified Criminal Docket in Cumberland County, and most recently as a vital member of the Maine Commission on Indigent Legal Services. The right to counsel means nothing unless a person is guaranteed the right to effective counsel. And Sarah has done much in her career to ensure that each and every person that she represents or who is dragged into our criminal legal system can actually access justice. In addition to the wonderful personal qualities Sarah will bring to the bench, her nearly 2 decades of representing, again, human beings, advocating for them, listening to them, fighting for them, as a criminal defense and plaintiffs and civil rights litigator, will give Maine's judiciary much needed balance and fresh perspective. For too many decades, judgeships in Maine and throughout the country have been bestowed disproportionately on former prosecutors with decades of experience in dealing with cases, not people. And that leads them to view each person before them as a criminal first, human second. It matters to have people like Sarah on the bench. It will help restore some of that balance away from the depersonalization that comes with our criminal legal system and towards more humanity. Every person in Sarah's courtroom will be seen first and foremost as a human being, fallible, yes, but deserving of and entitled to respect and fairness. Defense work, particularly the rigors of providing defense to Maine's indigent population, no doubt will shape the way Sarah approaches her work as a judge. Knowing that each person is more than the worst thing they have ever done goes a long way, particularly when dealing with contentious divorce and child custody cases, which can often bring out the worst and even the best people, when weighing evidence in protection from abuse cases, in working with litigants in eviction and small claims matters, presiding over misdemeanor arraignments and mediating disputes between criminal defense attorneys and prosecutors, and yes, even dealing with dozens of people on an interminable violations bureau docket, all of which are central functions of a district court judge. On a personal note, I really do hope that Sarah will spend at least some of her time as a judge presiding over juvenile matters. I think her unique experiences and ability to connect with people will benefit every single young person who appears before her. Sarah will never see her job as, quote, clearing her docket. Her job will always be ensuring that everyone who appears before her is afforded justice. Of that, I have no doubt. As a fellow female criminal defense attorney, I have looked up to Sarah for a long time as a colleague and as a friend. I have admired her enormous skills as an attorney and an advocate for, and along with Mac Dole, are so excited to see her commanding intellect and deep humanity in action as she presides over the district court. I'd be happy to take any questions from the panel.
Thank you very much, Ms. Netto. Thank you for taking the time to testify today, and I believe I mispronounced your name earlier. I apologize for that. I had a 50-50 shot and I failed. But we do appreciate you taking the time. Are there members of the committee that have a question for Ms. Netto? Seeing none, again, thank you very much for coming before the committee today. The next name that I have on my list is a representative of the Maine trial lawyers, and I believe last time that was Chris Lewis. I don't know if Chris is still here.
I am Representative Harnett.
You can proceed, sir. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Again, my name is Chris Lewis. I'm the president of the Maine Trial Lawyers Association. I'm a partner at Hardy, Wolf & Downing in Lewiston and a resident of Cumberland. I'm here today to provide testimony on behalf of our support of Sarah Churchill's nomination to Maine District Court. As I've stated previously, we survey our membership on both reappointments and new nominees. Attorney Churchill had a very high response rate. It was overwhelmingly positive. Our members rated her very highly for legal competence, ability, impartiality, and legal temperament. We had numerous comments for Attorney Churchill, including that in their opinion, she would be an outstanding judge, and calling her an exceptionally skilled litigator with a true passion for the law. Another respondent felt that Attorney Churchill is compassionate and understands the real world impact of the judicial process and the lives of litigants. MTLA's executive committee reviewed the results of the survey along with our own experiences with Attorney Churchill. She is a member of our board, and we concurred wholeheartedly. I've known Sarah now several years. We serve in the Board of Governors of the MTLA together. I have found her to be intelligent, thoughtful, even-keeled. She has a diverse skill set in both criminal and civil matters, and she knows what it's like to run a small business. All of these are critical skills for any judge, especially in the district court, dealing with the ins and outs of the lives of regular Mainers. Attorney Churchill's almost 20-year legal career is a study of legal skill in the courtroom and leadership to improve the legal system outside the courtroom. She's a past president of the Maine Association of Criminal Defense Attorneys and a current board member of the MTLA, as I said before. Time and again, various court systems have turned to Sarah for her leadership, asking her to serve on the Uniform Criminal Docket, Federal Criminal Law Committee, Federal Criminal Justice Act Panel Selection Committee, the Sex Offender Risk Assessment Committee, the Cumberland Court Adult Drug Court, Sex Offender Management and Risk Assessment Advisory Commission. Based upon her excellent evaluations from our membership, our personal knowledge of Attorney Churchill, her considerable leadership and demonstrated throughout numerous boards and efforts throughout the state, I am very proud to endorse Sarah Churchill's nomination to the Maine District Court. MTLA will miss her leadership, but her appointment will bring honor to the bench, the people of Maine. Again, I think the state of Maine is lucky to have her. So thank you for this opportunity. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much, Mr. Lewis. We certainly appreciate your input in that of the Maine Trial Lawyers Association. It's very helpful to the committee members. Are there any members of the committee who would like to pose a question to Mr. Lewis? Seeing none, I will check to see if there is anybody else who wants to testify in support of the nominee who has not spoken. And I am not seeing anyone or hearing anyone. I would now ask if there is any member of today's gathering that would like to speak in opposition to the nomination. And again, I am not seeing anybody or hearing anyone, so I'm going to proceed to our next step. All public comments having been taken, the committee will now proceed as follows. Review any additional material, written comments on the nomination that have been received by the committee. Supi, have we received all of the comments that have been submitted prior to today's proceedings?
Yes, we have.
Thank you very much.
You're very welcome.
We will then vote on the nomination and notify the President of the Senate pursuant to Title III MRSA Section 157 and the joint rules. The vote must be taken within 40 days from the date of the governor's written notice, and we are doing so. The hearing by the Joint Standing Committee on Judiciary for Ms. Sarah A. Churchill, Esquire of Wyndham, for appointment as a district court judge is now closed. We will proceed to taking the vote. In accordance with the law, the committee may not take the vote on this nomination sooner than 15 minutes after the close of the public hearing, unless all committee members who are present agree. At this point, therefore, the chair will inquire whether any member present objects to proceeding to taking the vote immediately. Senator Keim.
Yes, we would like to have the 15-minute break.
Okay, then we will reconvene at 1:20. And I would advise everybody on the call to mute your microphone and to shut off your video. And we will see everybody at 20 after 1. Thank you very much. Good afternoon. Welcome back to those who are back. I'm going to give a minute or two just to see who we have and who we might be missing. Okay. Welcome back, everyone. We have had the 15-minute required portion before voting. So I will turn to the next matter on the schedule, and that would be taking the vote. The pending question before the committee is that the Joint Standing Committee on Judiciary recommend to the Senate of the 130th Maine Legislature that the nomination of Ms. Sarah A. Churchill, Esquire of Wyndham, for appointment as a district court judge be confirmed. I would ask the clerk, Supi Panett, to call the roll, please.
Senator Carney.
Yes.
Senator Carney votes yes. Senator Sanborn. Senator Kime.
Yes.
Senator Kime votes yes. Representative Harnett.
Yes.
Representative Harnett votes yes. Representative Babbage.
Yes.
Representative Babbage votes yes. Representative Galgay-Reckert.
Yes.
Need you on video, please.
Yes.
Thank you. Representative Galgay-Reckert votes yes. Representative Moriarty. Unmute, please.
Yes.
Thank you. Representative Moriarty votes yes. Representative Sheehan.
Yes.
Representative Sheehan votes yes. Representative Hagan. Representative Downs.
Yes.
Representative Downs votes yes. Representative Libby.
Yes.
Representative Libby votes yes. Representative Poirier.
Yes.
Representative Poirier votes yes. Representative Evangelos.
Yes.
Representative Evangelos votes yes. Representative Newell.
Yes.
Representative Newell votes yes. Senator Sanborn. Senator Sanborn is absent. Representative Hagan. Representative Hagan is absent. That's the final roll.
Thank you very much, Supi, and I apologize. I forgot to tell people that we were taking the vote by the yeas and nays, but you guys caught on without my instruction. So I appreciate that. 12 members of the committee having voted in the affirmative and 0 members in the negative. It is the vote of the Joint Standing Committee on Judiciary that the nomination of Ms. Sarah A. Churchill, Esquire of Wyndham, for appointment as a district court judge be confirmed. Congratulations, Ms. Churchill. Confirmations are one of my favorite parts about serving on judiciary. And at this point, we usually get up in a little conga line and go shake the hand of the successful nominee. Obviously, we cannot do that today, but we hope to be able to do that sometime in the future. It's really a pleasure to deliver this news to you, particularly again on your son's birthday. And as a committee, we did decide we would at least try to do some virtual applause to show our thanks and appreciation for your upcoming service to the state of Maine and all that you've done up until this point. So congratulations.
Well,
And-
thank you. Thank you very much.
You're very, very welcome. At this point, we will adjourn until 2 o'clock when we have our next confirmation hearing. I again remind people to shut off their mics and their video because we will still be continuing to stream. See you all at 2 o'clock. Good afternoon, Mr. Martucci.
Good afternoon, Chair. How are you?
I am fine. Am I pronouncing your name correctly?
Yes, did a good job. Thanks.
All right, let's hope I can keep it up. We're still a little early, so we're going to give people a few minutes to get back on.
Sure.
Is it snowing down by you?
It is. I've been looking out the window. I'm in Portland. It's really, really light, but it's been snowing for the last few hours.
Always makes it look pretty, at least.
I agree.
Hey, Jim.
Hi, Jim. How are you?
You know, if we were in person, we could all be like just talking to one another, but we're all so afraid because we're on a YouTube channel.
I do wish this was in person, but I understand the world that we're living in right now.
Yes, as do we. I'm going to give it a couple more minutes until we have some more committee members.
No, I can't.
Tom, are you there?
I am here.
Can you let Soupy know I'm on a treadmill of instructions here on how to get into the Zoom, and they're going around in circles, so I can't seem to get fully in. I've got two-thirds.
I'll pop down to her office and then I'll start up when I get back.
Okay, thanks.
Steve, I'm here is there anything I can help with?
Well, I don't know, Soupy. I've got 2/3 of a screen. I can see your face right now. Okay. But on the right-hand side, I've got a column of Zoom-related stuff that I can't seem to get rid of, and it's not letting me fully in.
Steve, I could resend you my link and then you could use that, and you just would have to change your name because you might show up as my name.
Thank you.
You know, I just clicked on Soupy's link from this morning, which is what I did originally earlier today.
Do you want to try a second link and see if that works any better?
Let me try.
I'll send it to you.
Let's see if I.
Are you able to hear us, Steve?
Yes. Yep. Loud and clear.
Okay. Why don't we begin then? Welcome everybody to our afternoon session of confirmations. We have two in front of us, and I'd like to get started right away as we work on our last judicial confirmation of the day. This is a public hearing of the Joint Standing Committee on Judiciary for the purpose of considering the nomination by the governor of Mr. James F. Martimucci, Esquire of Arundel, for appointment as a district court judge. As you can see, the meeting today is being conducted electronically. Under the law and the joint rules of the legislature, this committee is required to hold this public hearing and recommend confirmation or denial of the nominee by majority vote of the committee members present and voting. As chairs of the committee, we will then send written notice of the committee's recommendation to the President of the Senate. The committee will hear testimony from and have an opportunity to question the governor's representative, the nominee, and any other persons present who wish to speak for or against the nomination. Before we get started, I want to share some information related to the fact that this meeting is being conducted using an electronic format. This meeting is currently being live streamed by the committee's YouTube channel. This means that anyone who is a participant in the meeting via Zoom can be seen and also heard if their microphone is unmuted. People testifying cannot be seen or heard until they are called upon to speak. This meeting will be recorded and available to view on the committee's YouTube channel shortly after the close of the proceedings today. At this point, pursuant to Title 3, Section 157 of the Maine statutes, which require that there be an affirmative motion to recommend confirmation of the nominee, the chair recognizes Representative Sheehan for the purpose of making such a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move that the Joint Standing Committee on Judiciary recommend confirmation of Mr. James F. Martimucci, Esquire of Arundel, for appointment as a district court judge.
Thank you, Representative Sheehan. And do I have a second, Representative Babbage?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I second the motion to recommend confirmation of Mr. James F. Martimucci.
Thank you. As I stated earlier, we are considering the nomination for the position of district court judge. The statutory requirements for this position are posted on the committee's webpage. We will begin by hearing from the governor's representatives, and the chair now recognizes Jerry Reed, governor's chief counsel, for the purposes of making a statement concerning the nomination. Welcome, Mr. Reed. Good afternoon.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Representative Harnett, Senator Carney, and members of the Joint Standing Committee on Judiciary. I am Jerry Reed, legal counsel to Governor Janet Mills, here today to present James Martimucci as the governor's nominee for appointment to the Maine District Court. Attorney Martimucci has been in private practice in Portland for more than 30 years, most recently with the firm Germani, Martimucci, and Hill. He has specialized in trial and litigation work in both state and federal courts, with particular focus on medical malpractice defense, personal injury, contract, real estate, and construction law disputes, as well as professional licensing and regulatory matters. Attorney Martimucci graduated magna cum laude from King's College in Wilkes-Barre, Pennsylvania, with degrees in English and government, and earned his law degree from Seton Hall University. Though modest and understated, Jim Martimucci is universally respected and known within the trial bar and the judiciary as an exceptionally talented lawyer. He is a superb candidate for a position on the district court. On behalf of the governor, I respectfully request your support for the appointment of James F. Martimucci and would be pleased to answer any questions that the committee may have of me. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Reed. Are there any questions from committee members for the Governor Council? Seeing none, I will next recognize John Hobson, the chair of the Judicial Selection Committee, for a statement regarding the nominee. Mr. Hobson.
Thank you very much. Representative Harnett, members of the Joint Standing Committee on the Judiciary. My name is John Hobson. I'm chair of Governor Mills's Judicial Selection Committee, and on behalf of the committee, I request that you act favorably on the nomination of Mr. Martimucci. Mr. Martimucci has extensive experience, trial experience in the courts of Maine throughout the last 30 years. Although the recent experience with Mr. Martimucci has been primarily focused on medical malpractice, which in itself is a very complex area which requires a lot of work and a lot of intellectual horsepower to manage and master. In fact, he has extensive civil litigation experience outside of just the medical malpractice field. And in addition, he also has criminal defense experience. So he comes to this job with really a well-rounded trial background. And as Mr. Reed alluded to, his reputation in the trial bar is exceptional. He's known as being an exceptional trial lawyer. The interesting thing to me as a committee member was I knew Mr. Martimucci by reputation only. As part of this process, I think I may have met him a few times, but I didn't really know him. And as part of the interview process, there was a discussion of the fact that he was going to be transitioning from a very sophisticated private practice to the district court, and what were his thoughts on that. And Mr. Martimucci gave perhaps one of the most articulate explanations in terms of why at this point in his career, having achieved basically the status and the accolades that he has, of why it was important to him to go into public service. And it really struck not only me, but other members of the committee that this individual who really does have an exceptional reputation in the trial bar would so articulately be able to say, listen, I've had these great experiences and developed this expertise, but it's time for me to basically put my talents to work in the public sphere and public service. And by applying for the district court, I think that's another indication of the genuineness of Mr. Martimucci's desire to be a public service, because the district court is, as many people have said, the people's court. And it has certainly sophisticated legal problems, but it is a challenge in terms of the day-to-day management. As you heard Judge Lawrence describe some of the challenges. And Mr. Martimucci is now availing himself of the public service to the citizens of the state of Maine, and he will be a tremendous asset to the citizens of the state of Maine because of the intellectual acuity that Mr. Martinucci brings to the job, his background in trial experience, and his basically humanity, which came out in the interview process as well as from his written materials. And therefore, on behalf of the committee, I respectfully request that this committee act favorably on the nomination of Mr. Martinucci. He will become a stellar judge in the Maine system and be of great service to the people of the state of Maine.
Thank you very much, Mr. Hobson. Are there any members of the committee that have a question for Mr. Hobson? Seeing none, I want to really express my appreciation for you being here for all 4 of these confirmation hearings today and for the process, for the role you play as a volunteer in the process of helping to shape the Maine judiciary. Thank you very much, Mr. Hobson.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Next, we will now turn to the nominee. Chair now recognizes Mr. James F. Martinucci, Esquire, for the purpose of making a statement concerning his nomination. And please know that the committee welcomes you and looks forward to hearing from you.
Thank you, Representative Harnett. Thank you, and thank you, Senator Carney, and all members and staff of the committee. I've been using a few words and phrases in the last several weeks when I've been receiving some nice feedback from members of the bar and or bench. And the words are, I'm excited, I'm truly humbled. It's a little anxiety provoking as well because it's a big move and I've never been a judge before, and I hope that people, assuming I am confirmed, that people will be patient with me and give me time to learn the job. I also want to thank the Joint Selection Committee for all the work, not just vetting me, but the other candidates. And I want to thank Governor Mills certainly for nominating me, and the nice words that I just heard from Jerry and John. Thank you for that. I understand this is an opportunity for me to say some words to hopefully help you get to know me a little bit. I'm not necessarily someone who's comfortable speaking about myself. I say that honestly, but to know me starts with my family. So I'm married. My wife, Maria, is an ed tech in the RSU 21 system at Mildred L. Day Elementary School. She's had that job for about 21 years. We live in Arundel, as I think you all know. We have 3 adult daughters. Our oldest daughter, Amanda, is a high school teacher at Westbrook High School. She's married to a nice young man, Chris, who was born and raised in Old Orchard Beach. And in the warm weather months, they run and operate a food truck, which is now becoming rather popular, which I think most of you probably know. Our middle daughter, Samantha, affectionately known as Sammy, she is a neuro-occupational therapist in the University of Pennsylvania system. She lives and works in Philadelphia. And our youngest daughter, Alexandra, affectionately known as Alex, she's a preschool teacher in New Hampshire. I was born and raised in New Jersey. I can honestly say that I was raised in an incredibly loving, nurturing family. My dad, a World War II veteran, like many World War II veterans, rarely ever spoke about his service to the country. My mother in later years would tell us some stuff, but even my mom was very careful not to share things. So I look at his generation truly as heroes, and I certainly look that way to my father. Sadly, my parents have passed. They would have loved today. My mom grew up in the Bronx. My dad grew up in Jersey City. And as a young boy, I have 4 siblings, a sister that's older and 3 younger brothers. We bounced around a little bit, ultimately moved to a central part of New Jersey. And I truly had a great upbringing. I was fortunate enough to go to King's College. I graduated in 3.5 years. One of the ways I was able to do that is I also was fortunate enough to become a Washington, D.C. intern. So a semester between my junior and senior year, I was down in Washington, D.C. And as part of that process, I was required to take a course at Georgetown Law Center. We had sessions in the Capitol. We had sessions at the White House. It was a great experience for a 21-year-old man. That's the first time in my life that I became what I would call a trial watcher. So as part of that internship program, I worked for a very small law firm, and truly, as you would imagine, I had 0 experience in the law. And the partners in that firm were gracious enough to me that they would ask me to go watch trials. So one particular trial was a felony United States District Court murder case. And I watched a lot of it, and I remember being fascinated by it. I remember being fascinated about every aspect of it: the U.S. Marshal, the clerk, the witnesses, the judge, everyone would rise when the jury came into the room. Everyone would rise when the jury left the room. How different documents would get into evidence. I didn't understand the process then, but it was tremendously fun for me to watch. Because of that internship, I was able to graduate from college early, which helped me financially. So then I went to law school. As I said to the committee, the selection committee, when I met them, at least I seem to remember I said this, is I recognized somewhat naively, admittedly, and idealistically, I didn't understand the cost associated. I had to pay for college, which was fine. And I quickly realized after getting acceptance letters that law school was going to be much more expensive than I thought. And notwithstanding scholarships and loans, there was still a gap. So I quickly started calling the different schools that I got accepted to and to find out which ones had night school. Even then, I naively thought all the law schools had night schools, but they did not. So I went to Seton Hall, which was in Newark, and it was 4 years. And it was 4 years of full time. So most semesters I went to school 4 nights a week from about 6 o'clock or 6:30 at night, depending upon when the class started. Sometimes I'd get out at 10, sometimes I'd get out at 9, sometimes I'd get out at 11. My first year, I worked full time at a corporation, Xerox Corporation. In my last 3 years, I worked in New York City. I worked for Con Edison in a management training program, which was really, really a great thing. I heard Representative Babbage ask a couple of the other nominees some questions about aspects of your life, experience in your life that have influenced you and may influence the type of judge that you would be. So certainly my family has influenced me. My dad working hard as a mechanic on the railroad for all his life. My mom working part-time in a JCPenney to be able to provide for 5 kids. My 3 brothers and I shared the same bedroom until I went away to college. Working at Con Ed, I was a foreman in the generating stations that literally made electricity. And I had union people that reported to me, and I worked different departments, different boroughs for maybe 3 or 4 months. So I would go and speak to my dad, and my dad would tell me the importance of respecting the workers, because the workers knew much more than I ever was going to learn in 3 or 4 months. And that was important to me because I learned very quickly that they looked at these college graduates, including me, as someone that was coming in there to tell them what to do, and perhaps we didn't know what we were saying. So I listened to them, and it was a nice connection, and I'll connect the dots for you about that in a moment. When I finished law school, like many people in the New York City area, I applied to big firms, and an executive at Con Edison got the word that I was leaving, didn't understand that, asked for a meeting with me, sat me down, and he used a word that my dad used to use to be funny. And he basically called me a knucklehead. And he wanted to know why I wanted to be a lawyer. Why would you ever want to be a lawyer after you went through 3 years of training in this management training program? You could be an executive here someday. You could make a lot of money someday. And I let him know that I was never someone, even at that young age, that was trying to chase money. I wanted to do something for the public. On my mom's side of the family, there were a lot of cops, a lot of police officers, and I just wanted to do something special. Anyway, that conversation continued for a few weeks, and eventually they offered me a job within their law department, which was a big, thriving law department with many, many, many dozens of lawyers that worked all kinds of different areas: commercial law, rates and regulatory, litigation, real estate, and I accepted it. And that was another great opportunity for me because, again, I got to work in different departments and I got to travel around to different boroughs in New York City. And very quickly, it became obvious to the people that were much smarter than me, plus coupled with my interests, that I wanted to be in court. So I went to different courts. And again, I became a court watcher, a trial watcher. We were a busy practice, but as part of my education to be a trial lawyer, the law department was gracious enough to say, if you see an opportunity for a trial that you can watch, go do it. And I can tell you in the 5 years that I was there, I watched at least parts of dozens and dozens of trials. My wife and I decided after 5 years there that we needed something different. And to be very candid about that, I used to blame it on, well, that job was very demanding of my time. But as my partners today will tell you, my law partners, as my friends in the legal community will say to you, and as my family certainly will say, that's just more of my personality. I work hard. I work lots and lots of long hours. But as a young married couple, even though we lived only 23 miles outside of Manhattan, I was getting home 11 o'clock at night most nights because of an hour and a half commute. And we decided, let's try something different. And we had never been to Maine. We had a vacation for a weekend here, a weekend there in New Hampshire, Vermont. We liked the ocean, we liked the mountains, and we decided to do that. And really quickly, I was given this tremendous gift. And the gift that I was given is that the general counsel, the #1 lawyer in the Con Edison Law Department, when I told him about it, because I thought that was the respectful thing to do, to let him know what I was doing, he gave me this gift. And the gift was, he told me that 25 years earlier, he had been offered a job in Waterville, Maine, to be a lawyer. And he turned it down. And he turned it down for the money. And he ended up making a lot of money in New York City, but he missed children's birthdays, he missed holidays, he missed vacations where he would have to cut them short. And the gift he gave me was, he said, as long as he was a general counsel, I always had a job. So he gave me this safety net. He said, go to Maine and try it out. So I landed at Isaacson and Raymond. Primary office was in Lewiston. I never heard of the town Rumford. I never heard of a town called Mexico, Maine. I never heard of a town called Bethel, Maine. I really didn't know Maine. But shortly before we moved there, Isaacson and Raymond had purchased a 2-lawyer office in Rumford that back then was doing a lot of work for Boise Cascade, then the name of the mill in Rumford. And they asked me, because of my experience there dealing with corporate people, would I be willing to do that? And I said yes. I want to tell you a little bit about that real quickly. Maria and I had never lived in a small community before. She was born in Brooklyn and then raised in New Jersey. I had never lived in a small town before. And we moved to Rumford, Maine. We lived on South Rumford Road for 7, almost 8 years. We have friends from Rumford and Northern Oxford County that will be our friends for life. They could not have been more accepting, gracious, welcoming, helpful. We have friends there that treat our children like surrogate nieces. We have friends there that treat our children like surrogate grandparents. It was a great place for us to land. One of the professionals that I've asked to speak on my behalf is Judge Sheldon. I learned to practice trial work in the district courts, and I appreciate all the comments from John Hobson and Jerry Reed, but I truly learned to practice trial work in the district courts of Maine. When I was up there, at least a part of every day, I was either in the Rumford District Court, Farmington, Livermore Falls, Southport, South Paris, Lewiston. I did protection from abuse matters, protection from harassment, lots of family law cases, criminal cases, contract disputes. I learned to do it and I loved it, and I still was a trial watcher. When I was fortunate enough that I started to get involved in some bigger complex cases, and admittedly, I had the desire to get involved in some bigger complex cases, I started going down to Portland more for work. I started even going south to Portland for work. I started to go to Boston sometimes. I was in Connecticut. I was in New York City, living and working. Living in South Rumford and traveling to those places was not a good mix after a certain point in time. And then fortuitously, for me at least, towards the end of 1996, Isaacson and Raymond went through a reorganization, which lots of firms do, and it broke up into about 3 or 4 firms. And I asked, let's open up a satellite office in Portland because of my practice, but no one was really interested in that at that point, which was fine. So that's how I landed in Portland. That's how that happened, where I went from South Rumford to Portland. I opened up my own firm in about the summer, I think it was the summer of 2000. And again, I was doing lots of misdemeanor criminal work, felony criminal work, lots of family law work, including divorce trials, child support, protection from abuse matters. But again, I was getting into bigger and bigger cases. And eventually, as John said, my practice really evolved into medical malpractice defense work. Even during that time, I remained a trial watcher. To get involved in the med-mal, when I would hear about a medical malpractice trial, if I could find the time, I would go watch it. I would at least go watch parts of it so that I could learn. If I had a big felony case on a particular nuanced issue and I heard somebody else had it, I'd go watch, or I'd call and pick up the phone and ask them questions. To date, I have tried to verdict, as I said, family law cases, felony cases, attempted murder trial, misdemeanor cases, plaintiff's cases, personal injury on behalf of a plaintiff, personal injury on behalf of a defendant, dozens and dozens of medical malpractice panel hearings, medical malpractice jury trials to verdict, licensing cases on behalf of professionals, including on behalf of lawyers, and certainly a large administrative Department of Motor Vehicle hearings as part of my criminal work. This may sound corny, and I hope it doesn't, but to this day, when I walk into a courtroom, literally to this day, I understand we're living in the world of the pandemic, but to this day, I respect and understand the specialty of that room. I've always felt that way. There are times when I've walked out of a courtroom and under my breath, I've said, I can't believe I'm in here. I can't believe I'm part of this system. The decorum, the respect, the honor, the fact that someone has to raise their hand and swear to tell the truth, and then it's your job as a lawyer to make sure that they do that, or at least make sure the fact finders believe what they should believe. I appreciate and respect that when the jury comes into the room, we rise and show them respect. I appreciate when the judge comes into the room, you rise and show respect. It's a special place. It's a special place in this country, and I just feel honored to always have been a part of it since I've become a lawyer. As John Hobson said, so why with this practice? Why do I want to become a judge? I have served as a private attorney for many years. I believe my wife, Maria, she'll be embarrassed to hear this, but she's an incredibly charitable person. In New Jersey, she always volunteered her time. In Rumford, she volunteered her time. And in Arundel, she volunteers her time. And it was her, more so than me, who prompted me to become a part of the Zoning Board of Appeals in Arundel. And shortly after volunteering in 2004, I became their chairman and was their chairman for 12 years. We served the community. We had hearings. And the vast majority of people in front of that board, as you would imagine, are unrepresented by legal counsel. And one of the things that that board did when I sat on it, and I understand they're still doing it, which makes me proud and happy for them and happy for the community, is we gave every litigant, every petitioner in front of us the opportunity to say their piece. And when they were done, even if the other side might be represented by an attorney, I would always go back to the unrepresented petitioner and ask him or her, have you said everything you want to tell us? Have you provided us all the evidence that you want to provide to us? And clearly, we had to make decisions. So there was always one side that wasn't happy with what we did, but we tried to do it with grace. We tried to do it with transparency and fairness. And I really enjoyed that. Our children are grown. We were fortunate enough to help them get through college without debt. I admit to that. And it's now time for me to serve the public. I truly want to serve the public. One of the great opportunities I've had at Giovanni Martinucci & Hill in recent years is we have younger lawyers. And mentoring them has been not only fun for me, but it's been thrilling. It's been educational for me. Judges at times will call me because of clerks or interns that they have who are now going to try to get into the private practice, and they'll ask me to meet with them and talk to them. I love that. When I go to court, if there are lawyers that have questions about cases that I may be in, I've loved sitting down with them and giving them advice when they ask it. To this day, I call lawyers for advice. To this day, I call people for advice all the time because I'm continuing to learn. But I really feel it's time that I give much more to the public than I have in the past. I want to dedicate myself to it. And I know it's the phrase that's been used over and over again, but I believe in it too. Governor Mills said it when I met her. The district court is the people's court. It's a place where you make a difference in people's lives. And I'm ready to do that and hope with the right training and patience of people that I can become an excellent judge, assuming I get confirmed. Lastly, or two last things real quickly, someone asked me, what attributes can you bring? The judges that I have admired over the years are those who I find measured, patient, intelligent, respectful to everyone in that courtroom, everyone, the clerk, the witnesses, the parties, the lawyers, the non-represented people, certainly the juries if it's a jury trial. And I admire that. And I believe that I am patient. I believe that I am measured. I believe in the rule of law. And I'll do my best to follow the rule of law. Now, this is the last thing I want to say. I do want to thank all of the judges and justices of this state who have called me or emailed me since the nomination became public to a judge, after they said, congratulations, they all said, if you have any questions or issues, assuming you become confirmed, call me, we will help you. That's tremendously kind. I've always thought the bench was collegial. I didn't realize how collegial it is. I promise you, if any judges or justices are listening to this right now, I will call you. I will call you a lot, not just in the first few months, but probably for a long time. I also want to thank anyone that's going to speak on my behalf. With that, I'll do my very best to answer any questions you have.
Thank you very much, Mr. Martinucci. I would now open it up for questions to committee members. And if you could use the electronic hand feature, that makes my life a lot easier. I see we'll be going in this order. It'll be first Senator Carney, then Representative Poirier, and then Senator Keim. So Senator Carney.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and welcome Mr. Martinucci to the hearing. It was really wonderful to listen to your description of how you came to be before us today. I wanted to ask you, you mentioned in your description of your work with the zoning board, your concerns about unrepresented clients or unrepresented persons before the zoning board, and also raise that in your final observations about judicial demeanor. Can you talk to us a little bit more about your concerns about the impact that lack of legal representation has on access to justice and how you think those concerns will shape your role on the district court? Thank you.
I think it's a really good and fair question. And that's the phrase, access to justice. I think no matter what has been done to date, which I believe most people are paying attention, is most people in authority who can make decisions are paying attention to the issue of unrepresented litigants. I get that, I understand that. But the reality from my observation is even with e-filing and intranets and computers, some people just don't have access to that. Some people who may have access to it don't even necessarily know how to navigate themselves through it. So I think it's a big issue. Clearly though, as a judge, you're supposed to be fair-minded to both sides, whether they're represented by counsel or not. You're not supposed to favor one side over the other. But as I said, when I was the chair of the Zoning Board of Appeals, when we were permitted to under the rules, we would offer to the unrepresented person, are you sure you're done? Are you sure you've submitted everything you want to submit to us? I think that's the best you can do as a judge, that you're not supposed to advocate for one side, but it's a recognition of mine that it's still a problem. It's not just an issue in the state of Maine, it's an issue everywhere. And I applaud those committees and people that are trying to make it a better system and a more fair playing ground.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. And next I have on my list is Representative Poirier.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In your written answers that you provided to the committee, you indicated that you or the firm that you had been with were sued by a client alleging that you missed the statute of limitations in a case that was settled out of court. And I do realize that that was quite some time ago, but I was wondering if you could offer any further explanation on this and also let us know if that case changed your approach to future cases in regard to how you approached timelines and attention to detail.
Sure, and that's absolutely. So that was a case that was over 20 years ago now, and it was a case out of New York City. So I'm still licensed in New York. And admittedly, the mistake that our firm in Maine made was that there was a special statute of limitations because it was an injury that occurred on a train that was owned by the municipality. So because the train in New York was owned by a municipality, there was a nuanced special statute of limitations. And the firm was sued, and it was a particular associate in the firm that had done some research on that issue, and it said, this is the statute of limitation, and unfortunately she was incorrect. So our firm received a lawsuit on that. because we missed the statute of limitations. The case ultimately got dismissed. To answer the second part of your question, we certainly learned, and I certainly learned from that number one, if we're going to accept any kind of case, before we even accept it, we need to make sure we understand the rules and the statutes of limitations and do the right amount of research on that. So that's number one. And number two, the partners in that firm took responsibility, including me, as we should have. It's not something that we put on to an associate. We shouldn't just assign a case like that to an associate who doesn't necessarily have the experience to work in that area, particularly an associate who was not licensed and experienced in New York City. So those were the lessons that we learned. And to finish it, even though you did not ask, we acknowledged that mistake instantly. That was not anything that we tried to avoid. We acknowledged it instantly. I was deposed in that case, and that deposition lasted about 20 minutes because when the lawyer was asking me questions, I just said, "You made a mistake. We take full responsibility for it."
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Poirier. Senator Keim.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and congratulations and welcome, Mr. Martimucci. Thank you for being here. I did appreciate all of your comments about the River Valley area because that's where I present. I live in Dixfield, so you are to be commended. That must have been a very steep change for you to move to Rumford from being more accustomed to cities. One of my questions is, and you've kind of touched on it a little bit already, but I would like to hear a little more because district court is the people's court, but just about your idea on handling pro se litigants. I think that is a very, from what your practice has been, I think that's a very different approach to law than probably you've experienced and a difficult thing, I think, for a judge to handle sort of the hand-holding that goes along with that, but is so key. So I'd just love to hear you tell us a little bit more about how you'll handle that.
Thank you for the question. First of all, I think patience is important. Listening is important. Again, projecting the appropriate objectivity. If one side is pro se and the other is not letting the representative side think in any way, wrongfully they would think, for me, that I was favoring the pro se litigant. But really listening, making sure they understand their rights that they have while they're in front of the court, making sure that they've had the right amount of time, assuming there's no deadline that they've already missed, to file what they need to file. I don't think it's the judge's role to truly litigate the case for the pro se, but you just want to speak to him or her and let them know this is important. You are in a court. These are proceedings. You're perhaps filing documents that you may not understand. Let's make sure you understand what you're doing. Let's make sure you understand what you're saying. I would do that with patience and time. And again, do my best to assuming the other side was represented, to make sure that there was not even an appearance that I was favoring one side over the other. And the other thing I would do, which I've seen many judges do, and I admire them for this, I would say, if it was the right time, do you want time to go get an attorney? You do not have an attorney now. Would you like some time? We have organizations. There's Pine Tree. Perhaps you qualify for a lawyer with Pine Tree. Perhaps the Volunteer Lawyers Project. I would make those offers as well.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Keim. Representative Babbage.
Oh, yes. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Congratulations, Mr. Martimucci. This is a wonderful thing here, and I appreciate you being before us, and I liked very much your testimony. Regarding our family backgrounds, the parallel paths are uncanny. I mean, your parents are from Jersey City and the Bronx. Mine are from Rockland and Rockville. But actually, seriously, you have 3 daughters. I have one that had a food truck this summer. I have a daughter that's a pediatric physical therapist, and I have one that's an elementary teacher. And I spent a lifetime at RSU 21, which Maria is working at. We both love Maine's Western Mountains, but we ended up on the coastal plain of York County. So I'm very excited about your nomination. Before we let you go and hear other testimony here, I just wanted to give you an opportunity to influence 13 members of the Maine legislature from your experience in the legal profession as far as what we can do in addressing challenges within the judicial process. What do you have to tell us?
Well, I've had the opportunity today to watch the other hearings. I've spoken on behalf of some judges who are being either reappointed or going from one bench to another, but I've never watched the entire process. I'm not sure if that's what you're asking me, but I think the way you've conducted it, particularly, it's not easy to do this via Zoom. I think from what I've observed, it's fair. The fact that we have a judicial selection committee that vets the candidate ahead of time, and then after vetting the candidate directly, picks up the phone and has conversations with judges, lawyers, or has face-to-face meetings with judges and lawyers to ask honest questions about the candidate. I think that's a really fair process. I have actually no suggestions about that process for improvement because I think it's done very fairly. And watching the other hearings today, I think all of you are asking intelligent questions and doing your best to try to understand the candidate in a very limited period of time.
And in a broader context, as far as the delivery of justice, do you have any comments on that?
Well, that is broad, and I appreciate that. You know, the delivery of justice, that's what we, if we're all lawyers for the right reason, that's what we should want, right? We should want justice all of the time. That can sometimes mean you have the case where the client, that your client's not going to get what he or she wants, but there still may be justice. I believe in the justice system. I think that's the best part of the American court system. It's a place to seek justice. So I think the obligation of your committee is to do your very best to try to put the best candidates on the bench who will be patient, who will use appropriate intellect, use appropriate resources to help render justice.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Representative Babbage. Are there other questions from committee members? I have just a few, Ms. Martucci. I'm going to take you back 36 years to when you won the Pro Bono Achievement Award for work at Newark Legal Aid. And I'm curious, was that criminal legal aid or civil?
So it's civil. So I want to make sure that you and I are not misunderstanding each other. I won an award when I graduated from law school. That was working in the Newark Legal Aid Society. Yep. And I was mostly representing, at that point in time, unrepresented women who were either getting divorced or had been victims of abuse, and we were helping them find housing outside of the abusive place. The reason I qualified that is there was another award when I became an attorney where in Brooklyn, New York, I was representing, for several years, I was representing people on a pro bono basis who were losing their apartments, their leases. They were being forced out because of raising rents and they couldn't afford it. So we did a lot of work for them. We're in court a lot for that, and we won an award for that, which was really kind of nice.
Thank you. And could you talk a little bit about your experience in criminal law and how that will influence you on the bench if confirmed?
I actually love practicing criminal law, and the reason why is I just the strategies behind it, but importance of protecting somebody's constitutional rights. And sometimes you can represent somebody in the criminal litigation world where perhaps media attention or even social media attention, they're getting lots of negative comments about them. And even some of my own colleagues would say, how could you represent him or her? But they're entitled to that. We're obligated to protect their rights. And I respect that system very, very much. I have 2 felony cases right now that are on my docket, so to speak. I have 3 or 4 misdemeanor cases on my docket, so to speak. As my partners here, Jamani Martinucci and Hill know, I've never wanted to give up that part of my practice because I think it's really important. I think it's a good part of the service that we give. And I used to do a lot of court-appointed work, but was fortunate enough to segue into I started getting my clients paying. But I've done that type of work for 30 years now, and I truly enjoy it.
Thank you. And you mentioned the constitutional dimensions of adequate defense for people accused of crimes. Are you at all familiar with the Sixth Amendment Center report?
I have it in front of me.
Oh, okay. And have you had a chance to look at it?
I have read it, and I understand there's 7 recommendations. I understand it's a really serious analysis of the system in Maine.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Are there other questions from committee members? If not, before we move on, we were recently joined by another committee member, Representative David Hagan. Representative Hagan, if you could introduce yourself, please.
I will. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. David Hagan. I'm David Hagan. I represent Hampton and Newburgh, House District 101.
Nice to see you, David. I'm Representative Hagan.
You too.
As there are no more questions from committee, I will now take comments from persons attending this hearing who wish to speak for or against this nomination. Anyone who has a written statement but who does not wish to speak should have submitted that statement with the committee clerk prior to today's hearing. All such statements shall contain the name and residence of the person who prepared the statement. A copy of each witness written statement presented to the committee at this hearing will be made available to the nominee upon his request prior to the committee's vote, and the nominee will have an opportunity to respond to the written comment. For today, those who wish to speak in person registered with the committee clerk prior to the start of the hearing and will be called upon by the chair, at which time they will be promoted to panelist status in Zoom and can be seen and heard. When it is your turn to speak, please try to observe the following. State your name and place of residence prior to your testimony. Only comments concerning the suitability of this particular nominee for this particular position will be considered in order. All other comments will be considered out of order. After you are done speaking, and there are no more questions from members of the committee, you will be returned to attendee status, and the next person will be called. The clerk has provided me with a list of people who have signed up to provide testimony. I'm going to call them in the order in which they were given to me, and when I get through that, if there's anybody else who wants to be heard, we will make that available. And the first person is the Honorable John Sheldon. You can proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and members of the committee. My name is John Sheldon. I live in Westbrook. I'm a retired Maine District Court judge. I've known Jim since about 1990 when he arrived in Rumford and began appearing before me in the Rumford District Court. I was so impressed with his performances that I recommended him to our friends, and after my family and I moved to Westbrook, we hired him as our family attorney. And I urged him to seek a judgeship. Which brings me here. I'll keep my comments short because there isn't much to say. Jim will be a wonderful judge. I believe we need Jim to be a district court judge because he has what we need in judges, a combination of patience, objectivity, and intelligence that when combined amount to perfect judicial demeanor. Jim will be one of those judges whom you'll want to appear before if you ever have to go to court. I can only say it again. Jim will be a wonderful judge.
Thank you, Judge Sheldon. Are there any questions from committee members? Seeing none, I will move on to our next presenter, which is Mark Lavoie. Is Mr. Lavoie available? Hearing nothing, we can come back to him if he appears.
I'm totally, I'm here. I am so sorry. I was pushing the wrong button to be seen. There I am. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
No apologies needed. We're all pushing the wrong buttons and not pushing.
Yeah, this is my third Zoom meeting of the day, so I'm pretty much zoomed out, but I wouldn't miss this. I want to first commend Governor Mills for her nomination of my good friend Jim to serve on the district court. And I want to be sure the committee understands that I'm not here as an unbiased member of the community. I live in Gray, Maine, and I regard Jim to be as close a friend as I have in the world. We have been practicing together as colleagues, as co-representatives of parties in the same litigation for about 15 years. We have traveled the country together. I know Jim, I know his wife, I know his kids, I know his college friends. And one of the best tests of character for me is how do you hold on to friends like that? Jim has displayed a moral excellence that's, I think, rare. There isn't a person in the bar whom I know who's ever said an ill word about him. He's a man of integrity. And you saw yourself today in his statement what kind of person he is. You can tell people that you have great moral character, but it's really something you have to earn. And you saw just a small sample of it today. I have literally stayed up with him talking about things from the mundane to the deepest topics you can imagine until late at night in every city, it seems, in the country. Because as malpractice lawyers together, we used to travel before the age of COVID. Now we sadly do everything by Zoom. But Jim is, in my mind, without doubt, one of the most qualified, most suited and readiest people to serve on the court that I ever have met. And I think that anyone who's concerned about whether he's well suited for work in the district court will be pleasantly surprised. Jim loves people. He has a younger brother, and he doesn't tell the story, who is severely disabled. And Jim checks in with him all of the time, takes care of him. He takes care of his older sister who's been through a lot. He's always there for people. He's someone who deeply loves people, and not people with wealth or high ambition. In fact, Jim, I've given him a bad time for the past 15 years about how he doesn't know how to charge, how he doesn't know how to run a profitable business. It's profitable. It could be more so, but he's never made that a priority. And I think the reason why is he's always had an instinct for service. We have worked together on the American College of Trial Lawyers. We've worked together in the Harvey Fellowship Program to teach young lawyers how to be better lawyers. And Jim has always been there. He's always been someone I've been able to rely on. And he's always demonstrated excellence in character, in temperament. He does have patience, but he also knows how to set limits. And I think that has to happen for an effective judge too. But understanding that I get only 5 minutes to talk, which is usually how much time it takes for me to say hello. But we're two hardscrabble kids. I was born in Lewiston. He was born in Newark. We became best friends at about age 55 for me, when I'd never imagined I would be making new best friends. But he's my best friend for a reason. It's because he is a person of excellent moral character. You will be so pleased if you move his nomination forward so that he can become a district court judge. And those of us who are lawyers will be so pleased because, as I say, nobody is readier or better suited for the job. So thank you very much for this opportunity. I regard it as a deep honor to be here for Jim before this committee, which is looking at him to fill this job, which I think is one of awesome responsibility. So thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Lavoie. We appreciate your taking the time out to speak to us today. Are there any members of the committee who have a question for Mr. Lavoie? Seeing none, I will turn to our next presenter on the list, and that is John Webb.
Good afternoon, Representative Harnett, Senator Carney, other members of the committee, Attorney Martinucci, and all those who are virtually joining us. I'm thrilled to be here today in support of James Martinucci. Like Mark, I would disclose that I don't come into this as an unbiased party. I've known Jim for in excess of 15 years, and I'll never forget the first time I met him. I was sitting in the Superior Court in Alfred, and the back door opened, and a very good-looking person stood in the back door, dressed extremely well, and we all looked around and said, "Who's that?" And so, me being me, I went over and I introduced myself and said, "Welcome to York County." And Jim did his thing, and he did it wonderfully well. And afterward, I went back over just to say, "Great job. It was a pleasure to meet you." And he said, "Where are you from?" And I said, "I'm from Sanford, Maine." And he said, "Well, I'm from Jersey." And I looked at him and said, "Really? Well, I did not know that. Thank you." So we kind of hit it off, and I could tell right then that we were going to be friends. I currently reside in Arundel, Maine. I practice in Saco, and I am the person who is, prior to the pandemic, in court every single day. And I have to say that, as my luck would have it, as time went on, and I was very fortunate that time and time again, I started to run into Jim, and then eventually found out that he lived a mile from my house, which was shocking. Our children were a different age. I came to the child world a little later than Jim did, but I quickly found out what a great father Jim was to his daughters. He was involved in all their extracurricular activity. My children adore Maria. They got to know her through the school system, and more our paths started to cross professionally. And eventually we were co-defendants in several cases, represented co-defendants, I should say, in several cases, and started to regularly do cases together in York and Cumberland, Oxford, and we went all the way up to the coast as far as Waldo County. My practice tends to focus on impaired drivers, and Jim's expert knowledge in the area of professional licensing, healthcare professionals and legal professionals, was a natural fit for what I did. As I know you folks know, there's consequences to what happens in the criminal side of the court, and it impacts those folks directly in an administrative sense in their professional licensing side. And so I started bringing Jim in to consult in those cases, and my clients loved him. They loved his patience. They loved his understanding and compassion, and they loved his ability to teach. He is a great teacher, and he explained things so wonderfully well and clearly. So after those cases all started to take off, I was invited to join the Arundel Zoning Board of Appeals, and Jim was the chairman of the Zoning Board of Appeals. His community service aspect of his life is amazing, and I'll get back to that in just a second, because I think it nicely addresses one of the concerns that Senator Carney had. I think you've gleaned, certainly from everything you've heard so far, Jim has a great, brilliant legal mind, and he will come to the bench not only brilliantly, but he will come as a compassionate and caring person. And I think he'll be a model of judicial temperament and fairness. I truly believe that his growing up in New Jersey, in that Elizabeth City area, is going to really bring some value to the court system and to the citizens that appear before him. I think growing up in that kind of, and I know someone touched on it earlier, growing up in a multiracial, large metropolitan area really brings, I think, a nice perspective to Maine, because certainly those of us that are there every day see the diversity of this country coming quickly and much more often to the state. We are seeing in court a much more diverse race, ethnicity, religion, sexual orientation, identity, gender expression issues. And I think that people need to be their authentic self. And I think the LGBTQ community will find in this jurist someone who will ensure their rights, their safety, and their respect. Jim will be a great judge in all aspects of the law, and that upbringing he's had, along with his ability as a lawyer, is really going to shine in whatever court he is in. And I think he'll fastidiously and strongly protect everyone's rights throughout that entire rainbow that I had described above. Getting back quickly to the Arundel Zoning Board of Appeals, I didn't really know it at the time, but looking back at it, that was really kind of like a preview of events to come. Because as you know, or many of you know, the chairperson of a zoning board of appeals exercises many of the same daily tasks that a district court judge does. And we dealt with an unbelievably wide variety of lawyers and a wide variety of pro se litigants. And there were lawyers who were extremely professional and extremely prepared, and sometimes not so professional and not so prepared. But more importantly, the pro se litigants that came before us there were some that were great, incredibly prepared, may not have fully realized the requirements of Title 30A and the comprehensive plan, but Jim was absolutely so particularly caring and patient and understanding, and did such a great job explaining to them exactly how this process worked. If there was a question that he didn't understand, or if he thought there was a question they did not understand, no matter which side they were on, he would often call a recess, or at times actually suspend the hearing in place and give everyone a chance to go away for a week or 2 weeks, seek counsel, seek a better understanding of what was going on, and just regroup and come back. He did this all without ego. He was always the first to admit if he didn't understand, and the first to be extremely careful with those folks that didn't. Excuse me. He always was courteous. He was always kind, patient, and he always exercised a strong hand, because sadly, there were also some litigants that came before the ZBA who had their own agenda and had no interest in being nice and being patient. So I do have to say, Governor Mills has done an outstanding job, and I thank her for the nominations she's brought in this rotation. I'm going to dearly miss seeing Jim's name come up on the caller ID, pick up the phone and have him say, hey, let me run this by you. He is a great sounding board, whether it's civil or criminal. And those times that we spent going through the cases was such a treat, such a learning experience, and such an absolute honor. Jim's clients, his law firm, all the people he's helped along the way are going to dearly miss him after today. And we all know that relationships fundamentally change after today, but we can't be selfish. We have to really appreciate what the state of Maine is going to gain, and we have to be very thrilled and pleased for everyone that will come before him. And I appreciate your time very much, and I'm happy to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you very much, Mr. Webb, although you did give me pause when you said you were often co-defendants. I'm glad that you cleared that up for us. Are there any questions from committee members for Mr. Webb? Seeing none, again, thank you for taking time out of your day to talk with us. And,
thank you for having me.
I will now turn to Elizabeth Germani. Ms. Germani?
Thank you very much, Representative Harnett, Senator Carney, members of the committee. It is an honor and privilege to be able to speak on behalf of my law partner, Jim Martimucci. It's a hard day for me. I actually thought about, gee, do I really want to do this in support of his nomination? Because obviously I'm going to miss practicing law with him. But honestly, there couldn't be a better nominee for a judgeship in the state of Maine than Jim Martimucci. I first met Jim in the mid 1990s. We were both practicing trial law at the time. The first case that I ever actually saw Jim working professionally on was when he was opposed to me. He was representing a plaintiff and I was representing a defendant. And so my first experience with him was not as a co-defendant or somebody that I would consult with, but somebody that I was supposed to be locking horns with. And despite that, I ended up coming away with tremendous respect for him and genuinely liked him, thought he seemed like a decent guy, really good lawyer, very skilled. And I thought he was a worthy adversary. And so that's kind of telling as to what happened next. I ended up asking him, at the time I was serving on the board of the Maine Trial Lawyers Association, And I ended up reaching out to Jim and asking if he would consider sitting on the board with us. And he agreed to do that. And so then he and I served on the board together for a number of years. In about 2007, my former law partner, Mary Gay Kennedy, also went on the bench. I'm starting to feel like a training ground for judges here, but I guess I should be proud of that, that I've known these people who are reaching such lofty goals. After that, Jim approached me, called me up one day and said, do you want to meet for a cup of tea? We're both tea drinkers. And I said, sure. And we went down and we were chatting and he said, I think we should merge our practices. And I said, okay. We didn't talk about not doing any due diligence, not really doing anything. I had another law partner who owned half of the firm with me at the time. And I said, well, I got to run and by her, but I'm sure it will be fine. And that was really it. So it's kind of comical looking back, because you would think when you're bringing in somebody to own part of your law firm, and the law firm had been rolling for about 10 years at the time or close to it, that I would have given more thought and some pause to it and really looked deeply into it. I didn't. I knew Jim. I knew he was a solid guy. I thought he'd be a good partner. I knew he was a great trial lawyer. So my initial impression of Jim, my first impression was that he was a really kind person, very highly motivated and very highly skilled as a trial attorney. Here I am more than 25 years later, and my impression has not changed. Those are still the same things that I would say about Jim. I think he's very kind. I know he's highly motivated, and he's an incredibly skilled trial lawyer. His skills have only gotten better over the intervening years. Maine has a lot of really good trial lawyers, but no one, as you've heard, who knows Jim or has seen him at work could even debate the issue of whether he's at the top of the list of the best trial lawyers in the state of Maine. It's just really not up for discussion. And that's regardless of how you would judge a top trial lawyer, whether you're looking at competence, knowledge of the law, a willingness to work hard and go the extra mile for his clients. If you're looking at intelligence or pragmatism, ethics, decency, kindness to others. I think the very fact that he's walking away from a very successful and, despite what Mr. Lavoie told you, lucrative career, that speaks volumes about who Jim is. Because frankly, I know a lot of the trial lawyers in this state, probably most of them at this point, and I've received a fair number of calls about, wow, why would Jim do this? And a lot of them have been puzzled when I've said he really feels a calling to do some public service here. And I support it, and I do support it. And I will continue to support that, because I think it's really important to the state that you have really skilled people on the bench. As a trial lawyer, I can't overstate how important that is. To have somebody on the bench who is making a decision on a case, who really understands the ins and outs of the case, who understands the rule of evidence, who will expect lawyers to do their best and to give good representation and to do it ethically and to follow the rules. That is hugely important to the state of Maine. And you will get that from Jim Martimucci, and I am fully supportive of that. Jim has tried cases for people in all walks of life. Mark Lavoie told you about his practice in doing medical malpractice defense work. And that has been a big chunk of his practice in probably the last 10 years or so. But that's really a small piece of what Jim has done in his practice. He has represented lots of people in lots of different stations in life. He truly believes that everyone, and I mean everyone, deserves respect. And he treats everybody with respect. And it doesn't matter to Jim at all what the value of your case is, or who you are, where you came from, what your race is, what your gender is. He does not care. That you deserve respect and you will get his best. My father told me when I was growing up, he said, I don't care what you do in your life, just do the best that you can possibly do. He said, if you're going to be a trash collector, just make sure that you're the best trash collector that this city has ever seen. I grew up in Portland and I still live here. And I always took that to heart. And I don't know if Jim's dad ever told him that or his mom did, but he has taken that to heart as well. He gives his all to every single client that we have. And, you know, if you're a client with a lawyer who has a lawyer for a case, you don't really care that much. I mean, it's nice, it's comforting, I'm sure, to know that your lawyer has a history of success and is a very experienced trial lawyer. But the truth is, if you're the client, all you really care about is your case. That's it. Because what matters to you is that case. And most of our clients are only going to have one case in their entire lives. And that one experience is everything to them. And Jim has always recognized that. The fact that a case may have a, you know, he's handled multi-million-dollar cases and, you know, on the criminal side, felony cases, but that is not what motivates him. If you have a $10,000 case and Jim Martimucci is your lawyer, he's going to do the same amount of effort on that case that he will do for the multi-million-dollar case. And that speaks volumes as well about who he is and the kind of lawyer he's been, and frankly, what kind of judge he'll be. Because to Jim, it's not about the money. Mark Lavoie alluded to that and talked about that some, being his law partner, I can tell you that. I think a real test of a friendship and a real test of how somebody treats other people is when money's involved. You know, he and I have been law partners, business partners for a long time in a couple of different businesses. We've had partnership interests. We have never had a cross word about money, not once. And we've been business partners for about 13 years now. So that ought to tell you something about what motivates Jim. He's always wants to do the right thing. He's handled thousands of cases over the years, but frankly, it doesn't really matter to him, you know, what's at stake in terms of how hard he will work for the client, because that's what it's about. It's all about the client, doing the right thing by the client, giving the best representation that he can possibly give. Here's what I foresee if Jim's nomination is confirmed. And I can say this with great confidence because it's what I've seen Jim do every single day, working literally across the hall from him. He will treat everyone who comes before him with respect. He will not judge based on a litigant's social status, race, gender, or appearance. Jim will be fair to the attorneys that go before him. He'll expect them, as I said, to do their best, to do it ethically and to follow the rules. And frankly, every judge should expect that, and every client should as well. Jim will work hard to study the law. He will apply it fairly, and he'll follow the evidence in finding facts. And he'll go wherever the evidence leads him and not make quick judgments. Jim will follow the rules of evidence. He knows them very well, and he will apply them fairly. He has lived by those rules for decades, and that's going to be a very important asset to have on the bench. And Jim will understand the importance of every decision that he makes. Those decisions are going to impact people's lives in very profound ways. Some of the decisions that you make on the district court bench will have lasting impact. It's not just moving money around in a lot of the cases that are going to be in front of him. And I'm not minimizing that. I'm a civil trial lawyer. But the decisions that he's going to make on child custody cases, divorces, protection from abuse, protection from harassment, those decisions, criminal cases, they have far-reaching implications for every single person that comes in front of a district court judge. And he will bring his years of experience to that and his fairness, and will be very cognizant of the impact that he's going to have on those people in front of him. He will always be unbiased, professional, and a jurist that the state of Maine can be proud of. In short, Jim is going to judge without being judgmental. And that's a really important thing for our judiciary and for the state's citizens. A couple of people that you've heard from have alluded to, leaving the law firm. And Jim is a good friend. I am going to miss practicing with him. I actually had a fleeting thought about, well, if I go and say something bad, maybe he'll still be across the hall from me every day. But the truth is, there's really nothing bad that I could say about him. He's been a good partner. He's been a good trial lawyer. He's going to be a great judge. And I'm happy for him. I'm happy for the state of Maine. He's been my law partner for 13 years, but he's been my friend for much, much longer than that. So I'll tell you, I know, like I said, the vast majority of the trial lawyers in this state, I really can't think of anyone who would be a better judge than Jim. So for me to stand in his way, as much as the selfish part of me would kind of like to do that, I would never even think of doing that. My loss is going to be the state's gain. And I urge you to act favorably on his nomination. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Germani. Are there any committee members who have questions for Ms. Germani? Seeing none, let me see. Sorry. Well, I'm not seeing any. I will turn to our next presenter again. Thank you.
Thank you.
Joe O'Connor.
Hello.
Good afternoon, Mr. O'Connor.
Here I am. Hi, my name is Joseph O'Connor, and I've lived in Auburn for 40 years now. Senator Carney, Representative Harnett, members of the committee, thank you very much for hearing me this afternoon. I had a nice background photo, which apparently isn't on the screen, but anyway. It's my pleasure to be here speaking for Jim Martimucci, and I was honored that he asked me to speak for him. I think I come from a very unique perspective compared to all the other speakers, in that I retired in June of 2019 after 30 years as an assistant district attorney. I spent the vast bulk of my time in Oxford County, which has 3 in the, well, if you count Superior Court, there's 3 1/3 courts, since we share Bridgeton. I came, just so you know where I'm coming from, I came to law rather late in life. I was a newspaper reporter for many years, and during that time I went to court quite a bit. I saw judges, I saw lawyers. I thought, boy, this looks interesting. It looks like something that would be interesting and fun. And sure enough, it was. I went to Maine Law School, graduated in 1990 as a classmate of Senator Carney. Nice to see you again, and I'm not surprised by your success at all.
See you too, Joe.
And upon my graduation, I was hired to be an assistant district attorney by the then district attorney for District 3, named Janet T. Mills. Obviously, she was a good judge of character and talent, because I lasted there 30 years. I believe Jim arrived in Oxford County, as he told you, about the same time. He was initially with a law firm in Rumford, and even after he moved to Portland, he'd come up to Oxford County fairly frequently to do criminal cases, some minor OUIs and some pretty major cases. And he told us that he just liked Oxford County, he liked the people, and I'm very proud to say he liked us. And when I say us, I tell you that I am very comfortable saying I speak for all my colleagues in the district attorney's office, that Jim was hugely respected by all of the prosecutors, as well as the bar and the judges, as you've heard. In anticipation of how these hearings work, never having seen one, I tuned in this morning to Judge Lawrence's hearing, and I'm glad I watched that, because Judge Lawrence is indeed an exemplar of the excellence of the Maine bar. I'm retired, I can say that. I can say anything I want, I guess. But he really is. And from the beginning of his judgeship, Judge Lawrence was in Oxford County, and I've had hundreds of cases with him. The only reason I didn't submit anything in support of his renomination was that I figured anything I said would just be redundant to the praise that I expected him to get, in which he did. But I mention that because I would submit that Judge Lawrence is a benchmark for the main bar, for nominees and other judges. He really is the epitome of what you look for in a district court judge. I was particularly pleased that in his remarks, he commented on dealing with unrepresented parties. To me, that is a crucial factor that sets the district court apart from what are technically called the higher courts. And as Jim said, you need to, and excuse me, as Judge Lawrence said, it takes patience, and it takes an ability to explain to people what sometimes complex legal issues and rules entail. For example, as lawyers, we can argue about whether a statement is hearsay, but we're all coming off the same baseline. We know that there is what hearsay is. We know how it's defined. Whereas your average pro se person will come in and they can say, well, you know, I have a letter here from my auto mechanic who said that my car was perfectly fine and should have passed inspection. Well, that's hearsay because it can't be cross-examined. It's an out-of-court statement. But to be able to explain that, and I might add that Judge Sheldon, who I had the pleasure of practicing before during my early years, was good at that. He was very patient and he was a good explainer. And I was very sorry when he moved away from Oxford County. But now I've seen Jim dealing with jurors in opening statements, closing arguments, and he is a terrific explainer. He is very good at talking to people in ordinary language, understandable terms. And in examining and cross-examining witnesses, he has the ability to elicit testimony that's favorable to his side of the case without alienating the witness, without humiliating the witness. And I saw him do that many times with police officers. And as I mentioned in my written submission, the success of Jim's being able to do that is demonstrated by how many police officers would hire him when they had a case, even after he had been involved in a case that he had prevailed against them. As far as his intellectual ability, you know that he's practiced medical malpractice. And again, that requires both understanding and communicating complex medical procedures and issues. And Jim's success in that from both a plaintiff and a defense lawyer is self-evident, I think. However, we all know a lot of people with intellectual ability who may not have a lot of common sense. I think Jim is someone who has common sense. He can understand issues, and he can see things for what they are. He can solve problems by the simplest method, by doing arithmetic rather than turning to quadratic equations, although he could do those if they were necessary, I'm sure. Finally, the most important quality for a successful judge is what we all call judicial temperament. It's can be defined in language, but can it really be testified to other than by observation and experience? And I think it comes down to that saying that was originally applied to a much different context. I may not be able to define it, but I know it when I see it. And Jim, I am confident, has judicial temperament. He has the intellect, he has the common sense, and he has the compassion and empathy to be a real credit to the district court. And I'm very, again, honored that he asked me to speak on his behalf. Thank you. Hello?
Senator Carney? Sorry, Representative Harnett, computer has frozen. Could you please take over for the meeting for him?
Yes, I certainly will. Thank you very much. I was wondering what happened there.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. O'Connor, for your testimony. Do any members of the committee have questions for Mr. O'Connor? I'm not seeing any hands raised, so thank you very much for attending and presenting at the hearing today, Mr. O'Connor. And I will move on to the next person on our witness list, and that is Mr. Lewis from the Maine Trial Lawyers Association.
Sorry, let me just send her a quick text. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you, Senator Carney.
You may proceed.
Thank you. Again, my name is Chris Lewis. I'm from the Maine Trial Lawyers Association. I'm a partner at Hardy Wolf and Downing and a resident of Cumberland. I'm here today to speak in support of the nomination of James Martimucci to the Maine District Court. As we've discussed earlier, the MTLA surveys our members, and we received extremely high recommendations from our membership in favor of Attorney Martimucci's ability, his impartiality, his legal competence, and legal temperament. In numerous comments submitted, members said that he would be a, quote, wonderful addition to the court. They called him very passionate about his work, very hardworking, very practical in his approach, and a very experienced in trying all kinds of cases, both civil and criminal. He's both a good person and holds no prejudices against anyone. The comments went on and on about Attorney Martimucci's abilities and his legal skills, to the point where I think that some of the respondents are relieved that they're no longer going to be having to be opposed to Attorney Martimucci's legal abilities. But the executive committee has considerable experience with this nominee, both the courtroom and during his past service on the MTLA board. We concur wholeheartedly with the respondents in our survey. In more than 35 years as an attorney, Attorney Martimucci has built a reputation for skill, dedication, and civility. The cases he handles, both complex civil and criminal, are often contentious, very serious, with serious implications for the parties involved. Yet his reputation is of an attorney who's interested in a tough but fair and professional fight. I believe that temperament served him well throughout his legal career, including the 12 years that he served as his community as the chairman of the Town of Arundel Zoning Board of Appeals. I know Jim a little bit just from my own legal practice. I know his law partners fairly well. I judge in a small firm such as Germani Martimucci. I would judge Attorney Martimucci by the partners he is quite clearly running a successful business with. I have tremendous respect for them. And I think that speaks volumes about his own ability to work with people and his ability to run a small business. I can personally attest to his patience with a young attorney. I did over a decade ago when I was first an attorney in the state of Maine. I had some cases with Attorney Martimucci, and even though he clearly had the superior legal experience and knowledge, he was very patient, very understanding, and did not make me feel in any way like I was a brand new lawyer, still wet behind my ears. He has a wide range of legal abilities. I have every confidence that he'll be an excellent district court judge if he is confirmed, as I hope he is. On behalf of the Maine Trial Lawyers Association, I'm immensely proud to endorse the nomination of James Martimucci to the Maine District Court. I believe the bar will miss his skill, courtesy, and temperament on our side of the courtroom, but his appointment to the bench will bring honor to the court and the people of Maine. With that, I thank you for the opportunity to testify today, and I am happy to answer any questions if any of the committee has questions for me. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Lewis. Do any members of the committees have questions for Mr. Lewis? Seeing none, thank you very much, Mr. Lewis, for providing your presentation today.
Thank you.
We have the next witness that wishes to speak today is Allison Briggs. Ms. Briggs, I would ask you to unmute yourself and you may begin your presentation. Ms. Briggs, are you available to begin your presentation?
Yes, I am.
Thank you very much. Could you also start your video if you're able?
You know, I am trying to do that. Start video. Let's try that. Here we go. Okay. Thank you so much. I guess you can tell this is the first time that I've appeared before the committee by Zoom. Good afternoon, Senator Carney and Representative Harnett and members of the Judiciary Committee. My name is Allison Briggs. Like others, I'm speaking to you in favor of confirmation of the judicial nominee for the District Court, James Martimucci. I am a nurse from Tennants Harbor. I have a small law practice here in Rockport. And unlike Mark Lavoie, I am not a best friend with Jim Martimucci. I am not his law partner. I am not here on behalf of an organization. As a matter of fact, I wouldn't be biased in favor of Jim. I have always worked opposite Jim. Since 2004, I have had a number of cases involving Jim, always as a plaintiff's attorney battling against Jim. And I must say, Jim has always been representing the defendant, and I may not always have appreciated the outcome, but I always appreciated working with Jim. Because we were always opposing each other, I think that's sort of important, because if there was something about Jim that was unprofessional in context, I would think working opposed to him, I would have seen it. And I'm here to say it's just not there. He's very well qualified to sit as a member of the judiciary. He has the right demeanor. He has the temperament of a good judge. He is modest. He is personally decent, and he is respectful of people with different points of view. It is clear to me, and I think obviously other members of the bar who have worked with Jim, he loves winning, but he also loves the law. And he couldn't have achieved the excellent record that he has as an advocate without both of those two passions. It's apparent to me in years of going against him in civil cases that he has a deep respect for procedural regularity, which is the underpinning of our judicial system here in Maine, whether it's civil, whether it's criminal. Jim is going to be the type of judge, if his nomination goes forward and he is confirmed, that will bring a sense of level-headed fairness to the courtroom. So all of these characteristics make me want to stand up, even in a Zoom setting, as it were, to speak in favor of confirmation of James Martimucci as a judge of the district court. And I thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ms. Briggs. Do any of the committee members have questions for Ms. Briggs? Seeing none, just want to express our appreciation for your providing your statement today. Thank you.
You're welcome.
At this time, I would like to know if there's anybody else who is a participant in the electronic meeting who would like to provide testimony in favor of, in support of this nomination. If so, please raise your electronic hand. And I've scanned and I do not see anybody else. At this point, is there any participant in the electronic meeting who would like to testify in opposition to the nomination? I don't see any hands, but I would like to recognize my co-chair, Tom Harnett. Representative Harnett, would you like the floor?
I would, thank you. And I apologize. I just had a virtual disaster. Everything froze and I kept blaming it on you guys, but nobody spoke back to me. And I apologize for that. And I don't know what I missed. Did the MTLA get to speak? The main trial lawyers? They were
Yes.
on the list, okay. And Representative Libby had wanted to ask the nominee a question based on testimony from Mr. Webb. Did she get a chance to do that?
No, we have not. We can, I'm just realizing that that is out of order of the way we typically
Okay.
do the hearing, but do we, I will ask you this as my co-chair, do you feel that it's appropriate to move forward with that question?
I think it was just a point of inquiry. Yes, I do. I don't know what the question is, but it was something that she thought she wanted to address. But again, I would let her pose the question, then if we can determine.
Then that is how we will proceed. Representative Libby, would you like to go ahead with your question?
Thank you, Madam Chair and Mr. Chair. I just had a quick follow-up question following several testimonies. I very much appreciate the testimony of so many speaking to the respect that Mr. Martimucci has for everyone that he comes in contact with. And I wanted to just quickly address something that was brought up several times, and that was protecting the rights of those that he comes in contact with. And how that, because that speaks to advocacy to me, and how that is balanced as a judge with upholding the law and the Constitution, because there could be rights that are at odds with each other or at odds with the law or with the interests of the state. I think of religious liberty or parental rights or other rights where that's not quite clear. So I wonder if you could speak to the balance of protecting rights versus upholding law and upholding the Constitution.
Yeah, thank you for the question. So certainly if I were to be confirmed and was a sitting judge, I would certainly not, to use your word, advocate for one side or the other. That's a fair question to ask. The judge does not have the right to do that, and I would not do that. I would follow the rule of law. I would follow the Constitution. I would not advocate. With respect to, I think, some of the comments about me, which I appreciate, and it's very humbling to hear these comments. I think what they were trying to say is that I've always been fair, and even with the Arundel Board, the Zoning Board of Appeals, there are times in that setting that you certainly have a lot more freedom than you would in a courtroom to assist a litigant. So in a litigant in a courtroom, I would not do anything in my power or to even create an appearance that I was doing something to favor one side over the other or to advocate for one side or the other.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Martimucci.
Thank you.
At this point, one final call. Are there any more members of the public who are participants who would like to speak in opposition to the candidate? And here, seeing none, all public comments having been taken, the committee will now proceed as follows. And I would like to ask my co-chair, Representative Harnett, would you like to continue? We're on paragraph 7 of the procedure.
Yes, I would, Madam Chair. Thank you very much. Again, as my co-chair stated, all public comments having been taken, the committee will now proceed as follows. Review any additional written comments on the nomination that have been received by the committee. Supi, am I correct that we already have everything that has been submitted?
Yes, you are correct. Thank you.
Thank you. Vote on the nomination and notify the President of the Senate pursuant to Title III MRSA, Section 157 and the joint rules. Vote must be taken within 40 days from the date of the governor's written notice, and we are within that time frame. The hearing by the Joint Standing Committee on Judiciary for Mr. James F. Martimucci, Esquire of Arundel, for appointment as a district court judge is now closed. We will proceed to taking the vote. In accordance with the law, the committee may not take the vote on this nomination sooner than 15 minutes after the close of the public hearing, unless all committee members who are present agree. At this time, therefore, the chair will inquire whether any member present objects to proceeding to take the vote immediately. Representative Hagan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I came in very late, as you know, with my other responsibilities as a teacher, and just would like to confer with my colleagues. So I would request the 15 minutes.
Okay, that is your right to do so, and we will come back in 15 minutes. I would remind all participants that you should mute your mic and shut off your video, and we will be back a little before 4 o'clock. Thank you. I'm just going to wait until our Republican colleagues have had their caucus and return to our meeting. We're still short of 15 minutes, so hopefully they will be joining us soon.
I went out and fed the cow, Tom.
What's that?
I went out and fed the cow. Thanks for the break.
You're very welcome. I aim to help the agricultural industry.
I turned on my video so you guys can watch my dogs wrestle in the background if you like.
It's been an entertaining afternoon, but this is the best. Dog wrestling.
We can use the entertainment.
Absolutely. Somebody's sharing a screen all of a sudden.
Oh, there we go. Representative Harnett, do you anticipate that we'll move directly into the final hearing at the conclusion of this one?
Yes.
Okay.
If that is agreeable with you, and I will be turning it over to you.
Okay. Sounds like a good plan. Thanks.
Let me see if I think we're just waiting for Senator Keim. And I see her out by the river. Thank you and welcome back to the confirmation hearing regarding Mr. James F. Martimucci and the pending question now in front of the committee. The pending question before the committee is that the Joint Standing Committee on Judiciary recommend to the Senate of the 130th Maine Legislature the nomination of Mr. James F. Martimucci of Arundel, Esquire of Arundel, for appointment as a district court judge be confirmed. Supi, if you could call the roll, please.
Bill? Senator Carney.
Yes.
Senator Carney votes yes. Senator Sanborn.
Yes.
Senator Sanborn votes yes. Senator Keim.
Yes.
Senator Keim votes yes. Representative Harnett.
Yes.
Representative Harnett votes yes. Representative Babbage.
Yes.
Representative Babbage votes yes. Representative Galgay Record.
Yes.
Representative Galgay Record votes yes. Representative Moriarty.
Yes.
Representative Moriarty votes yes. Representative Sheehan.
Yes.
Representative Sheehan votes yes. Representative Hagan.
Yes, and congratulations.
Representative Hagan votes yes. Representative Downs.
Yes.
Representative Downs votes yes. Representative Libby.
Yes.
Representative Libby votes yes. Representative Poirier.
Yes.
Representative Poirier votes yes. Representative Evangelos.
Yes.
Representative Evangelos votes yes. Representative Newell. Representative Newell is absent.
Thank you very much, Supi. 13 members of the committee having voted in the affirmative and no members voting in the negative. It is the vote of the Joint Standing Committee on Judiciary that the nomination of Mr. James F. Martimucci, Esquire of Arundel, for appointment as a district court judge be confirmed. Congratulations, Mr. Martimucci.
Thank you.
Typically, when we are together in the pre-COVID world, this is one of the highlights of the confirmation hearing, at least for me, and that is we all line up to give you personal congratulations and shake your hand. Unfortunately, we will not be able to do that today, but it doesn't diminish our gratitude for the service you're about to provide to the state of Maine, and we very much thank you for taking on this civic obligation. It's really been a pleasure to get to know you, to hear about you and what you're going to bring to the bench. As a committee, we have decided that we will at least try to give virtual applause so that you have some memory of our how much we appreciate today. So congratulations.
Thank you very much, everybody. Appreciate it.
and do great things.
Thank you. I'll do my best.
Thank you, everyone, and I apologize for the technical difficulties. At this point, I am going to turn it back over to my Senate co-chair for our last nomination, Senator Carney.
Thank you very much. And by way of transition, we have been joined by Senator Sanborn. Senator Sanborn, I don't think you've already introduced yourself. Would you like to introduce yourself, please?
Sure. Thank you, Senator Carney. My name is Heather Sanborn. I represent Senate District 28, just half of Portland and half of Westbrook. And I will introduce the dogs, who are Loki and Callie, who are going to continue wrestling in the corner of my screen, I'm afraid.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to our final nomination hearing today. This is a public hearing of the Joint Standing Committee on the Judiciary for the purpose of considering the nomination by the governor of Ms. Jill C. Dewson of Portland for the nomination to the appointment to the Maine Human Rights Commission. The meeting today is being conducted electronically. Under the law and the joint rules of the legislature, this committee is required to hold this public hearing and to recommend confirmation or denial of the nominee by a majority vote of the committee members present and voting. As chairs of the committee, we will send written notice to the committee's recommendations to the President of the Senate. The committee will hear testimony from and have an opportunity to question the governor or her representative, the nominee who is here with us today, and any other person who wishes to speak for or against the nomination. Before we get started, I want to share some information related to the fact that this meeting is being conducted using an electronic format. The meeting is currently being live streamed on the committee's YouTube channel. This means that anyone who is a participant in the meeting via Zoom can be heard and seen if their microphone is unmuted. People testifying cannot be seen or heard until they are called upon to speak. This meeting will be recorded and is available to view on the committee's YouTube channel soon after today's meeting has concluded. Pursuant to Title III, Section 157 of the Maine statutes, which requires that there be an affirmative motion to recommend confirmation of the nominee, the chair recognizes Senator Sanborn for the purpose of making such a motion.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move that the Joint Standing Committee on the Judiciary recommend confirmation of Ms. Jill C. Dewson of Portland for appointment to the Maine Human Rights Commission.
Thank you very much. And do we have a second? Representative Babbage?
I apologize. Yes, Madam Chair, I second the motion to recommend confirmation of Ms. Jill C. Dewson.
Thank you. The statutory requirements for this position are posted on the committee's webpage. The chair now recognizes Mr. Jerry Reed, representative of the governor, for the purpose of making a statement concerning this nomination.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Senator Carney, Representative Harnett, and distinguished members of the Joint Standing Committee on Judiciary. My name is Jerry Reed. I'm Chief Legal Counsel to Governor Mills, and I'm here today on behalf of the governor to speak in support of the nomination of Jill C. Dewson of Portland as a member of the Maine Human Rights Commission. The commission is described at Maine Revised Statutes under Title V, Chapter 337, Section 4561. The Maine Human Rights Commission, established by Section 12,004G, subsection 15, is an independent commission of no more than 5 members. No more than 3 of the members may be of the same political party. The members are appointed by the governor, subject to review by this committee and confirmation by the legislature. The commission enforces the Maine Human Rights Act, which provides that every person in the state of Maine has a right to be free from unlawful discrimination in employment, housing, education, public accommodations, and credit. Jill Dewson of Portland is being nominated to fill seat number 5. Ms. Dewson is no stranger to public service. She holds a bachelor's degree from Antioch College and received her JD from the University of Pennsylvania School of Law. Additionally, Jill holds a certificate in senior executives in state and local government from the Kennedy School of Government at Harvard University. For nearly 2 decades, Ms. Dewson served as a Portland City Councilor, which included 2 terms as mayor. In addition to her public service in the city of Portland, Jill has several years of experience with the Maine Human Rights Commission, having served as the director of the compliance division at the commission from 2012 to 2016. She has institutional knowledge of how the commission works and how to achieve compliance with the Human Rights Act. Jill has worked in both the private sector and the public sector. She brings her executive leadership skills, ability as a critical thinker, and her government relations experience to the table, all of which the governor believes will fit well with the needs of the Human Rights Commission. We believe these qualifications make Jill Dewson an excellent nominee. On behalf of Governor Mills, I thank you for your time this afternoon and would ask that you support the nomination of Jill Dewson of Portland to the Maine Human Rights Commission. I'd be happy to answer any questions you may have of me at this time.
Thank you very much. I would like to recognize committee member Senator Keim for a question.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Reed, I was wondering if you could tell the committee, I had a couple of questions. So there's 5 members and no more than 3 can be of the same political party. So what could you tell us the makeup currently of the committee and what their political affiliations are?
I don't have that information, although I have with me on the call today, Joe Bushy from our Boards and Commissions office. It's possible he has that information. I do know that Ms. Dewson is being nominated to fill a seat that's affiliated with the Democratic Party.
So yes, I would appreciate a follow-up from someone else if they do have the answer to that. But further, my question kind of revolves around last session, Nikki Farnham was appointed and then her nomination was pulled. And so I'm wondering is there fully 5 members or are we now short one because we're needing balance, it seems to me.
Yeah, hopefully Joe has that information too. I don't want to guess and be wrong about that. I can tell you that Ms. Dewson is being nominated to fill a seat that was formerly held by Ted Helbergs. So it's that seat number 5 that Jill would be going into. But beyond that, I don't want to hazard a guess and be wrong. So hopefully Joe will be able to participate in this forum and provide a little more information about the background here.
Thank you.
By way of procedure, we'll finish with questions of you, Mr. Reed, and then we'll move on to Joe. Is it Boucher? Is that?
Bushy.
Bushy.
Yeah.
Thank you for correcting me. Yeah, so let's do it in that sequence. Senator Keimer, have you completed your questions? Okay, then I recognize Representative Moriarty.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Reed, just to clarify, is this an appointment for a full term? And if so, what is the duration of a full term?
Yeah, my understanding is that this is an appointment for a full term, and I'm going to defer to Joe on the terms for members of the commission, again, because I don't want to guess and be wrong. I don't know that for certain.
Are there any other questions from members of the committee for Mr. Reed? Seeing none, thank you very much, Mr. Reed, for your statement today.
Thank you.
Next, I will recognize Joe Bushy to provide additional information. He's also a representative of the governor's office. Could you please introduce yourself a little bit, and then perhaps you could answer the question from Senator Keim.
Hi, Senator Carney and members of the committee. I'm Joe Bushy. I am the Deputy Director of Boards and Commissions for Governor Mills. And I can answer those questions. Right now, there are 5 members of the commission. There are 3 Democrats. Deb Whitworth is a Republican. And Arnold Clark, I believe, has unenrolled. I know when he was appointed, he was a Republican.
Thank you. I think I feel like it would be appropriate at this point to ask Senator Keim if she has a follow-up question, and then we'll proceed with other members of the committee who would like to ask questions of Mr. Bushy. So Senator Keim, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, Mr. Bushy. So what I'm hearing you say is that there's currently 5 members serving. Is that right?
Yes.
So maybe then we would need a list of who's serving and their political affiliation, because it doesn't quite add up to me that in last session we were going to be appointing Nikki. We were supposed to have a hearing on Nikki Farnham, only her nomination was pulled, which she would have been a Republican member. So I just want to have clarity on who's serving and their political affiliation.
Yep. Deb Whitworth is a Republican. Arnold Clark wasn't a Republican when he was appointed. I do believe he has unenrolled at this point. Jeff Ashby is a Democrat. Ed David is a Democrat, and Jill is being appointed to fill Ted Helberg's seat, who is a Democrat.
Thank you.
Of course.
Thank you for that information. I'm next going to proceed to Representative Moriarty to see if he had a follow-up from his previous question, and then I'll recognize you, Representative Evangelos.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Bushy, so Ms. Duson is being appointed to a full term. You've clarified that. What is the duration of the term?
Terms are 4 years. Ted Helberg's seat expired at the end of August in 2020. So that is the beginning of the 4-year term. So she'll have a little over 3 years of that term.
At this point, I would just like to raise a point of information. We typically do not use the chat function for substantive contributions because it's not part of the record of the hearing, but it appears that there's some information from the Human Rights Commission suggesting that the terms are 5 years. And could you just—
I'm sorry, I did my math wrong when I was looking at the numbers. I forget that there's 2021 already.
Okay, so just to clarify then, the term is a 5-year term, the full term?
Correct.
Thank you very much. Representative Moriarty, do you have any follow-up questions?
No.
Thank you. Representative Evangelos.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would like to yield my time to Amy Sneerson. I would like to get the answers of these questions from her, please.
Let's just procedurally, let's complete any questions we have of Mr. Bushy, and then we can perhaps recognize Ms. Sneerson and do a round of questions. Is that an acceptable procedure? Because I think there are others who may have additional questions for Mr. Bushy. Thank you very much. I appreciate that.
I think Ms. Sneerson would clarify a lot of things. That's my request.
Thank you. Did any, Representative Harnett, did you have a question? I thought I saw you raise your hand.
I did not, Madam Chair.
Does any member of the committee have any additional questions for Mr. Bushy? I am not seeing any additional hands, so Ms. Sneerson, thank you for joining our meeting today. I would like to call upon you to provide some answers to committee questions. Is that acceptable to you?
Sure, and I apologize for injecting myself into the chat inappropriately.
No, that's fine. It's we're working out a few of the bumps. So we appreciate you being here. And would you like to make any kind of an opening statement before you're asked some questions?
We're really just here to provide information. We're very excited to be getting an appointment for the commission. We have been short of commissioners and still are. So one of the questions was how many commissioners. We actually have not had Chair Clark stopped. His term ended a year and a half ago, and he held over for some time to help us with getting a quorum, but he stopped participating in, I believe, his last meeting was March of this year. And Commissioner Hellberg, his term ended this past August, and he has been holding over to assist us with a quorum. So Ms. Dewson will not have a full 5-year term. She'll have 5 years minus the time between August and now. That's my understanding.
Thank you for providing that information. At this point, I'll recognize questions from Representative Evangelos and then from other members of the committee.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just yielded my time so she could clarify the board membership and the terms. And the only other thing she could weigh in on is to verify the partisan makeup of the current commission. If Amy, you could do that for us, I'd appreciate it.
Yes, my understanding, and this has been difficult to pin down, is that I believe when Chair Clark was originally appointed several terms ago, I believe at that time he was a Republican or a Libertarian. I'm not positive which, because we don't ever ask, but I believe he did then unenroll. And Commissioner Whitworth is a Republican, and the remaining 3 were or are Democrats. So I believe that the position, as Mr. Boucher noted, that Ms. Sanborn is appointed for is a Democrat, has been held by a Democrat.
Thank you. I see that additional committee members have some questions. Representative Libby, I think that your hand was up next. You may proceed.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So just, I apologize, but for clarification, then Commissioner Clark is no longer on the commission, is that correct?
Technically, he hasn't been replaced. So he essentially resigned and does not participate any longer, but there is not someone else in the seat.
Okay, so was the nomination in the 129th, was that to fill that seat?
Yes, that's correct.
So that was the nomination that was withdrawn?
Correct.
And so the full members are Whitworth, Ashby, and David, and Hellberg is retiring.
His term ended last August, and yes, he's retiring. He's not been nominated. Yes.
Okay, thank you.
I believe I saw Senator Kimes' hand raised, but I don't see it now. So I'll move on to Representative Reckitt.
Yes, this is a question, I guess, for the governor's representative. Is there a search currently underway to find another Republican representative for the commission?
I'm just going to ask you, Representative Reckitt, if you don't mind, if we can finish with the questions that we might have for Ms. Sneerson, because we seem to be, I'm concerned that we're jumping back and forth between multiple witnesses, and I think it's appropriate to take people one person at a time. So let me just do a final call for questions. Please raise your hand if you have a question for Ms. Sneerson. Representative Babbage, go ahead.
Yep, thank you. Yes, this is a comment really to be heard. I appreciate very much the discussion, and I think you've clarified it nicely. But I think when we get a nomination for a commission to understand the place that the nominee will take, it would be nice to have a list of the members of the commission and the date of their expiring term. So my understanding is that we have one vacancy, and the next vacancy beyond that would be this August. I'm assuming a 5-member commission with 5-year terms would have one vacancy each year, or one renomination to be made each year. So if that, I asked that question of Ms. Sneerson, but just for the record, it'd be nice to have that list when we do have a nomination to understand the place that the nominee will be taking. Appreciate that.
Thank you. Ms. Sneerson, are you able to address that question?
I believe you are correct, Representative Babbage, that each year one seat comes open, and it's generally been each August that the term has ended and a new one has started. Was that your question? Okay.
Thank you. Any additional questions for Ms. Sneerson?
Yes, I actually have one, Senator Carney, if I could.
Who is that? Who is asking the question?
This is Ann Haskell.
At this point, the questions are really to be asked by members of the Judiciary Committee.
I'll hold my question.
And we have you down on our witness list, and we will get to you, and then you can provide your information at that point.
It's just a question regarding Ms. Sneerson. I don't know what her position is.
Oh, thank you. We'll have her introduce herself. Thank you for pointing that out.
I am so sorry. Yeah, I am so sorry. I thought I had seen everyone that we were presenting to a few weeks ago, and I apologize. My name's Amy Sneerson. I'm the Executive Director of the Human Rights Commission. So I'm very sorry about that.
No, well,
thank you very much.
Jumping in to this conversation today. Okay. Representative Moretti, did you have a question for Ms. Sneerson?
I did one final question. Thank you, Madam Chair. Ms. Sneerson, I must be getting punchy. If this nominee is confirmed, is there still an outstanding vacancy, or will there still be an outstanding vacancy on the commission?
Yes, Representative Moriarty, there will still be one seat vacant.
Thank
you. Any additional questions for Ms. Sneerson? Seeing none, thank you very much. We appreciate you stepping up to the plate and answering questions for us today. I'm going to return because we kind of interrupted the question period for the representatives of the governor's office. And I would like to return to you, Mr. Bushy, and ask if there are any members of the committee who have any final questions for Mr. Bushy. I am not seeing, oh, I am seeing one hand raised. Representative Libby, you may proceed.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Being new to this process, I'm just wondering if there's a reason that we're filling a seat that is not yet vacant before a seat that is vacant.
Are you able to answer that question, Mr. Bushy?
We have Jill as a nominee who would be going into that Democrat seat. We did ask Nikki Farnham if she would be willing to be reposted just a few weeks ago. We thought she was going to be the nominee to replace Arnie Clark. She did decline to be reposted, so that's why that seat is not being filled at the same time.
Thank you. I actually would like to ask a follow-up question. So are you actively, is the governor's nominating committee actively looking for candidates for that position?
We are looking for a Republican or unenrolled member to fill that final seat. As of this time, we haven't had anyone apply for the seat. We are regularly speaking with the governor among our office, having conversations with other folks to try and get recommendations to try to get other folks to apply.
Thank you very much. Any final questions for Mr. Bushy? Representative Babbage?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just to clarify, Mr. Bushy, Ms. Dewson is being nominated to fill a vacancy. Isn't that true? The term actually began last August.
It's an expiration.
Expiration.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Any additional questions for the governor's representative? Seeing none, thank you very much, Mr. Bushy, for appearing today. I have next on my list Missy O'Neill Lowe, although I'm not sure that she is continuing to participate in our electronic meeting. Is Ms. O'Neill Lowe available?
No,
she
she
will
wasn't
not be
planning.
participating.
Pardon me?
No, she will not be participating. It's just Joe and I here today from the governor's office.
All right, thank you very much for letting us know. Representative Babbage, is your hand raised because you have a current question? No.
It should not be. Thank you.
All right, no, thank you. I just don't want to miss anything. Okay, the next on our list we have, let me return to the process for the hearing. The chair now recognizes Ms. Jill C. Dewson for the purpose of making a statement concerning this nomination. Welcome to the committee, Ms. Dewson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Can everyone hear me okay? Great,
Yes.
great. Senator Carney, Representative Harnett, members of the Joint Standing Committee of Judiciary, and I want to offer a special greeting to my state senator, the Honorable Heather Sanborn, and thank her for her motion. I am Jill Dewson of Portland, Maine. I'm here today to discuss with you my nomination to serve on the Maine Human Rights Commission. Thank you for this opportunity to offer a brief statement and to respond to any questions you may have regarding my qualifications and suitability for this appointment. Thank you also to Mr. Reed and Mr. Bushy from the governor's office, and to Senator Haskell, whom I see is in the meeting, and others who have provided written statements in support of this nomination. I've provided for your review a resume of my professional work experience. In addition, the packet supporting this nomination includes a summary of over 35 years of volunteerism and engagement to make a positive contribution to the communities in which I've chosen to live, work, and raise my family. The underlying theme for the work and volunteerism reflected in these summary documents is my personal story. You see, I am the third of 5 children born to Jacqueline Burton Dewson. My mom was a polio survivor. We witnessed my mother struggle and work through the impact of the disease on her body. It is the experience of working to help my mother to navigate physical and societal barriers confronted by people with disabilities, and her example of fortitude and resilience that led me to devote much of my career to advocacy for the rights and opportunities of the elderly and people with disabilities. I began as a staff attorney in the senior citizen law unit of the Legal Services Office in my hometown, Chester, Pennsylvania. And from there had the opportunity to work at the Commission for the Elderly at the American Bar Association in Washington, D.C. The director of the Bureau of Maine's Elderly served on that commission, and through her, Trish Riley, I accepted a position here in Maine with the bureau that she ran. This was in 1983, nearly 40 years ago. I believe in the mission of the Maine Human Rights Commission to investigate complaints, enforce Maine's anti-discrimination laws, and correct discriminatory practices, not only because of my lived experience as a member of many of the enumerated protected classes, but also because of my professional experience. One of the introducers, I think it was Mr. Reed, mentioned that I have served in the past as director of the Compliance Division at the Maine Human Rights Commission. My role at the commission was triggered after a commission finding that discrimination had likely occurred. and included directions of the Commission's settlement, mediation, and conciliation programs, negotiation of multiple party settlement agreements, management and monitoring of employer corrective action plans to achieve compliance with the Act, and management of the Commission's third-party neutral mediation program. Putting aside false modesty, what I bring to this nomination is an unparalleled combination of personal and professional experience that will enable me to be an immediately effective partner of the team at the Commission who are carrying out the work of the Act. Your recommendation to support this appointment will allow me to put my skills to work for the state in this new role. I would be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you very much for your presentation today, Ms. Dewson. I now turn to members of the committee to ask if anyone has any questions for the nominee. Yes, Representative Rackett.
Hi, welcome, Jill. Nice to see you again. I just have one curiosity piece about the workload of the commissioners. Because you were involved as the in the oversight of compliance, is that the right way to phrase that? What your job was when you were at the commission?
Yes, ma'am.
Then my question is, in your experience, how many cases a year get to that place where there is a need for oversight of the commission's decision?
I wish I remembered the exact percentage that's presented in the annual reports of the commission. I believe it was certainly less than 10% of the filed complaints But once an investigation was completed and reports and recommendations were sent to the 5 commissioners, if the commission found reason to believe that discrimination had occurred, then the parties were automatically offered the opportunity to negotiate a settlement or to conciliate the matter with the commission staff.
Thank you.
I hope that if I'm incorrect on that percentage, that Ms. Sneerson would have the opportunity to correct me.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. And we did have a presentation last week or the week before. We've done a lot of orientations that I think included more specific information about the stats on the outcomes of different human rights cases. Do other members of the committee have questions for the nominee? Yes, Representative Poirier.
Thank you very much. In reviewing the written information that was provided to us, there were a couple of questions regarding conflicts of interest and that sort of thing. And your answer was that you would consult with the commission counsel and likely recuse yourself from those situations. Can you give me an example of something that would come up that you would actually recuse yourself from the situation?
Yes, certainly. And thank you for that question, Representative Poirier. And let me just go back a step and apologize for failing to address Representative Rickett appropriately and thank her for her question. I have a good bit of actual experience with questions regarding conflict of interest that hold over from the fact that while I was working for the commission, I was also serving as a city councilor in the city of Portland. And so in that instance, I regularly, to start with, when I accepted the position at the commission, I was very clear that I needed to make a choice of my role should matters involving the city of Portland come before the commission. And in that instance, what I chose to do in consultation with Corporation Counsel for the city, is recuse myself from any matter involving the city. So I did not open the file. I did not listen to the facts. I was not engaged in that case at all, because I was technically a member of the defense, I suppose, in my role as a counselor. Also, I would say in my role as a counselor, there are from time to time any number of matters that came before the council. I retired last December, where I had a prior, where I either had a clear and direct conflict, in which case I would not be involved in the case, or I thought there might be an appearance of conflict, and I wanted to be very transparent about that. The usual process was for us to consult with the Corporation Counsel of the city, discuss with her the matter where there might be any concern, and get advice from Corporation Counsel as to whether we should recuse. I would basically proceed along the same lines. I mean, I'm pretty clear if I have a financial interest, or a personal interest, or a member of my family has an interest, that would be seen as a conflict. But there are always cases in the gray area where one wants to be very affirmatively clear about not engaging in any conflict. And in those instances, I would regularly consult with the counsel for the commission, and make a proposed decision, and either recuse myself or discuss on the record the possibility of the appearance of conflict, and discuss why I would not be recusing myself. That would give the parties the opportunity to challenge the decision on recusal. I'm sorry, that was a long answer, but
I appreciate your explanation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Do any other members of the committee have questions for the nominee? Representative Babbage, you may proceed.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to, it's interesting when people come before us, we get to know a little more about them than we thought we did originally. And I met Jill long ago, but of course she's been very involved with municipal matters a great deal in recent history. But I am surprised to learn of your long involvement with utilities, and I sat on EUT my first term in the legislature years ago, and I could have used your mentorship, because I took 10 years off to rehabilitate before I asked for EUT again, and
understood.
But I just think this is a great fit, and I appreciate you taking on this position. I think it'll be a good thing for the state. Thank you for your service.
Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any additional questions on the part of members of the committee? Not seeing anyone. Ms. Dewson, I would just like to echo what Representative Babbage said. I know that the work of the Human Rights Commissioners is hard work and very important work, and we all appreciate your willingness to serve on the commission. Okay, at this point, seeing that no other committee members have questions of the nominee, we will move to statements from the floor. The chair will now take comments from persons attending this hearing who wish to speak for or against this nomination. Anyone who has a written statement but who does not wish to speak should have submitted the statement to the committee clerk prior to today's hearing. All such statements shall contain the name and residence of the person who prepared the statement. A copy of each written statement presented to the committee at this hearing will be made available to the nominee upon his or her request prior to the committee's vote, and the nominee will have an opportunity to respond to the written comment. At this point, I would check in with our committee clerk, Supi Panett, to confirm that Anyone who has provided a written statement that statement has been forwarded to the members of the committee?
That is correct, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much. Those who wish to speak in person registered with the committee clerk prior to the start of this hearing and will be called upon by the chairs, at which time they will be promoted to panelist status in Zoom and can be seen and heard. When it is your turn to speak, please observe the following. State your name and place of residence prior to presenting your testimony. Only comments concerning the suitability of this particular nominee for this particular position will be considered in order. All other comments will be considered out of order. After you are done speaking and there are no more questions from the members, you will be returned to attendee status and the next person will be called. And as a reminder, we'll start with those who want to speak in support of the nominee and then any opposed to the nominee. And that is how we will proceed. According to the list of speakers, our next speaker in support of this nominee is the Honorable Ann Haskell. Ms. Haskell, you may proceed with your remarks.
Thank you very much, Senator Carney and Representative Harrod and the members of the Joint Standing Committee on Judiciary. It's my pleasure to be in front of you today on behalf of Jill Dewson for this opportunity. And I think it's as much of an opportunity for the organization as it is for Jill. She's extraordinarily qualified. I know you saw that list of her activities, her education, her leadership, her management. I mean, she got 4 pages long of it. I couldn't fill 1 page with the things I've done. But Jill has been very active in a significant number of these things. And I think that in and of itself is going to be so effective for the committee because she understands things from a variety of viewpoints. And the other thing that I will talk about is some of the qualities that she brings that are not on a piece of paper. But I've known her for 30 years when her son was a baby and we were at a conference in I don't know, out of state, Pennsylvania, let's say. I don't remember which state it was. And we held and took care of her baby while she was producing her information to the rest of the folks who were there that day. And since that day, for those last 30 years, she and I have been close friends. Even we live in the same neighborhood and I spend a lot of time with her. Also, my time in the legislature, a few of you know, some of you don't. I served 8 different terms from 1989 up until a couple of years ago. And so I've had the opportunity to discuss with her this variety of things, both from her perspective and mine and our city's perspective. And she's been always an extraordinarily capable person. The other things, as I say, you've seen those things on the piece of paper, so you know that she's got the capacity. I think some of the qualities that weren't mentioned on here beyond her intelligence and experience is this matter that is a Jill Dewson factor. And that is she gathers all the needed information in a situation, never settling for preconceived decisions or answers, but rather thoughtfully and completely studying all the details that have been presented before she comes to her decision. It's hard to believe that that's not rare. You know, everybody does that. No, a lot of people don't. They could walk into a decision with their idea already in hand. And Jill has never done that, and she won't do that. And I think that's something to be highly respected. The other thing about Jill is that she shows up regardless of the time or the weather, and she hangs in there. She doesn't leave in the middle. And I think some of you who've sat on a committee before have watched folks on the committee walk out and go, okay, that's enough. Jill does not do that. Jill stays. She waits. She hears. She takes notes. She listens to all of the things that are coming in. And I think that deserves a lot of respect and a lot of support based on the position that she's going to move into. So maybe I couldn't say anything anymore about her other than I have complete confidence in her. And I think she is very well experienced for this job. And she also has exactly the right focus on how to handle things like this by listening and by waiting and by listening some more. Thank you. I'll answer any questions you might have.
Thank you very much for your statement today. I will turn to members of the committee to see if anyone has any questions for Ms. Haskell. I would like to ask one. Based on your statement, it seems that you have had extensive both personal and professional experience with the nominee. Is that correct?
That's correct. One of the things that she's done that has supported me in the legislature is that she's been willing to come up to our committee meetings and sit down and bring us the Portland ideas, their values, what's going on there, what needs to happen, how people feel about it there. So she was always a person I could go to from the council in order to get appropriate and adequate information before we went ahead and made decisions about specific things that would impact our state as our city as well as our state.
Thank you. Yeah, I think it's so valuable to have one person who can speak to both a personal and a professional qualification on the part of a nominee. Thank you very much. I'll look back to members of the committee again to see if any members of the committee have any questions for Ms. Haskell. And I am not seeing any hands, so we thank you very much for being with us this afternoon and for your presentation.
Believe me, it was a pleasure for me, Senator Carney, and I do apologize for interrupting when you were discussing that. I just couldn't come to understand who that person was who was giving us info. So I do apologize for interrupting you.
No, that's fine. Thank you. At this point, are there any other people who have who are participating in the electronic meeting who are here to testify in support of this nomination? If so, please raise your electronic hand or wave your physical hand. I'm not seeing anyone. Is there anybody participating in the meeting who would like to speak in opposition to the nomination? Yes, Mr. Capron, and you did register in advance, and I was going to call on you. It's welcome to the committee meeting. You may proceed.
Trying to figure out how to say this nicely, but I'm not in Joe Duson's fan club for a couple of reasons. In 2003 and 2004, I was actually a client of Oak Rehab when she was the director, and we had a lot of confrontation during that time. And one of the things I noticed in the plan that they developed for people with disabilities is that my plan had a little flag on the side that said Ken is part of the green plan. And I never could get an answer as to what the green plan was. But from what I could determine from working with other clients, because I was actually servicing Voc Rehab at the time also, other clients who were having a hard time with Voc Rehab also were on the green plan. So I don't know what that was, but it was there during her purview. By the way, my name is Ken Capron, and I'm from Portland and have been in Portland for the past 25 years. I've been a Republican, I've been a Democrat, and I've been unenrolled, and none of those work. So anyway, so I had a really bad experience in 2004. I actually ended up with a freedom of access case against the state because of Joe Duson, a case which the state law court ultimately decided that although my argument was right, they had one that was better. And so that was contentious all the way. And there was even one opportunity, and I don't know why Laura, can't remember her last name, Laura Fortman isn't here, because I went to Laura Fortman to complain about Jill at one point, and lo and behold, when I showed up in the office, Jill Doosan was already in meeting with Laura Fortman, and I tried to approach Dr. Fortman's office and encountered a screaming match that was intended to keep me from speaking up in a way that Laura Fortman could. Very unprofessional, certainly not concerned about any disability that I might be addressing. And not one that I could help but go and do more research. And so I did. And it became apparent in looking back at Jill Doosan's record, she was at one point an attorney in Pennsylvania until the year 2000. And in the year 2000, something happened and her license was pulled, from what I can understand, although Pennsylvania won't acknowledge all the details. Her license was pulled as an attorney. She never sought reciprocity when she came to Portland, and come to find out, she never, not only didn't get it, but didn't seek it. How many people put a lot of time and effort into an attorney, becoming an attorney, and then throw it away? But that's never been disclosed. Nobody knows why the license was pulled. And those records are sealed.
Mr. Capron, I just would encourage you to connect your comments to the nomination at hand.
Understood, but this is exactly what I'm doing. This is the nature of the beast that you're dealing with. And everybody else has had nice things to say. If you would please let me finish. This is about character. And there's nothing more important to the Maine Human Rights Commission, which I know very well. It has to be about character, because they're dealing with some very personal situations where somebody has been offended allegedly and is being adjudicated, although not actually adjudicated. There's no jury, but there are certain inequities that occur there, and how she handles these other issues are all relevant to how she will behave in theory and at the Maine Human Rights Commission. And another situation where her ethics would come into question is that she used to claim publicly that she was an attorney, until I pointed out to her and the Attorney General's office that it's illegal to claim to be an attorney unless you're licensed to be an attorney in Maine. But she, even after being warned by the Attorney General, she continued to use that. One of the most noticeable things was the way that she applied federal law, Section 504 of the Rehab Act, the ADA, and similar circumstances. She had no ethics about ignoring what the law said and taking things the way it would, to the advantage of the state. I don't see any way that she should be part of the Maine Human Rights Commission. They've got their own problems. And I think she would be a detriment to that position, regardless of party. This is not about party. This is about just plain old ethics. And unfortunately, I mean, we all know that some people can do a lot of good things and some people can do some really bad things. But when it comes down to the question of ethics and disabilities and ADA and human rights and all that stuff, I don't see Ms. Doosan having the knowledge or the wherewithal to make ethical decisions based on the difficulty that a hearing for the Maine Human Rights Commission is. Got to remember that with the Maine Human Rights Commission, the complainant has to swear by oath to tell the truth. The defendant does not. And if Jill Doosan doesn't recognize that difference and try to counterbalance that inequity at a time when we're concerned about equity, I think we're asking for trouble. I think you're asking for potential lawsuits against the Maine Human Rights Commission.
Thank you for your comments today, Mr. Capron. I'm going to turn to members of the committee to see if anyone has any questions that they would like to ask of you. looking at members of the committee. And if you are interested in asking Mr. Capron a question, could you use your raise hand function or wave your hand for me? And again, I'm not seeing any questions. So thank you very much, Mr. Capron, for appearing here today. And I will just ask one final time, is there anybody else who's present in the electronic meeting who would like to speak in opposition to the candidate, to the nomination? And again, I am not seeing anybody else who would like to speak. I'm going to return to my script. My room is getting a little dark here, but I think I'm going to be able to see the rest of the script. All public comments having been taken, the committee will now proceed as follows. We will review any additional written comments on the nominations that have been received by the committee. And I would just check in once again with our committee clerk to ascertain that there have been no additional submitted written comments during the course of the hearing.
There have been no more written comments submitted.
Thank you. I didn't mean to impose upon you a tongue twister. And now we will move on to a vote on the nomination and to notify the President of the Senate pursuant to Title III, MRSA Section 157 and the joint rules. The vote must be taken within 35 days of the date that the governor's written notice, and I can confirm that we are within the appropriate time frame. The hearing by the Joint Standing Committee on Judiciary for Ms. Jill C. Dewson of Portland for the appointment to the Maine Human Rights Commission is now closed. The taking of the vote. In accordance with the law, the committee may not take the vote on the nominee sooner than 15 minutes after the close of the public hearing, unless all committee members who are present agree. At this time, therefore, the chair will inquire whether any member present objects to proceeding to take the vote immediately. If you have an objection to taking the vote immediately, please use your raise hand function or wave your physical hand. Representative Hagan, are you requesting the 15 minutes?
Yep, I would like to, thank you, Madam Chair. I would just like to confer with my colleagues and do that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. So at this time, we will take the 15 minutes, and I would ask, particularly in light of the time, that first of all, everybody turn off your cameras and mute yourselves when you leave your device. And if we can all resume very promptly at 5:15, that would be much appreciated. Thank you. Did you have a question? Or are you waving back and forth to each other?
I was waving to Senator Haskell's husband in the background.
Oh, I'll wave to him too. Just as a reminder, this is being live streamed on YouTube until the hearing is concluded. And
Okay.
we'll be back with you shortly. Thanks.
Thank you.
No offense, Jill, but I'm anxious to start on this commute home.
Yes, my girlfriend-in-law just pointed out to me that it's snowing again. She's from
Yes.
She's from Arkansas and she doesn't appreciate it.
Whoops, I didn't mean to do that. You know, Jerry, I'll just make a comment that I think that a lot of the commissions and so forth are really starting to work well again. I mean, we have the Maine Indian Tribal State Commission being staffed. I mean, you know, with appointments again. We have Indigent Legal Services, a larger group working together again, and Maine Human Rights Commission is again being filled. So I think all of this is a very good thing.
Hello, everybody. My apologies for the caucuses took a little bit longer than we were anticipating, and we're just going to wait a moment for our colleagues to return. And the good news is that I have a light on in my office now, and I can see the documents that I'm supposed to be reading. Excuse me for 1 minute. It'll just be another moment or two, everyone. Thank you for your patience. Looks like we are all back at our desks and present in the electronic meeting. So I will continue with the hearing. Thank you, everybody, for your patience. The pending question before the commission, the pending question before the committee is that the Joint Standing Committee on the Judiciary recommend to the Senate of the 130th Maine Legislature that the nomination of Ms. Jill C. Dewson of Portland for appointment to the Maine Human Rights Commission be confirmed. In accordance with 3 MRSA Chapter 6, Section 157, and with the joint rules of the 130th Legislature, the vote will be taken by the yeas and nays. A vote of yes will be in favor of recommending the confirmation. A vote of no will be against the motion to recommend confirmation. Is the committee ready for the question? The committee clerk shall call the roll.
Senator Carney.
Yes.
Senator Carney votes yes. Senator Sanborn.
Yes.
Senator Sanborn votes yes. Senator Kine. Senator Kine.
Senator Keimer, are you planning to vote, or should we move on to the next legislator?
I'm so sorry. I had my volume off and I didn't realize it. Sorry for that. So I just need to make a statement that Ms. Dewson is eligible and very suitable for this role. It is our grave concern that there has been an empty seat for a longer period of time for a Republican, and it's our responsibility to be looking at the statutory requirements and making sure that they're being fulfilled as we move forward. So I'm going to encourage the governor's office to be speedy about filling that position so that we have balance, the statutory required balance on the commission. And with that, I am voting yes.
Thank you. Senator Kime votes yes. Representative Harnett.
Yes.
Representative Harnett votes yes. Representative Babbage.
Yes.
Representative Babbage votes yes. Representative Galgay-Reckett.
Yes.
Representative Galgay-Reckett votes yes. Representative Moriarty. Here's volume, please.
Yes.
Representative Moriarty votes yes. Representative Sheehan.
Yes.
Representative Sheehan votes yes. Representative Hagan. Representative Downs.
Yes.
Representative Downs votes yes. Representative Libby. Representative Libby.
I would like to reiterate what Senator Kine has said, given the inequity of the current composition of the commission. And I vote yes.
Thank you. Representative Libby votes yes. Representative Poirier.
Yes.
Representative Poirier votes yes. Representative Evangelos.
Yes.
Representative Evangelos votes yes. Representative Newell. Representative Hagan.
I would also like to concur with Senator Kime and Representative Laura Libby in all of what they said, and I will vote yes.
Thank you. Representative Hagan votes yes. Representative Newell. Representative Newell is absent. That's the final roll.
Thank you very much. 13 members of the committee having voted in the affirmative and no members in the negative, it is the vote of the Joint Standing Committee on the Judiciary that the nomination of Ms. Jill C. Dewson of Portland for appointment to the Maine Human Rights Commission is confirmed. We so wish that we were all together in the judiciary room so that we could congratulate you personally. And in lieu of that, and until we can be together, we'd like to give you a virtual round of applause. Congratulations on your nomination. And we are delighted that you put yourself forward for this position, and delighted that our state will benefit from your excellent qualifications.
Thank you all. Congratulations, Jill.
At this point, a motion to adjourn would be in order.
So move.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone, for all of your hard work today. See you on Thursday morning at 10. Take care.
Thank you very much.
Thanks.
Bye-bye, Joe.
Bye-bye.
Take care, everyone.